Hello, friends and fans, and welcome to the World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon. I am so excited to be here. Your host, Anna Prosser-Robinson, live in Prague in the Czech Republic. And man, do we have a good show for you guys today. We have the 8 best teams in Europe who have qualified by beating out their regional rivals to arrive here and now compete for the title of European champion. Only 3 of them will get to move on to the BlizzCon World Championship this year. But that's not just all that's on the line. There is $100,000 in prizes that these teams are vying for as well. And I am sure they want it real bad. Now, there is a way that you can talk to us and the players. You can tweet using the hashtag RTB2015. Tell us what you think of the show and who you think might win. There are some other really awesome personalities that are here to guide us through this tournament. So let me introduce you now to our casting team. Hello, guys.
Hello, Anna. Thank you so much for that introduction. It is amazing to be standing here at the O2 Arena in Prague. Absolutely amazing. It is just an amazing city. It's so great to be here. My name is Josh Allen, aka Lore. Joining me here at the desk, 2 of my favorite people in the universe. We have Elliot Venksel, aka Venruki, and Jared Colston, aka Vihel. Guys, we've got an amazing day ahead of us.
Yeah, we really do. This tournament is so stacked with talent. We took some of the best European players. They had to fight their way through the qualifiers to earn a ticket to here. And of course, these guys are going to be playing for those 3 tickets to BlizzCon.
Yeah, we got a lot of new blood here today. A lot of veteran players as well. So we're going to have to see how they stack up against each other. But I, for one, am very excited for these games.
Yeah, definitely. So let's talk a little bit about how they're actually going to be competing against each other as we're working through this tournament here today. It's a format that's become a little bit standard for the recent regionals events that we've seen. We're going to have 2 groups that will be facing off against each other in a best-of-3 series, a bunch of best-of-3 series actually, in the group stages. The top 2 teams from each group will move on to the semifinals. The remaining 2 teams from each group will be eliminated at that point. Once they're in the semifinals, it's going to go into a best-of-5 series for each match. And then, of course, we will move on to the grand finals, as well as a 3rd and 4th place match, because we are giving away 3 tickets to BlizzCon here today.
Yeah, and as you can see, those are the 2 groups on your screen very quickly. We have so many exciting matches. Of course, we are going to be starting with the first match of Group A, which is going to be Reawakened versus 3 languages.
Yeah, and it can be a little bit scary for these teams because these in the group stages, these games are best of 3, like we were saying. So winning or losing 1 game, you're already 1 game away from being knocked down into that lower bracket. So every game, these teams are going to have to bring it and play well.
Yeah, and not only that, so we have had a little bit of rule changes this year if you guys haven't been following along with the qualifiers. Of course, we are allowing the teams to have a 4th man on the roster, which has played a huge difference in some of the qualifiers and the North American regionals, of course. Having that 4th man, kind of the mystery man, if he sits down at the computer, you're like, well, I have no idea what they're going to run. And of course, we are always going to start on the Grand Arena as our first map of each match. And then after that match, the losing team gets to decide the next map that the teams will be playing on. Of course, when we go into the Grand Arena for that first map, it is going to be double blind pick, so the teams have no idea what the enemy team is going to be running composition-wise and player-wise. And of course, once the losing team of the Grand Arena has selected their map, the winning team then gets to pick their comp based on the map, so they already have knowledge of the map. So sometimes they can kind of get a little bit of a leg up and, maybe run some warlocks or monks on Blade's Edge Arena, for example. But then the losing team gets to decide their comp based on not only the map, but what the winning team has selected. So it's not blind pick at that point.
Yeah, so it's going to be very important to win that first matchup because then you're going into, you're in a position where in the last game you get the advantage. So yeah, definitely very important. And like we were saying, a lot of these teams do have 4 players, but some of them only have 3, only going to be able to run 1 composition. But as we saw in the North American regionals, sometimes that's all you really need.
Yeah, there are a lot of mind games that can happen though, like especially in that first match. It's like you guys were saying, it's going to be so important. But picking the right composition in that first match, you can kind of you know what team you're going up against, so you know what compositions they're going to be known for, but you can kind of guess a little bit. Like maybe they'll try a little bit something different. Maybe they'll run FLS instead of a Paladin God comp or something like that. So really just a lot of things that can happen in this first matchup, and it is going to be so important.
Yeah, and these guys are playing for quite a bit. Talking about the prizes here today, $100,000 worth of prize money available to these players. First place going to be walking away with that $50,000. Second place, $20,000. Third, 10, and obviously down from there, as well as the 3 tickets to BlizzCon, which for a lot of these players is actually more important than the money.
And actually, you'll be able to write what place you got on your Twitch page. That's actually a very popular thing. You know, you click through some of the pro players that play and stream Twitch all the time, and they talk about they were a regionals competitor, or BlizzCon competitor, or BlizzCon champion.
The bragging rights, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are going to be getting into this match here very, very shortly. And I believe we actually have a video ready that we can go ahead and get into for just a second. But actually, first, I want to talk a little bit about the social media options that we have available. If you are following along at home, you can go ahead and check us out on Facebook and Twitter at Warcraft. And of course, YouTube and Twitch TV as well at Warcraft. And if you are using Twitter, go ahead and use that hashtag RTB2015 to go ahead and join in that conversation there.
Yeah, so we have a very, very exciting first match, and of course it is going to be Reawakened versus Three Languages. Both teams are really prepared. However, looking at the players on this, I'd have to say Reawakened might have the leg up on this one. They have some very, very veteran players. Yeah,
on paper, I mean, Reawakened is a team that's gone to BlizzCon, and I believe they've gotten second place 3 times, so they're hungry for that win. All of these players, you know, they want to get back to BlizzCon and win, but these guys specifically have been so close so many times, and they're going up against sort of tournament underdogs, I guess I would say. Three Languages, they only have 3 players on their team. They're only going to be able to run 1 composition that I know of, and it's going to be scary for them.
Yeah, but at the same time, having that one composition that you play really, really well, for anyone who was following along with the Americas regionals that we had a couple weeks ago, the one team that only had 3 players actually won the whole thing. So Three Languages shouldn't feel like just because they only have that one composition available to them that necessarily puts them at a huge disadvantage. It could just be a matter of if you have that one comp that you play super well, that's good enough. You can still win with that.
Very true.
Yeah, and of course Reawakened, though, you know, so many well-known players that we've talked about have played in the past a lot. So they kind of have the leg up not only comp-wise because they have that 4th players, but they've also been on stage before. They've also played in very, very large matches, and this arena is huge, and there's so many people in the audience that first match that you get out, maybe you gotta get those jitters out of the way. You know, we talk a lot about those land jitters, like forgetting to bind something, you know, forgetting a macro and stuff. But these are the type of players that you know have been spending all their preparation time just getting everything perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing we can talk about is that Reawakened, I mean, we can talk about the members on the team. They have Minpoike playing Resto Druid and that Holy Paladin, No Lifer playing Mage primarily. We do have Waz on that Rogue and Zuniaki on that Shadow Priest. But we're actually going to go into a video and hear what these players have to say.
Individually, we're really good players, one of the best players in the world. My name is Minpoike and I play for Reawakened 1. Our team's history is that we have 2 second placements at BlizzCon, so we're really hungry for the win this time, obviously. What is necessary from us to qualify for BlizzCon? Well, it's simply that we bring our A game, because if we bring our A game, we shouldn't lose to anyone, which is how it is. We practiced a lot online before, obviously. It was an online qualifier before getting here. And then it turns into more. It's not just a hobby anymore. It's more of a work thing, and obviously it's fun to play, but you also do it for the money. I would probably say that we have a lot of experience, a lot of LAN experience. Weaknesses, we have one teenager that is 16 years old. He's never been to a LAN before, so that could be our weakness. It's obviously about honor and stuff like that. So we've been practicing for nearly 2 months now, almost every day. Between 4 to 6 hours, I would say. So we have a lot of practice.
All right, that is Team Reawakened 1. These guys, like they were saying in the video, have gotten in second place at so many BlizzCons. Every single player on this team is so well known, especially in the European scene, but also worldwide. These are amazing players. We can see there Zuniaki, Waz, and No Lifer sitting there at the desk, just ready to go. Does not look like they'll be playing Minpoike in this first match, but that's perfectly okay. It also could be one of those mind games. Maybe somebody's going to stand up and Minpoike is going to walk in. You never know.
It could be, and actually, like we said, it is going to be double blind picks, so these players can run just about everything, especially this team of Reawakened 1. They have a really, really deep roster. We know that these players have played so many different comps over the years, you know, trying to qualify and win BlizzCons in the past, so we'll have to see what they can pull out. We have seen them practice a lot of God comp, you know, that Shadow Priest Mage. We see a lot of synergy between No Lifer and Zuniaki. They just work so well together, and then when you have a Holy Paladin or a Druid from Minpoike, it's just a great comp overall.
Yeah, one of the things I liked about that video is they know if they come and they play their best, they're going to do very well. They could end up winning the whole thing. And me personally, just because of the experience they have and the compositions that they're bringing to this tournament, I think they're a favorite to possibly win the whole thing.
Yeah, if not, then they're at the very least, I think it's very likely that they will be one of the teams that we will see advancing onto BlizzCon, just because, like you said, they've been there so many times. They know this tournament scene so well. The tournament jitters, not going to affect these guys. They know what they're doing. They've done this so many times in the past. So I really think we should be expecting an amazing game out of these guys.
But one of the things that could happen, because in the North American region, we saw a lot of teams that had qualified for BlizzCon in the past, those well-known players just didn't even make it to the qualifiers, or they didn't make it past the first couple rounds. So, this could be the big year, changing of the guards that we talked about, how a lot of the North American teams that we haven't really heard of before now have their shot at BlizzCon. So these guys have to have that in that mind. They saw a lot of their US friends just not even make it.
Yeah, this is World of Warcraft and this is esports, and really anything can happen, especially at a big LAN tournament like this. 3 languages running a very powerful composition as well. They're bringing in that DK Feral Paladin, I think, for the most part. 2 melee classes, both of them very cooldown reliant. When they have those cooldowns up, it can be very scary for someone to survive.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit interesting of a composition, not one that we see too often in tournament play. So for me going into this, I'm actually a little bit, I'm just very curious to see how they end up playing it. This is a little bit of unknown territory for me. I have not seen much of this comp in tournament play. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they actually play it. What sort of advantages can they find against this team of Reawakened? It's going to be tough for them for sure, but maybe they got an ace up their sleeve somewhere.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of synergy between the Death Knight and the Paladin. We're going to see a lot of grips into Fist of Justice from the DK setting up for the Paladin to just start that CC chain. And you're going to see the Paladin will probably be playing Frost, I do believe, most of this time. So you can, that Pillar of Frost cooldown, so every minute look for him to be pumping out that damage. And then he's going to set up that window where the Feral can hit all of his cooldowns and really burst somebody down.
Yeah, depending on what Min Poike plays in this matchup, the Frosty K does have that offensive purge, which is very, very powerful. So he's going to have a ton of burst with the Death Knight, as well as the bleeds and the burst coming out of the Feral. And then he's going to be able to purge off the Sacred Shields or the Druid's Hots, and it's going to be hard for them to really catch back up. So it's going to be up to Zuniaki and No Lifer to make sure they're getting out the peels so they don't have as much uptime.
Well, and possibly that could be why we don't actually see Min Poike sitting down at the moment, unless I'm mistaken, and I believe he's not actually sitting down at the moment. So maybe that's their plan, is they say, you know what, we're worried about how this team is going to do against Min Poike on the Druid or Paladin, so we got to play something a little bit different. I don't know. I'm just excited for this match. I want to get into this as soon as we possibly can.
And we actually had a chance to talk to 3 languages and hear what they had to think about this first match.
It's going to be a new experience to play like in front of a lot of people, but yeah, I think I should be able to handle the pressure of it. Should be fine for me, but yeah, I'm going to try to do my best. I haven't been on such an arena before, but yeah, it's pretty cool to be able to participate here, in front of a lot of people. It's going to be a nice experience. Maybe our strength is like we have so much damage, but the weakness is like we also die so fast. So we got little time to deal with our opponent. I think if we win teams here, like we're gonna be able to win teams in BlizzCon because it's pretty much the same. And in Europe, like the teams are pretty good. So, like in US, there's some good teams, but in Europe, all the teams are good. So this is the difference. So I think if we can make it here, we will make it there. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's gonna mean a lot. Like it's like a dream, like going to America, to BlizzCon. It's a pretty big event, really nice. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool.
And that is 3 languages, 1 team. What do you guys think? How do you think, just having seen that video now, what do you think their chances are going up against a team like Reawaken?
Well, the big deal is they talked about it in their video. They have a lot of damage, but they can't live very long. So they're going to have to play very, very offensively right out of the gate if they want a chance at this game.
Yeah, basically they last as long as their Paladin's cooldowns. So the Paladin has Bubble and he has Trinket, they're going to be able to survive. But once he gets caught in those CC chains, it's going to be very hard for the Death Knight and the Feral to survive for a long time. So we'll have to see if they can get a kill really quickly, because obviously that's how they feel. They need to blow their cooldowns, they need to be forcing cooldowns and hopefully forcing mistakes out of their opponents. It's going to be important for this matchup.
And we said, even though the fourth man roster has been like a big benefit for a lot of teams, when you know your comp, and like you said, there's so many really, really good teams here. But since everyone has to practice against each other on the ladder, basically, is what we mostly see. Maybe the couple weeks before the tournaments, they have their practice partner team that they pair off with. But in general, everyone's just queuing live. So I guarantee that these guys have faced all these teams on live in the past couple weeks.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Zuniak, and he said he's not exactly sure what to expect out of this matchup because they haven't had a chance to really play against each other for whatever reason. Yeah, so he hasn't been able to play them in like a month, he said. So they're not exactly sure what they're going to do. But yeah, these guys are all great players, and I'm sure they have a decent idea of what needs to happen. Yeah,
but especially going into a composition that is a little bit weird, like this Paladin, Death Knight, Druid composition, like, how do you actually prepare for that? Because it is so different from so many other compositions. Like, are you expecting a ton of extra burst? Are you expecting a ton of sustainability? Like, where does that composition actually go in terms of, are they going to go for the late game? Are they going to try to score early kills? Do you even know that ahead of time? Does it depend on how they actually individually play? There's a lot of questions that Reawaken is going to have to be asking themselves right now as they're about to go up against this team.
It depends on what they run. We did see their Holy Paladin God comp during the practice matches, and they play it much more aggressively than we've seen in the past, for example, at the North American tournaments. It's just very fast. They go for a lot of mage kills, in the mirrors and stuff. So we'll have to see if they can handle this damage, because of course I have a feeling they might be going for the mage in this setup. They do have the option of going on the healer though, and that's always a viable option.
Yeah, if they decide to bust out that God comp, Reawaken one that is, most likely they're going to be targeting down the Feral. They're going to be putting Hodges on them at the same time they go in for Deep Sheeps onto the Paladin, and they'll try to also get some cross CC onto the Death Knight with either a Fear or a preemptive Polymorph. And it's going to be up to that Feral to make sure he has well-timed survival instincts. They don't overlap their trinkets, because little things like that are going to just allow them to draw out the matchup a little bit longer.
Yeah, and going back to something that you said earlier, it is going to hinge a lot onto whether Minpoike, who is actually on the stage, by the way, I do need to correct myself. I'm apparently blind, I can't see him or something, but it is actually Minpoike who will be playing in this match, and whether he goes Druid or Paladin, he's extremely strong at both classes, really, really good. But with that double blind pick at the start, whether it's a Paladin healer or a Druid healer, actually changes the dynamic of the entire team so substantially that not only is it going to be interesting to see what Reawaken does with that, but also with 3 languages, how they're going to actually respond to that. That could change their game plan entirely going into this match.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And of course, like we said, Grand Arena is going to be the first map every single time. Both teams have to talk to the admins, and the team captain has to lock in what comp they're playing. And of course, blind pick, like we said, so they don't exactly know what's going on.
Yeah, and so talking a little bit about Minpoike's decision to play Resto Druid or that Paladin, I think running the Paladin against a very cleave-heavy setup like this DK Feral would be more advantageous. You have more breaks, more defensive cooldowns with those bops and those freedoms. You're going to be able to kite a little bit better. And I think it's just a little bit of a safer option over that Resto Druid, who's going to be very susceptible to those DK purges.
Yep, and in fact, we will be getting into this match here very, very shortly, as it is starting to spin up now. We will have a little bit of a break here as we are just getting ready to actually start into this, giving both teams a little bit of time in the starting room to get themselves prepared, make any sort of swaps that they really need to do. It looks like Minpoike will be playing the Paladin going into this, with No Lifer, of course, on the Mage, and Zuniaki playing that Shadow Priest. So they are going with the Paladin God comp in here. They will be matching up against Reawakened, who is playing exactly as we've been saying. That's going to be that Holy Paladin, that Death Knight, and that Feral Druid. I'm just really curious to see what Reawakened does in this matchup, because like I said, I have not seen a lot of play out of this comp.
Yeah, and I do apologize. The team names are wrong. We'll get that fixed for the next matchup. But right out of the gate, of course, let's see how No Lifer and Zuniaki can handle this, because, again, it is going to be lots of burst right from the start, as Zuniaki is going to try to get some dots out right from the start.
Yeah, No Lifer pushing in, trying to break them out of stealth, doesn't want Fridurus to actually get a good opener, so he's just spamming out that blizzard right away. But Saravan is getting that freedom, mounting in, actually gets sheeped off by No Lifer. Very well done by him, not going to let him connect right away onto, I believe they're on Minpoike, so starting off on him really fast, gets caught into that root as well. No Lifer pops that Icy Veins, you can see that by the red around his frame. Cervantes also has his cooldowns up, and Fridurus getting so low right away. Save of the Light already proccing onto him, but Minpoike at the same time taking so much damage. Save of the Light side, Avenging Wrath comes crashing onto him, and this is a pretty good start for Three Languages.
It is, as of course, but look at that. The Feral had to run away, play way defensively, get out of there, which leaves some time for Reawaken to catch back up.
Yeah, there were a lot of cooldowns used out of Minpoike there, but he does still have his Divine Shield and his Trinket, so he's going to be fine for quite some time, whereas on the other side, Cavi has already had to use his Divine Shield, is holding onto his Trinket for now, and he may have to use it here because Fritteris is getting so low, but it actually looks like he's going to go ahead and hold through that. The triple fear does come out. Cavi's still caught into that fear, but they're trying to put some damage into Minpoike right now. They really want to try to force that bubble out of him, and there it is. They are going to get the bubble out of Minpoike.
It was actually incredible how long Fritteris held this incarnation for. And it is going to fade right there, and they really didn't make anything happen with it. They did get a couple trinkets out of both No Lifer and Zuniaki, however.
Yeah, Minpoike going to have that Avenging Wrath up, so when he needs the additional healing, we will have that available. He has his Trinket up as well. He is getting a little bit low, though, down to 50%. The Deep Sheep, though, onto Cavi. Cervantes has those offensive cooldowns up, but this is going to be very big trouble for Fritteris, who gets caught into that full disarm. We could see a Hodge out of it, and this could just be the game to Saved by the Light proccing. Cavi still caught into that polymorph, trying to get some heals out. Survival Instincts comes out by Fritteris, going to be taking less damage, but Minpoike getting so low, 20% HP, has no more cooldowns. The Divine Protection comes out, going to be taking a little bit less damage from that. No Lifer doing everything he can to keep him up, throwing out those sheeps, and it looks like Minpoike is down to 10%, and what an upset in the first game. Three Languages taking the first round, taking down Minpoike, and I can't believe it.
Yeah, I want to call out one really solid move that I saw out of Cavi there. It actually looks like Reawaken might be trying to turn this around. With Cavi caught into that polymorph, he may be in some trouble here, but no, it looks like they are going to be able to finish this game off, and this will be the first game going to Three Languages. But yeah, I want to point out one really important move that Cavi made there. He was stuck into a polymorph for basically forever. He was caught in CC for so long, and he actually held onto his Trinket knowing that there was going to be a fear coming, and then the second that fear landed onto him, he trinketed right away. He just knew, I cannot trinket this polymorph. I'm going to get feared out of this. And just having that game sense and that presence of mind to be able to say, I have to wait, I have to wait, I have to wait. Okay, now I can go, and now I can save my team. It was just really impressive to see the play coming out of these teams.
What do you think about the positioning of Minpoike during that last moments? Like, do you think that he didn't have anywhere to go, so he was just out in the middle? Because it really looked like at the start of the game, they really were zoning out Three Languages a whole lot. You saw a lot of crowd control coming out of both the Mage and the Shadow Priest when they were both in between the pillars, and Minpoike was sitting fine. You know, the two melee had to make it past those two casters, and then all of a sudden, towards the end, it kind of seemed like it fell apart for Reawakened.
Well, what happens when Minpoike sits at the pillar is it's very easy for the Death Knight and the Feral to use the pillar as line of sight. So not only are they on Minpoike doing a lot of damage to him, they're also avoiding damage. The Mage can't spam out the Frostbolts and get those Icicles and build up his procs. So I think it's important for Minpoike to stand in the open just so they can have more pressure and they can try to get the CC out onto the Feral as well as the Death Knight.
Yeah, one important thing that is going to continue, or is going to happen as this match continues, though, is that now Reawaken gets the advantage. They're able to declare the map, and then they are able to wait until Three Languages has chosen their composition, so that then they can try to counter-comp. Obviously, we've talked this before. Three Languages only has that one composition available to them, but it's still possible that with the map choice, and maybe they'll want to mix up their composition a little bit now that they know kind of what Three Languages is going to go out and try to actually do here. It actually almost seemed a little bit in that last match like maybe they were expecting Three Languages to go after Zuniaki or to go after No Lifer. It seemed like Minpoike really wasn't ready for the amount of pressure that was coming onto him. So maybe even just with that knowledge now and knowing Minpoike, knowing, okay, I have to be a little bit careful about myself here. I can't use my my bubble as anything other than like a last minute like sort of defensive ability. He really needs that available if they're going to put that much pressure onto him. There's a lot of knowledge that Reawakened has now gained from even just from that first match against this team.
All right, we'll have to wait for those map picks. Like we said, the losing team is going to be able to pick the next map in this series. Of course, they cannot pick Nagrand Arena again, so we'll have to see what they choose. And we know that Reawaken is very, very confident with their Holy Paladin God comp. No Lifer and Zuniaki just work so well together. That cohesion between the two of them. You know, we listened to them practice yesterday and watched a couple games, and they were just on point. They knew exactly when Zuniaki was going to go for that Mass Dispel. No Lifer already had Frostbolts winded up, you know, going for the kill.
And I wonder, like you said, I mean, I think it's most likely that Team Reawakened is going to stick with that Holy Pally God comp. So I think we're going to see the same matchup. With that in mind, I don't know what map they're most likely going to choose. Maybe something like Tolvaron, where Minpoike can run from one side of the map to the other. And it's going to be a long time before those two melee can reconnect. And they have a lot of time in the open where Zuniaki and No Lifer can sort of tee off on them.
Yeah, we can now know at this point that both teams are going to play the same composition, but we haven't actually found out yet what map they're going to play. Of course, they do have to declare that before the comps are chosen, so the admins are aware. We just haven't found out yet up here at the desk. But what map do you think, like you were just saying, you're not sure exactly what map they could go for here? I kind of feel like for the Holy Paladin God comp, like maybe a Tolvaron would be good, just for the massive distances between everything. Or even like maybe a Dalaran Sewers, like every once in a while you see a God comp really like that Dalaran Sewers, because even though it's a lot closer together, there are a lot of ways to break line of sight and get away. So I'm going to be really interested to see which map they end up choosing here.
And it looks like it is going to be Tolvaron. That is a smart choice, especially with that Death Knight, because if you're able to control him, it's going to take him forever to get across the map. We saw right at the beginning of last match that even though he did have his offensive cooldowns up, he was sitting in a route throughout almost the entire Pillar of Frost. So I really need to see Reawaken control that Death Knight a lot more. I didn't think we saw as much crowd control onto the Holy Paladin of 3 languages as I thought you would have. You know, normally these Holy Paladin God comps can just layer the CC onto the enemy team so often.
Yeah, they have a lot of CC available to them too. They've got the polymorphs, they've got the fears, they've got the fists of justice. It's not quite as much chain CC capability as something like an RMD, but it is still quite a lot that they can chain out there. So it is actually a very interesting point that you made, that we didn't actually see that coming out of them last game.
Yeah. And as the gates are going to open up, we're going to follow Cervantes out of the start because he really made a lot of things happen, you know, using that cooldown, that Pillar of Frost constantly. Now, one of the new features about this UI is, like we were saying, if you see a unit frame on fire, that means that they have used one of their offensive cooldowns, so you can tell when he's using that Pillar of Frost. So he is going to try to initiate again. Same thing as last time. He gets polyed right away, but it gets dispelled out as he is going to get sheeped also, as it looks like not too many cooldowns use it just quite yet. Of course, that deep freeze was going to stop a bit, but look at how far back they're pushing Minpoike already. Yeah, No Lifer throwing out that Icy Veins right away. He did an excellent job diffusing that in the opener, but Fritter is caught into that full disarm, getting very, very low, down to 40% HP. Cavi caught into that polymorph. Save of the Light is going to proc. He's going to get some big heals, though. Fritter also has his Berserk Incarnation up right now, going to be throwing out a lot of damage. Zuniaki caught into a pounce. He looks like he is the main target right now, down to 50% HP. Minpoike has his Avenging Wrath up. He's probably going to be able to top off Zuniaki, but they've already forced so many cooldowns. Yeah. Not only that, the Death Knight and the Feral were splitting at that point. We saw some damage onto Minpoike, but Zuni just getting spiked down by that Feral.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of spreading the pressure, which can be tough. Obviously, the Paladin does have the Beacon of Light available, but if he still has to be able to predict where that damage is going. So it can be tough to deal with that. Now Minpoike with his Avenging Wrath active, but he's getting caught into so many stuns right now. Zuniaki caught in stuns as well. He's going to go ahead and trinket right out of that. Minpoike now just trying to get away from this damage and doing a decent job at the moment, but Cervantes is just relentless. He is just all over Minpoike right now. Minpoike, of course, does still have all of his defensive cooldowns available to him, so he should be fine for now. They're just really trying to bait those out. There goes the execution sentence. That actually goes on to Cervantes, though, because that's actually came out of Cavi. So seriously, no defensive cooldowns used out of Minpoike right there. That is amazing. He actually had to use his bubble. I think the UI is messed up at the moment. Oh, okay. Yeah, Cervantes. I believe his Pillar of Frost just faded. He is still the target of choice, and I like what they're doing. I like what No Lifer and Zuni are doing. They're switching between the two DPS for making sure they both have to play defensive, trying to keep Minpoike alive as much as possible. Cervantes is going to use that anti-magic shell. He's going to be completely fine at the moment. Cavi, though, caught into that full fear. It could be scary if he gets any follow-up CC on him. Cavi is going to go down, and Reawaken's going to tie it up 1-1. All right, and that's what can happen. You know, that Holy Paladin God comp can just turn it right back around. The second they get that cross CC going on to the enemy healer and the second DPS that can normally break up that damage, they can just roll with it. And of course, Cervantes just falling to that damage. Yeah, Cavi actually got out of CC at the end, I believe. He just didn't have anything left to throw at heals. And Zuni and No Lifer were able to capitalize on that and actually just burst them down without any CC. Yeah, and that's just what sets the top arena players apart from everyone else, is just that ability to recognize, okay, right now we can just kill him. Right now we have the opportunity here. We've got the CC. We've pulled out the defensive cooldowns we need. We have the offensive cooldowns, if even necessary, that we have available to us. And that's what you see happen at that point, is all of a sudden someone's going to be fine. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. They are dead. They're done at that point. So that was a great game 2 coming out of Reawaken, and that means we're going to a game 3. This is going to be match point.
Yeah, but luckily for Team 3 Languages, they won the first map. So going into this last map where it's tied up, they now have the advantage. They're going to be able to select a map, and I think it's likely we're going to see one of the smaller maps, something like Ruins of Lordaeron, where they're going to be able to sit on Minpoike the entire game, and it's not going to be so easy, not going to have a huge space in the open and big pillars to kite around, and I think this DK and this Feral are going to have a lot more uptime on them.
But the thing is, even in that Nagrand and that Tolvaron, it wasn't like those larger maps played any advantage to Minpoike. So many times when it looked like he was in trouble, it looked exactly like the ending situation in Nagrand, where the two melee were just on top of him, and he had nowhere to go.
Yeah, and we are, as you predicted, going to see Dalaran Sewers. Both teams playing the same compositions yet again. So it's really up to whether or not Minpoike can stay alive here. And it's going to be so difficult on this map. Like you were saying, on Tolvaron, he has a lot more space to spread out. But even then, on Tolvaron, it seemed like a lot of the time he was just out in the open, just out in the middle of the map, taking damage from Cervantes the entire time. It's going to be even harder for him to get away from Cervantes on this map. So he's got his work cut out for him if they want to take this game point here.
Another big problem with this map for Zuniaki and No Lifer, as well as Minpoike, is that when Minpoike is kiting, he's going to have to go to that small box eventually to get away and get heals on himself. When he does that, Cervantes and Fridorus, like we were talking about, are going to have that line of sight option. So they're going to be doing full damage to Minpoike at the same time as taking less damage from No Lifer and Zuni. So very good map choice here. We're going to have to see Minpoike get away from those boxes. They have to be in the open. They have to be able to get CC'd and get damaged.
Yeah, and the big thing we need to see out of Reawakened is just more crowd control onto that healer. It looks like they do a great job of bursting Fridorus down right at the start. The Feral is just so susceptible to this damage from both the Mage and the Shadow Priest. As the gates are about to open, to follow again, I think Cervantes out of the gate was great last time. He just does so much damage as he's trying to find his target. It looks like actually he's going to initiate by himself. This is actually kind of scary.
Yeah, Minpoike, as you can see, is standing as far away as possible. No Lifer trying to control him a bit, like we saw in the first 2 games. Icy Veins, though, coming out right away. The full sheep onto Cavi. Cervantes is going to use that anti-magic shell to sort of diffuse their opener, as well as pop that Lichborn. He does have his offensive cooldowns popped right now, trying to connect onto Minpoike, but No Lifer and Zuni doing such a good job.
Yeah, look, it's we saw the grip onto Zuniaki to pull him down a little bit, as it looks like we are going to get some damage out onto Cervantes yet again. They're forcing him back a little bit. That Icebound Fortitude and needing to switch into Blood Presence.
Wow, he's actually dipping super low right now. That Saved by the Light proc will come in there and give Cavi a little bit of extra time to throw some heals onto him, but 3 Languages not being able to put out the pressure that they really want to here. Minpoike is actually, like, he's gotten a little bit low from time to time. Right now he could be in trouble. The Trinket and the Execution Sentence coming out to try and keep him topped off, and Cervantes actually having to run all the way around over here just to try and get back up into the action. Great job by Minpoike kiting Cervantes, getting away, getting himself out to a safe location, and recognizing, okay, I need to move right now because otherwise I'm in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they broke up the cooldown usage, which is really important. Of course, we do see that the Incarnation is up on Fridorus right now, but Cervantes had to run during that, which is huge.
Yeah, he popped his Pillar of Frost, so he actually got the grip on Minpoike too. Minpoike has no Save of the Light. He does have a Bop available if he needs it. Oh, sorry, Save of the Light just proc there. Down to 30% HP though, has to use that bubble, getting a little bit too low. And Fridorus, Cervantes, and Cray actually doing a very, very good job right now. If we look at Minpoike's cooldowns, all he really has left is Stoneform and a few bops. So the next time Strangulate is up, which is in a couple seconds for Cervantes, Minpoike will have that available.
Looks like they are going to switch onto Zuni. No, it looks like actually they're going to control him a little bit. That Cyclone coming out, as it looks like they're trying to find their target. There we go. Now they're going to get back onto Minpoike as the dots are going to start rolling out onto him. As we're going to see a bunch of damages. Fist of Justice on top of it. Even the Holy Paladin getting involved in that CC chain, followed by the Bash, but lots of crowd control coming out. But the Polymorphs are just not landing. There we go. Trinket followed by a Polymorph onto the Holy Paladin of 3 Languages. They really need to make something happen with this push.
That was some really great cross CC coming out from Reawaken there, just shutting down 3 Languages' push. Cervantes now trying to pop his offensive cooldowns and try to get in there to do some damage, but actually in a lot of trouble himself. He dipped out super low there, does get the execution sentence as well as that save by the light proc. That's going to keep him safe for now, but if they can get some, if Reawaken can get some CC out onto Cavi, he could be in a lot of trouble. They're also now putting a little bit of damage into Fritteris, but now the turnaround onto Minpoike coming out. He's caught in that full fist of justice, does not have his trinket available for another 8 seconds, but it should come up by the time that he really, really needs it. Honestly, Reawaken is looking like they're in a great position right now.
That is a full deep freeze though coming out from No Lifer, as well as a full sheep onto Cavi. Cervantes having to use that anti-magic shell as well, but that is the full fear. He's down to 50% HP. This could be very, very scary if they can get some follow-up CC onto Cavi. It's going to be up to No Lifer to get that half sheep. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it, and Cervantes is going to live for now. Zuni, really, I mean, Reawaken, they're looking so stable right now. The full clone coming out onto No Lifer, Fritteris and Cervantes trying to do their best to sort of diffuse this God comp pressure, because on paper right now, I mean, they're just so far on the back foot, not able to get really any pressure going against his God comp. Minpoike does have his trinket up once again, as well as some bobs, but Cervantes, the triple fear though coming out from Zuniaki. Cavi caught into that full CC. Cervantes trying to counter pressure a little bit with that AMS, as well as that his offensive cooldown. No Lifer getting down to around 60% HP at the moment, but it doesn't look like it's going to be too scary. Mana could be a big issue here though. Minpoike caught into that full Hodge. No Lifer getting cloned up offensively. That was a nice clone. He had to actually trinket that. The sack coming up from Minpoike as well. Zuniaki caught into that full clone. Three Languages doing an excellent job right now. Cavi is going to have his trinket coming up in a couple seconds, so the next CC chain onto him. He might actually have to trinket here, caught into that fear, but it looks like Cervantes and Fritteris are completely fine.
Yeah, however, Cavi's wings are down right now, but No Lifer has used one block so far. As you can see, his Cold Snap is on cooldown right now, so that it's going to be a while after this next block. However, he has about a minute left on that Cold Snap, but look at the damage on to Minpoike as that incarnation comes out again on the Feral, as he is going to have to run away, use those wings yet again, so it looks like he might be fine during this.
The mana difference is real right now, though. Minpoike running on fumes. Cavi at full mana. He's been CC'd, and the problem about CCing the healer is that he's not spending mana in the meantime, so he's got to be feeling pretty confident as long as he can break those CC chains, which he does now have his trinket available, and he will have his bubble in about 2 minutes.
Oh, but No
Lifer gets so low right there, actually holds onto his block for a lot longer than I really thought would have been safe there, but he does end up having to use it.
Saved by the Light and blocked used during that. That's a big deal.
Yeah, but at the same time, Minpoike was able to get a big drink there, getting up to around 50% mana, so sacrificing that ice block. He is going to have Cold Snap up in around 30 seconds, so he should be able to last that long with Minpoike getting that much mana. Fritteris using his survival instincts a little bit preemptive there. I like that, trying to reduce some of that incoming damage. Cervantes actually caught into the full sheep. Cavi getting deep there. They need to interrupt the sheep coming out of No Lifer. It looks like they're able to do it, so there's going to be no follow-ups to see, but Fritteris still dangerously low. Saved by the Light proccing onto him and using his second survival instincts, so he's going to have no more shield walls left to prevent some of that incoming damage. No Lifer taking a bit of damage though. The full Hodge onto Minpoike. They need to get some follow-up onto him, but the full fear going out onto Cavi. Fritteris in big trouble. Caught into the full Hodge. This could be the game. Cavi out of that CC, but he doesn't have any heals, and Fritteris is going to go down. Reawaken's going to take the series 2-1, coming back from actually losing the first round, so well done by them.
That was an amazing comeback out of Reawaken. I thought for sure going into this map, like they were going to be on the back foot on Dalaran Sewers here. Just not a great map for them to play against this team in particularly, but they played that flawlessly the entire time. Like even when we started to get a little bit worried about Minpoike's mana, he manages to get out of combat and drink back up to half mana. This is why this team has made it to BlizzCon and come in second so many times.
Yeah, and it, like I said, it was kind of scary there for a moment when both that block and the Save by the Light were used, and he still had time left on that Cold Snap, but like you said, it was so important for him to use those cooldowns defensively so that it gave time for Minpoike to drink, because he was getting dangerously low.
Yeah, he was almost completely so I think that play at the end, allowing Minpoike to actually get off some mana, probably won them the game. And I mean, he had 2 ice blocks up basically. I mean, Cold Snap was going to be up, so it's well worth it to sacrifice that 1 ice block. Mages are also a very hard target for that comp to kill, so they know they can get away with that.
Yeah, so that does mean that Reawaken 1 will be our victors in this first match of the day here at the European Road to BlizzCon, and well played to them. Honestly, those last couple of games were just textbook. They played so well in both of those. Of course, that does mean that 3 Languages 1 team will lose this match, but they are not out of it just yet. They're gonna have to play through the rest of the group stage, but they still have a chance to come in underneath in that second position in the group stage. And honestly, even Reawaken shouldn't feel like they're completely out of the woods just yet. 1 one victory will not win them this group.
No, not at all. And not only that, 3 languages, like we talk about, this is a team that only brought 1 comp, they only brought 3 players. They might not have been as confident as the other teams, but they played incredibly well against the most seasoned team here.
Yeah, they did a really good job rotating their defensive cooldowns. They didn't overlap much at all. And I think whatever team is going to be facing them in the lower bracket, it's going to be scary for them because these guys went up against possibly one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, and they did an excellent job. Those games were really close.
Yeah, when you can take a game off of a team like Reawakened, everybody else needs to know, okay, these guys mean business. They're actually pretty good at this game. We should not count this as an automatic win by any stretch of the imagination. So honestly, GG's to both teams. That was a great way to kick off this event.
It really was. There was so many great plays during that. I really liked that double melee comp almost let their Holy Paladin just sit back and have his way with the enemy team. Like, he was just able to sit back and pump out heals. He was playing max range from them when needed. It was a great play by 3 languages.
Yep, so we do have Anna down on the stage, ready for an interview with our winners.
Thank you guys. Welcome. I'm here with Minpoike from Reawaken 1. How are you feeling right now after that first match?
We're feeling pretty well. It was kind of expected, though. The first game we did a wrong strategy, kind of, but then it went as expected.
Yeah, the casters were mentioning that 3 languages, 1 team, the first game was a little bit of an upset. Were you expecting that in the first game, or was it a little bit of a surprise?
Well, it didn't come as a surprise since they've managed to win games against Outer Shadows before. But as I said, we didn't have that much practice against that comp, and that's kind of what surprised us a bit. But we just adapted to it, and we managed to win.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about your composition choices in this match.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, tell us more about your composition choices in these matches. Why did you pick the compositions that you did?
Well, we just feel like this composition is stronger against that comp. We can also play RMD, and this just suits better.
Awesome. Well, are you feeling really good about this match as you move forward? This is just the beginning of the day, so there's a lot more competition to come. How do you feel moving into the rest of the tournament?
Well, yeah, of course we feel good about it, obviously. But as I said, this is just another team to get out of the way. It was expected.
Yeah, and what are you going to do to stay really collected and calm as you move forward? Will you go practice or rest? What will you do now?
Sorry, what was that?
What will you do now to make sure that you're focused and ready for the next match?
We'll just keep playing and watch other games and just stay in shape pretty much, stay warm.
Well, good luck. Thank you very much and congratulations. Guys, we have another match coming right up. It's going to be Bleached Bones versus Solari Gaming Red. So stay tuned and remember that you can chat with us on Twitter by using the hashtag RTB2015. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, friends. I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson, welcoming you back here to the World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon. We started out with an amazing match already today, but don't worry, we've got plenty more Warcraft in store for you. Guys, I have teams with me already on stage, but first, a few reminders. You can chat with us on social media by using the hashtag RTB2015, and if you'd like to be real specific, you can also use WoW Esports. We'll be checking that out throughout the day. We also have a great casting team. They're going to introduce you to these teams more, but on stage with me, of course, I have Bleach Bones and Solari Gaming Red. They're ready to face off. Casters, what do you think of this matchup?
Oh man, this matchup could be really, really interesting. Thanks for that introduction, Anna. Of course, just to reintroduce ourselves real quick here, I'm Josh Allen, aka Lord, joined by Elliot Venksel, aka Venruki, and Jared Colson, aka Vhel. Yeah, what do you guys think of this matchup? This is going to be interesting.
I don't know. I mean, this is one of those matchups that we know Bleach Bones. We've seen them in the past. You know, these are a couple online players that we see constantly, you know, popping up forum threads, you know, on the ladder and stuff. They just do such a great job. So it'll be interesting to see how well they do on the stage.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting match because on Bleach Bones, you have Looney, and he is actually the person that won BlizzCon last year. Yep. So obviously a veteran when it comes to these LAN events. But on the other side, in Solari Gaming Red, we have Healing Stat, and he came in second place last year at BlizzCon. So kind of like a rematch for these two healers, so to speak, during this first game.
Yeah, it's really going to be exciting to see how these match up against each other because we are seeing so much like tournament veteran here in this matchup. So I believe we do actually have a video ready to go ahead and introduce the first of these teams. I believe it's Bleach Bones. So let's go ahead and check out what these teams have to say.
Our team name is Bleach Bones and consists of me, Jamie, and Nixie. Preparation wasn't that long because of the short notice of disqualification of the other players and stuff like that. We only had like 2 weeks. For my team to make it to BlizzCon, I made it last year, so I know what it takes and I know how good it feels. I've been playing on stage before, so I know what it's like. We know we can do it, like we know we can play really well, but we know like we're not one of the strongest team here maybe, but obviously since it's playing another class and we haven't played that much together, we have some hard matchups coming up next. We're gonna face RMD and everyone knows RMD is the best setup in the game, so we'll see. Every team wants to go to BlizzCon right now. We're gonna do our best.
It's actually a very interesting insight into this team there, saying they know what they're doing, they know how to play this game, they've done it so many times, but they're not feeling as confident as maybe some of the other teams have coming into this matchup.
Yeah, they said they have very limited practice together. So, I mean, that they're all good players, but not being able to fully have like maybe the coordination and the strategies you'd get from like evolving over months and months and months as a team, it's going to be scary for them. And a little bit of insight for what I guess Solari Gaming is going to run. He said they're probably going to play that RMD and. As we saw at the North American Regionals, RMD, very, very strong comp, basically dominated all of North America, not losing any games. So going up against someone that can run this comp and run this comp very well, it can be scary for them.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the differences in how each comp is played in the European scene. You know, you can kind of sometimes see streamers, you know, that will be playing in Europe, but not as often as the North Americans in terms of like, you get that little glimpse into the meta of the North Americans. You know, we hardly ever see any Korean or Chinese or Taiwanese teams streaming on Twitch, for example. So it's like, it's hard to guess how these teams are going to play. And the Europeans are almost as mysterious as the other regions.
Yeah, and that's what's so exciting about watching these games here today is I haven't even seen a lot of these teams ever play before. I don't know how these matchups look like with like the sort of different meta that these guys have come up with. And I know that Turbo can do a decent job against RMD. They have to look for mistakes coming up from the RMD and sort of prevent the crowd control that's going to be coming in. And if they can do that and live long enough and create an opportunity to actually land that kill, yeah, they can absolutely win.
Yeah, definitely. We did show on the screen just a second ago that their preferred classes are Rogue, Shaman, and Druid. Obviously, Rogue, Shaman, Druid, not exactly a popular composition. So we are expecting that they're going to play that Turbo Cleave, which is the enhancement Shaman, the Arms, sometimes Fury Warrior, but I would personally expect an Arms Warrior and that Druid as the healer. And normally what we see, what we saw at the Americas Regionals was a lot of turbos going into a lot of RMDs and just kind of getting dismantled and taken apart because the RMD with that opener can do such a great job of controlling the healer. And at that point, there's really nothing that the turbo can really do. They can last for a little while, but there's only so many times that they can live through that before eventually they don't have anything available. That said, in the European scene, turbo has actually been doing a lot better against RMD overall. It's not like a free win or anything like that, but the European turbos have actually, just the way that they play, they tend to play a lot more aggressive in the European ladders, from at least from what I'm aware. So I don't know, I actually think that this turbo could have a real chance against this team.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And of course, these guys are excited and ready to go. Yet again, we are going to start on in a Grand Arena, and we are going to have that double blind pick. And I really wonder, since they can both play God Comp and RMD, if they're going to use that RMD against the turbo.
More than likely. Like you said, that's the comp he's scared of, so I'm sure the other team knows they have a good chance as RMD. And like you were saying, it's going to come down to a lot of cooldown usage, and you said that the European players play a little bit more offensively, and I think what it's going to come down to after talking to some of the players is actually trying to shut down the RMD pressure before you even get CC'd, so preemptively throwing out the Iron Bark and making sure you're throwing out those Trends and Cenarion Ward to sort of deny the pressure that can come out with that CC and have like healing and defensive cooldowns preemptively going so you can stay aggressive and keep up your pressure.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And speaking of talking with those players, we did actually get a chance to speak with Solari Gaming Red. So let's go ahead and check out that video and hear what Solari Gaming Red has to say.
We had quite a bumpy ride to get here this year because we've had to swap our roster around quite a bit. We started out with just me, Babo Mage and Ville. We were playing Shadowplay. But it became more apparent, especially when they brought in this 4-man roster, which is an interesting development, that we were going to have an RMD element because we couldn't beat everyone as Shadow. So since we had our roster changed, we've been practicing for less long than some of the other teams. Like, we haven't been a team for as long as they have perhaps, but ever since we came together before the first qualifier, we've been practicing intensely. So if we win, we feel like if we win and get out of the EU regionals and go to BlizzCon, we feel like we got a really good shot at BlizzCon because we haven't practiced as much as some of the other teams, so we're essentially playing catch-up in that regard. We feel like the EU teams generally, the last couple of years, have been stronger than the US teams and the Korean teams as well. To qualify to BlizzCon means everything to us. Like, the reason we're here, none of us are here for 4th place. We all want to go to BlizzCon, go to America and see all the other teams and show why EU is better than US.
And that is Solari Gaming Red over there on the right side of the stage. Like we were saying earlier, kind of expecting them to go with the RMD here, but they do have a lot of different compositions available to them, and since this is a double blind pick, you never know, they could pull something crazy out in this first matchup. But honestly, I really think that the RMD is probably their best bet. We were talking about how the Turbo Cleave of Bleach Bones, they do have a pretty good shot at taking down that RMD, but still, I feel like RMD is probably a pretty good choice here.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I do like that. One of the things to note is if you're following along at home and you're not sure what all these compositions are named, one of the big differences is the US scene will normally call Shadowplay God Comp. You know, that's like the old school name for it, Shadowplay. You know, you toss that druid with that Shadow Priest and the mage in it. So it's interesting to see the little bit of differences between the two scenes.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how these team names sort of evolve over the years. Whatever happened at the good old days of Rogue Mage Priest, all kinds of different names coming out these days. It's hard to keep track of, even for me, someone who plays this game like 8 hours a day.
Yeah, it's actually interesting you mentioned the team names. There's actually 4 different teams from Solari Gaming here today. There's red, yellow, black, and blue, I believe. So we've got basically an entire rainbow of Solari Gaming, maybe like 50 shades of Solari Gaming or something like that. So that does mean that these guys, if they want to win the whole thing, they're actually going to have to, like, if they win, only 3 teams can go to BlizzCon. There's 4 Solari Gaming teams here. So, like, best case scenario for Solari Gaming is that one of their teams doesn't make it to BlizzCon. So I don't know, it's going to be interesting as we progress further through this tournament. to see if any sort of like grudges come up between sort of brothers in arms here.
Yeah, it's always sad to see the team kill, even early on in the brackets. That was always disappointing in years past when like team like EG would send a couple WoW teams together, and then it ends up we see the brackets and they have to face off first round. It's like,
yeah, I remember back in the days of Complexity Red and Black. I didn't care if I beat Complexity Black. I wanted them to lose. I wanted to look good to my sponsor. So, yeah, all four of these guys, I'm sure, are just looking out for number one themselves. They all want to make it through themselves, and I'm sure it'll be good if their friends make it too, but for the most part, they want to go to BlizzCon. They want to win this tournament.
Yeah, and I liked in the video that they were talking about that. It's almost as if regionals, this giant prize pool, this being on the stage, almost doesn't even matter to them. All they care about are those tickets to BlizzCon, because they know, because the European scene is so strong, that the teams that qualify for BlizzCon from here, all three have a shot at winning BlizzCon.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to hear that all of the European teams think that their region is the best, and a lot of people agree with them, and I think it's the most active right now. They have the most people queuing, so more higher rated players, you just get better and better and better. So if they kind of feel like if they do well here, this is better than, like, it might be even harder than BlizzCon.
Yeah, definitely. Like any of the teams that we're seeing here today could end up becoming our BlizzCon champions later. And that's a lot to sort of have on your mind as you're coming into this tournament. Like, okay, not only do I have to beat these guys, but then I have to go to BlizzCon and win that also. And obviously all of them want to be able to say, like you were saying earlier, they want to be able to put on their Twitch page, like BlizzCon 2015 champion. Like you want that sitting there so that people come in and they go, oh my God, this guy, he's so good at this game. So there's sort of a lot. There's the prestige, there's the money, there's the trips to BlizzCon. There's so much riding on every single one of these teams here today that I don't know how they deal with it. That's a lot of pressure.
That's kind of like for a PvPer, that's how you beat the game. Like you beat the game by winning BlizzCon. You know, a lot of people who have won BlizzCon still play a lot because, you know, World of Warcraft kind of play this game for a long time. But yeah, it's almost like an end of a dynasty for these players, and that's the ultimate goal. So like we've said, a lot on the line. These guys want to make it to BlizzCon. They want to win, and they're going to have to get through some very good teams to do so.
Yeah, so Bleached Bones and Solari Gaming Red are both great teams. A lot of well-known players on both of these rosters. Of course, like you said, Looney being a BlizzCon champion from last year, and he had amazing plays during BlizzCon last year.
Yeah, so we will be getting into this game here very, very shortly. It looks like it is just now starting to spin up, so it's only going to be a little bit longer, and we will have this game ready for you guys there as these teams are loading into the arena. Of course, the first match, like we said earlier, is always going to be on the Grand Arena. This is going to be Bleached Bones versus Solari Gaming Red, honestly, I think we can probably expect, and yes, in fact, we are going to have the RMD versus the Turbo Cleave. And I'm just excited for this match, honestly. There's not much else I can say about how excited I am for this one, but it's going to be really, really interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, and even though I said that Looney had amazing plays in the finals of BlizzCon last year, of course he did play against Talbytree, and I would say that going into BlizzCon, I think he was the underdog Resto Druid hero. That like he came into it and he just played absolutely amazing, just talking about Talbytree over and over. So let's see if he is going to be able to secure the wins for his games. And of course he does have Pry on Rogue and Raikou playing that mage. That RMD comp is so strong. Let's see if they can take down this Turbo Cleave.
We're gonna have to see how this RMD reawakened, Solari Red opens up right away. Pry going to be put into that stealth, and basically Jamie, Nick and Looney are going to be sitting around waiting to get opened on. Unfortunately, that's what happens when you play against RMD. And that's why, part of the reason why RMD is so strong is they get the opener the exact way that they want, the sap going out onto Jamie. I think trying to bait the Blade Storm coming out from Nick there. But we're just going to have to wait and see how they open. There's the full sap, though, onto Looney right away, going out onto Jamie, the full kidney shot coming in. The offensive cooldowns, Adrenaline Rush coming out of Pry right away, trying to force some defensive cooldowns, but Jamie still hasn't used the Shaman Wall. The Vigilance, though, actually coming out from Nick onto Jamie, preventing a lot of that incoming damage. The full clone, though, onto Nick at the moment. Looney caught into that bash. Jamie's probably going to have to use that Shaman Wall, but no, he gets the Iron Bark from Looney, so he still has that cooldown available, and really, they weren't able to force too much. There's a very well-done Vigilance.
That was important. What a great start. Normally, Turbo Cleave has problems at the start of the match, having to use all their cooldowns defensively at the start against an RMD. Wouldn't spell too great for them, as we do see, like, the yellow yellow buff coming up on to Pry right now. So you can see he's trying to build those Sinister Strikes to get himself to the red. There he goes. As you see, his unit frame is on fire. He has that red buff going. Let's see. It looks like he already used Killing Spree earlier in the match, so he's not going to have that available. Using Bomb right there to try to stop a little bit of the heals, but there's so much crowd control on to Nicky Gnome that he's just having so much problem, and it's almost as if Jamie is the only offensive player on this team.
Yeah, but honestly, Bleach Bones is playing this extremely well right now. Turbo Cleave, they really kind of want to take it to the late game. The difficulty that they'll have is actually lasting there with so many burst potential opportunities coming out of the RMD of Solari Red. So we'll have to see if they're able to keep this going. A lot of cooldowns now have been used for Bleach Bones. No one has their trinket available, and there really aren't any defensive cooldowns as that Iron Bark has just come out. There really aren't any defensive cooldowns available yet still. I guess there's like a Nature Swiftness, but that's about it. So Solari Red should be looking for their opportunity here to move in and get that CC chain going and maybe try to score a kill sometime here in the very near future. But Bleach Bones, they seem to know this, and they're trying to play as defensively as possible. Just now moving in here and starting to put some pressure into Raikou. The cheap shot comes out onto Nikki. There's the full kidney shot onto Jamie. Ring of Frost onto Looney. He could be in a lot of trouble here as Jamie is taking a lot of damage. The Cyclone coming out onto Nikki as well, just making sure he can't really get anything happening. And there's the Polymorph as well. That's going to get dispelled and then broken right away after that as well. So he just has that real short one, and now the full Polymorph onto Jamie, just trying to shut down that pressure as he has popped a whole bunch of his offensive cooldowns, including his Ascendance right there.
Yeah, the only defensive cooldown Bleach Bones has left is Looney's Iron Bark. Doesn't have Trinket for another 35 seconds. Jamie doesn't have a Shaw Maul for another 30 seconds. So the next setup could be very dangerous. And there it is, the full kidney shot. But he pre-Iron Barked it. Well done by Looney. Going to be preventing that damage. And that's what we were talking about. But is it going to be enough? Jamie down to 30% HP. Looney still caught into that Polymorph. Jamie could go down despite the very well done pre-Iron Bark by Looney. But looks like he's going to live. The Rallying Cry comes up. But that is the full Cyclone onto Looney as well. This RMD just has so much pressure. Jamie down to 5%. Can he somehow survive? The Rallying Cry is going to fade very, very shortly. Somehow, some way, it looks like he may survive. He may be able to stand up. The triple DR kidney shot coming out from Pry. And Looney looks like he's going to be able to keep him up. They're trying to turn around the pressure with the full bash onto Pry. Cloak of Shadows coming out. The Shaw Maul is going to come up, and Jamie's going to survive for now.
How did he live through that? How did he live through that?
That is ridiculous. I have no idea how he managed to stay alive through that, but that's what we were talking about earlier. These European Turbo Cleaves, they know how to live through the unspeakable odds from the Solari Red RMD coming out. Now, once again, Solari Red is going to have to back off a little bit and wait for that next opportunity to move in, get that deep Polymorph possibly onto Looney. Looney, of course, he recognized immediately that the deep was going to come in and went into bear form. He is going to have to get caught in that Ring of Frost, but there's not going to be a Polymorph onto him. That's huge at this point in the game.
Yeah, as Raikou, look at that, tossing out that Icy Veins as he is going to get some damage out with it, or trying to, as Pry is going to have that adrenaline rush up. And look at him try to stick to the target. They're really going to just chase Jamie around almost exclusively throughout this whole match.
Jamie doesn't have that Shaw Wall up for another 10 seconds. He's caught into that full kidney shot, but the NS, though, comes out from Looney, has that Nature's Vigil up as well, so his HOTS are going to be a little bit stronger, throws out that Iron Bark as well. Jamie's going to be completely fine for the moment. Pry does have that red buff up as well as his Trinket, so he wants to stay offensive, but Jamie didn't even have to use his Shaw Wall there. Another very well done preemptive Iron Bark coming out from Looney, and that's exactly what they need to do. But if we look, Looney's mana is getting dangerously low, down to around 20%, Talby at around 40, so Looney has around half the mana of Talby at the moment, which is pretty, I mean, it's pretty insane. You'd expect the Turbo, who has a little bit more consistent pressure, to have more mana, but doesn't look like it. He's had to use very mana inefficient heals. I think spamming out those Genesis as much as possible, trying to keep up Jamie during the close call, especially Jamie having to use that Shaw Wall there with the full ring and the sap coming out onto Looney. I think Jamie will survive here. Iron Bark coming up for Looney in around 10 seconds. He also has his Trinket available if he needs it, but Jamie's getting very, very low. Don't want to get greedy. I mean, they're doing a good job rotating their cooldowns, but this could spell the end. Looney getting away. That is the full kidney shot on the Jamie. Gets offensively cloned up by Talby. This could be very scary if they can get any follow-ups. You see on the Looney at the moment. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Jamie's going to be fine, but the full deep sheep comes out. Jamie down to 5% HP. He pops his cooldowns, trying to counter pressure as much as he can. Looney having to use his Trinket there to keep him up. They're trying to turn around this pressure, but Solari Red just has had momentum and pressure the entire game. Probably getting a little bit low right now, but I don't think he's going to go down.
Yeah, that was a lot of cooldowns coming out from Bleach Bones there to keep Jamie alive. He has lived, so that's good news, but Looney is completely out of mana at this point. He's just trying to get Cyclones out, does manage to land one onto Raikou there, just trying to limit as much damage as possible. He desperately needs to get a drink or something in at this point, though, because he's so low on mana. There's the Deep Freeze, though, coming out onto him once again into that Ring of Frost. He was in the bear form, so there will not be a Polymorph, but it may not matter at this point. They are so far out of defensive cooldowns. As I say that, though, there's about 7 seconds until his Iron Bark comes back up again. The Nature's Guardian proccing on Jamie. Can he live long enough for that Iron Bark to come out? It looks like, yes, he will. The Iron Bark does come out, and he should be fine at this point. He gets topped off. Looney doing an amazing job running on fumes here, and now Talby's starting to run out of mana as well. Prey could be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, he's having a hard time keeping up with his heals, caught into that full Stormbolt. Raikou actually going into the block, and this is the first time in the game we've seen Solari Red sort of on the defensive. I mean, Nikki doing an excellent job with that vigilance. Jamie, Looney, all of them rotating their cooldowns perfectly to survive. And this is finally the point in the game where Talby zoom, and they're going to be able to make sort of a last-ditch effort. But Looney caught into that full kidney shot. They're swapping over onto him. The DR Team Shot comes out. This might be game into that bear form rallying cry coming out, but he doesn't have much mana to heal. He needs to get away, displaces away, gets the heal on himself. He's going to survive that swap, but at what cost? He had to use a lot of defensive cooldowns there, including rallying cry. Pride getting quite dangerously low as well. He doesn't really have anything left, and Talby has nothing in the tank. Looney has nothing in the tank. Both these healers are completely tapped.
Yeah, and look at Looney, you know, he is playing really defensively. He really has to look for a drink, but the problem is Jamie is just taking so much damage that's going to prevent that. He has to run away also, and of course, Nikki just getting crowd control throughout this entire match. Again, the preemptive bear onto the ring, that was great to stop the incoming poly, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The Shaman Wall has to have been popped by Jamie, so that is a big defensive cooldown, and it seems like, you know, as we get into dampening, those are going to matter more and more.
Yeah, but at the same time, Solari Red is starting to run out themselves. Halby actually getting a channel on that Tranquility right now, which is a big deal at 17% dampening, being able to just stand back and heal like crazy, but he's so out of mana right now. Bleach Bones actually looking like they're kind of in a good position right now. There's no trinket available on Looney for quite some time, but he does have the Nature Swiftness available. The Bark Skin comes out onto Jamie, possibly even just trying to get a preemptive Bark Skin, Iron Bark out, just to try and limit anything, but Solari Red actually does a great job of recognizing that the Iron Bark was used, and they don't actually move in just yet. They are waiting for the right opportunity to score this kill.
It seems like both druids are just waiting for that perfect moment to drink, but both teams really want to deny that. We saw the Stormbolt coming out just to stop it, but Pride taking a bunch of damage right now. He does have his red buff up right now, so let's see if he can do some damage. Uses the on-use trinket. Lots of damage coming out onto Jamie right there without Adrenaline Rush and the trinket.
Talby got a huge drink in there too, up about 30% mana now. That's a big deal at this point. He's going to be able to keep his team alive that much longer. Jamie in a lot of trouble. The Nature's Guardian is proccing. He has his Ascendance active, doing his best to keep himself alive. The Deep Freeze goes on to Looney. He's caught in caster form. They're just going to go ahead and go for the Ring of Frost anyway, though. It lasts only about 3 seconds of Ring of Frost there. He should be able to get another heal onto Jamie, and this game is still on.
Yeah, Looney has no trinket. Jamie has no Shaman Wall. Nikki actually used his vigilance there as well. So this is a nightmare. Iron Bark coming out, trying to preemptively avoid some of that damage. The bash going out onto Pride, though. He's going to trinket that up right away. Doesn't want to be caught in that bash. Needs to spam out that feint. The next setup onto Jamie, though. I think this could be the game if they get it. They do this setup properly right now. This RMD needs to get this off. This is their moment. I mean, no one has any defensive cooldown, so if they can set this up right. But this Turbo Cleave Bleach Dome doing an excellent job keeping Pride a little bit defensive at the moment, down to 50% HP, and I mean Looney is just completely tapped still, not able to get that drink. The full Stormbolt going out onto Talby, and it looks like they've stalled out the game long enough where Shaman Wall's back up. I mean, Looney has a trinket, Jamie has a trinket, and that's exactly what they need to do. Force the RMD defensive so they can't get those setups out, and now they're in a position where they have a lot of cooldowns to deal with this offensive onslaught of the RMD.
And even though they get the blind off, followed by the kidney onto Looney, look at this, the triple CC coming out right now. The ring followed by the ring as Looney, it looks like they are going to go onto Looney knowing he has no mana, but he's going to be able to get out of there. It looks like now they might give chase. No, it looks like they're going to give up on that as they do clone Jamie up, and it looks like he's going to be taking a bunch of damage right now. That killing spree comes out. Let's see if they can score a kill on this. The Shaman Wall has been used, so he's down to about 30% health with that Shaman Wall up, but Looney is completely tapped on mana.
Yeah, Looney went for a drink there and let Jamie get a little bit low, threw out that Iron Bark to sort of play catch up, but now he has no cooldowns left. They have nothing left. Jamie has his trinket. He's going to have to get out of that kidney shot. Try his best to kite, but this could be the game. Looney caught into that full sheep. Jamie all by himself, but Pry caught into that Stormbolt. Well done by Nikki trying to prevent some of that damage, but Jamie getting dangerously low. The full clone onto Looney. Jamie still at 20% HP, trying his best to kite, trying to get away, throw out those heals himself, and it looks like he might live, but the DR sheep coming out onto Looney. Jamie still all by himself. Pry a little bit low. Talby blinking in. He wants to get some of that CC out and keep his team aggressive, but it looks like Looney and Jamie and Nikki are going to be able to survive for now. The Ironbark going out onto Pry as he is taking a little bit of damage from this turbo. Raikou doing an excellent job CCing up Nikki, trying to prevent some of that damage, but that's the deep sheep coming out onto Looney, the kidney shot onto Jamie. They weren't able to get it though, so no follow-up CC is going to be available. Jamie going to get that Ironbark from Looney, and he's going to be fine for now.
Yeah, he's got his Shamanistic Rage up again now, so he actually should be just fine for the meantime here. I have no idea how Jamie is still alive. He's lived through so many things that should have killed him at this point. Bleachbone's doing an amazing job staying alive through this at 39% dampening. Now Prey caught into that stun, and Prey's gonna go down!
Unbelievable. This RMD was on the offense all game. Turbo did an excellent job surviving, and that's exactly what they need to do so they can get the pressure on a Pry. It's going to take that much dampening for them to actually get a kill if this RMD isn't making mistakes. And honestly, hats off to them for surviving as long as they did.
No, that was great. What an amazing match to start out this series. Of course, in the Grand Arena down, which means we are going to go into the map pick round at this point. So we're going to have to wait and see what map they pick. What do you think they're going to choose?
I think something like Dalaran Sewers. A lot of the time, for the RMD?
Yep.
Yeah, the RMD is going to be choosing. Dalaran Sewers is what they don't want. That's like the Turbo Haven. So I think they're going to end up choosing a big map more than likely. So something like Tolvaron, kind of similar to Nagrand. I mean, the game went pretty well. I mean, for that RMD, they did a good job, but it was just hard for them to really score a kill and capitalize when they had no defensive cooldowns because they just did such a good job waiting and saving them.
Yeah, honestly, that was so close the entire time that you can't really say that Solari Gaming really did anything wrong there. Like, there were so many situations where they should have had that kill. Like, Jamie should have died 10 times over the course of that fight, just somehow staying alive, even like running in Ghost Wolf, kiting around pillars, just doing absolutely everything he had available to him to be able to stay alive. Honestly, I have chills watching that game. That was so good.
Yeah, what's interesting to note is that that even happened towards the beginning of the match too. It wasn't like the RMD was like setting up for the long game and they didn't really put any offensive pushes out. There were many times when Jamie almost died right out of the gate.
And one of the things we talked about this Turbo needing to do is throwing out sort of defensive cooldowns preemptively, and they did such a good job. One of the things we didn't see at the North American Regionals really was that vigilance, and that's one of the key differences is even just in the opener, typically RMD against Turbo instantly forces Shamwall, but the way they play it, they just vigilance him at 100% HP, and he's going to be taking 30% less damage right away, and they can sort of save the Druid's Trinket and save the Shaman's Rage. So just using vigilance, they prevent so much.
Yeah, he didn't actually have to use Shamanistic Rage until like 2 minutes into that match was the first time that he actually had to use it. That's a huge deal. Like, that's such a big, important cooldown for the Enhancement Shaman there. So, again, Solari Gaming, they did an amazing job. They played that extremely well. It just felt like Bleachbones, they just always had that one ace up their sleeve, like just in the back pocket, ready for it. It was like, actually, you should kill us right now, but nah, we're just going to go ahead and stay alive through this.
And Looney was actually almost, how long was he for during that game? It seemed like forever. He was keeping his team up somehow with no mana.
Both Druids were, though. At one point, both Druids were completely dry, and then we saw Talby get that great drink off, and it seemed like both the offensive members of both teams were just keeping an eye out just to make sure that the Druid has to push up and toss out those last few heals before they go and try and get the drink. And luckily, Talby was able to get a drink because his team was in trouble at that point.
Yeah, and that drink should have meant that Solari Gaming won.
Yeah.
Like, that should have been, Talby's got full or half mana now. They're fine. That should have resulted in a win for them. It was amazing that it didn't. Like, somehow or another, Looney just, with no mana, still casting healing spells. Like, how does that even work? Like, he was just keeping them alive for so long. And just honestly, there was a lot of off healing coming out of Jamie there as well, just making sure no matter what that he stayed alive. He kiting behind the pillar, tossing a couple of heals on himself, even super late into dampening. It's healing for like 5k at that point, but that's 5,000 more health than he had before he cast it. So
yeah, and that's one of the benefits of having a hybrid like an Enhancement Shaman on your team is he's going to be able to provide the Druid with a little bit of additional healing to keep himself up, because that's what he has to do. He's just, I mean, their team is on the back foot the whole game fighting against this RMD, and what happened happens is later and later in the game, Talby has to focus more and more on healing, and he's not able to get up the follow-up CC with the clones. His HOTS are getting purged off by the enhancement shaman, and that just becomes so much more effective at like 50% dampening, 40% dampening, where your heals already don't do too much.
Yeah. So as we did talk about before, we are going to have, we are expecting a larger map, and we actually can confirm now that the map is going to be Tolvaron Arena. So. Yeah. Really just kind of an obvious choice, I think, in this matchup. They want to have those big pillars, those wide spread out spaces. Makes it a little bit harder for Jamie to actually get away in those situations. There were so many times that he died, or he should have died, but he didn't just because he was able to get out of line of sight behind a pillar. That's going to be a lot harder for him to actually do on Tolvaron. I was wondering maybe if they were going to switch up their composition a little bit, but no, it's sounding like they are actually going to stick with the RMD and the Turbo Cleave. So, honestly, I think this is really going to swing in Solari Gaming's favor. On this map, the amount of times that they should have had a kill on Nagrand, it's going to be that much easier for them to actually finish that off on Tolvaron. So I think Solari should feel pretty confident coming into this second game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tolvaron, an excellent choice. Like I was saying, I mean, it's the most similar to Nagrand Arena, I feel like. Tolvaron, Nagrand Arena, very, very similar. And last game went very, very well for Solari Gaming Red. So if they can mirror that kind of on this map, they had a lot of opportunities to kill. They just didn't quite execute. And if Looney, Jamie, and Nikki don't play as well as they did the game before, then it could be all over for them.
Yeah, and Tolvaron, like we said, a very, very large map. So a lot of those times when Jamie was able to get away, just like you were saying, there were so many times that he just barely made it out of line of sight. And we saw Raikou doing a great job of really playing those triangles to make sure that every time that Jamie pokes his head out on the other side, he's ready for that CC, ready to catch Looney, trying to put himself into position. But man, hats off to Looney all throughout that entire last match. Preemptive bear form over and over and over and over, which let Jamie stay alive.
Yep, so this game is just now getting underway. We will be getting it up here on the screen for you guys very, very shortly. This is going to be game 2 between Bleach Bones and Solari Red. The gates have now opened, so if we can get the game up, that would be amazing. Both teams at the moment, though, are just sort of playing defensively. They're just sort of hanging back, so we're not missing too much just yet. Is Jamie actually dropping a healing rain there, but there's the sap coming out onto Jamie, probably just trying to bait Looney out. He does actually drop into the bear form there. And there's the sap onto Looney. Now's when they're going to go for the opener, the full kidney shot onto Jamie. Are they going to be able to pull out any cooldowns here? That's really what they're aiming for, is getting as many cooldowns as they can. The deep freeze now onto Looney. Do they have the follow-up onto it? The blind actually coming out on him. He's going to trinket that blind right away. The sheep actually going onto Nikki there. That's a little bit interesting. I would have expected that onto Looney, but there actually looks like they're just trying to diffuse Nikki's actually offensive pressure because he did have his recklessness active for a little while.
Nixie actually did an excellent job diffusing the opener there. Didn't get tricked out by the first sap onto Jamie, and he's able to blade storm right away. And the reason he does that is to prevent any sort of incoming crowd control, so he can get out that early storm bolt and the early fear, which is what they need to do against this RMD to sort of diffuse the opener. And Looney trinketing that blind, kind of exactly what you want to do. You want to line your trinket up with the blind. It is a 2-minute cooldown. If you get caught without a trinket and blind is up, that's when you get caught in the really long CC chains. If like a deep sheep lands and then it's followed by a blind, that's a really scary moment. So just trading that trinket for blind, not a bad decision at all. The Strom Rage coming out for this full kidney shot onto Jamie. He should be able to survive this with the bash on Nixie. Very well done cross CC, but Looney not actually put in anything right now. Should be able to keep up Jamie, who has that Strom wall up for a little bit longer.
And it looks like they are going to try to chase at Jamie a little bit, but they definitely don't want to get behind that gigantic pillar, as it seems like the whole team of Solari Red is just pulling way, way far behind. And look at the team of Bleach Bones just go on the offensive all of a sudden, as it looks like a cheap shot on to Nikki right there, who's already in defensive at that point, just preemptively knowing that he might be the target as they swap. But looks like Jamie is just going to take tons of damage throughout this entire match, just like in the last matchup.
Yeah, but at the same time, they've been putting a whole lot of damage into Prey, who's not really in any real danger at the moment. But it's interesting that they're continuing to focus on him. He's actually getting kind of low at the moment, may end up forcing out some sort of cooldown there, but no, a couple of big heals come out from Talby. It looked like he was trying to get a Cyclone out there, but now the Fear coming out, that intimidating shout from the Warrior. Now the Hex onto Prey. The Hex does get dispelled, but he's still going to take a lot of damage coming out of that. And now with the full kidney shot onto Jamie, they may be trying to turn it around. There's a full stun onto Talby, but the full polymorph coming out onto Nixie. He's going to go ahead and trinket that. The deep freeze into the Ring of Frost on Looney. Jamie could be in some trouble here, but the damage just isn't happening. They're not actually punishing him for being able to get his healer caught into that CC chain.
Yeah, before the CC actually went out, Looney was able to throw up some hots, and Jamie was able to get that Shawn wall right away. Talby actually getting pressure down a little bit, has to displace away and throw out those regrowths on himself. Immediately onto Pry with that full bash. He does have his trinket if he needs it, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage here. Jamie getting spam polymorphed by Raikou. Raikou doing an excellent job playing that mage, throwing out those polymorphs onto Jamie and Nixie as much as possible. Pry's still low. He has that red buff up, and this is the full kidney shot onto Jamie. Vigilance, though, coming out from Nixie, going to be taking 30% less damage from that, and I think he should be completely fine with the way he's kiting and that defensive cooldown.
Yeah, I really like that vigilance. We talk about it over and over because of how important it is. Every time he sees the setup coming, he's just tossing that vigilance out because it just lets him close that gap between the time when he next has his Shamanistic Rage up.
Yeah, and Looney has so many, like, Bleach Bones has almost all of their defensive cooldowns up now. The Shamanistic Rage is active. All of Looney's defenses are active there. He's just now using that Bark Skin just because it's on a short cooldown, might as well, actually trying to preempt that Deep Freeze coming out. He does get caught into Deep Freeze Ring of Frost. I'm actually really curious about one play they keep making, which is to put Looney in the Ring of Frost and actually use the Sheep onto Nixie. I believe they're just trying to prevent that vigilance that you were talking about a second ago. Now the blind comes out into Looney. He trinkets that right away. Great job of him keeping that trinket available for that blind, making sure that every time there's that little burst of extra CC, he has that trinket available to be able to work through it. That said, they're now completely out of defensive cooldowns. This could be an opportunity for Solari Red to move in.
Yeah, they finally worked through that Iron Bark and trinket coming out from Looney. Jamie doesn't have his trinket for almost a minute, as well as no Shawn wall. Nixie obviously doesn't have that vigilance. It's a very long cooldown, but Pry taking a lot of damage. The full kidney shot though onto Jamie. Here comes the Deep Freeze. I don't think he has Ring of Frost, so there's going to be no follow-up. Well done by Looney. Oh, except the full clone comes in from Talby. Jamie could die here. So dangerous. Rallying Cry comes out, down to 10% HP. Looney out of CC, but Jamie's going to die, and Solari Red's going to tie up the series 1-1.
He had the Iron Bark available. He just was not able to get there in time.
So what led to that defeat right there was we saw Looney push up to try to get a bash onto Talby. He got the bash out, but immediately Raikou was back and ready to defend. He was ready to toss that CC out, punish Looney for pushing up.
Yeah, so that does mean that this series is now tied 1-1. But that said, it means that it's now Bleach Bones' map pick. They are going to be able to choose the map, which we were saying earlier, we would probably expect something like Dalaran Sewers, where it's that's just such a great map for Turbo Cleave. I would fully expect that. However, they will have the opportunity to counter comp if for some reason Solari Red decides they want to mix it up. And honestly, what do you guys think? Would that be a good choice going into Dalaran Sewers as RMD versus this Turbo Cleave, knowing that they won on Nagrand, a map that really the RMD probably should have won at some point because there were so many situations where Jamie was so low? Do you think at this point maybe they want to try something else? They want to, do they have, I believe they may actually have a God comp available. I'm not actually sure off the top of my head what other comps Solari Red has available, but do you guys think that they would want to mix that up?
Well, the thing is with RMD is you can punish any mistake from that Turbo Cleave, like we said going into this, and that's what happened in that last matchup right there. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different times that, Jamie, let's say he went one side of the pillar versus, Looney going the other, dead. Or Looney pushes up and tries to get CC on himself and just gets caught in the chain. Jamie is dead. Now with Dalaran Sewers, he's not going to have very many places that he can run. I don't know. It's going to be a tough decision for that team.
Yeah, one thing that's really important for Solari Red to do in this matchup is they need to make sure when this Turbo is using cooldowns preemptively, like Vigilance and Iron Bark and Shawn Wall, that they're not using their damage into that. Like the mage needs to be saving his Comet Storms, his Ice Novas, his Frozen Orb, and if they can bait out those defensive cooldowns without using their burst, that's when they can really capitalize on the team not having anything left. If they're not actually using the damage into the burst, then they kind of almost waste it in a way.
Now, what do you think about, one thing to note is that the Rogue was actually playing Shadow Reflection, something we didn't see at all in the North American regionals, but there was a couple times I saw Looney just running away and the Shadow Reflection was just chasing him the whole time. What do you think the tactical choice between Death from Above?
Well, I think as combat, that's the biggest difference is playing subtlety and combat. Subtlety, a lot of the time you'll play DFA, gives you a little bit more mobility and it kind of complements your burst a little bit better. But as combat, using that Shadow Reflection usually is the preferred choice.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if they can work this out here. We have now found out that they are going to be going to Dalaran Sewers. We were completely expecting that. It makes a whole lot of sense for Bleachbones to choose that map. It is going to be the same compositions though, so we're going to once again see that Rogue Mage Druid versus that Turbo Cleave, which is the Enhancement Shaman, the Arms Warrior, and the Druid Healer. We will be getting into this match here very, very shortly. It is just now starting to spin up. This is going to be game point between these two teams. This is a big deal. Whichever team wins this match is going to have such a strong advantage to actually make it through their group stage and move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams on the verge of either going up, like you said, or going down into that loser's bracket. These best of threes are so quick. A lot on the line for both these teams, but they played very well, both teams. Finally, the RMD was able to capitalize on some of the mistakes coming out from Bleachbones. But on a map like this, it can be very, very scary. The reason it's so strong for Turbo Cleave is because they're going to be able to use those boxes whenever they want. And if they go aggressive on a Raikou or go aggressive on a Tabi or Pry, they can also use those boxes to line of sight some of that incoming damage and crowd control.
Yeah, just to expand on that a little bit, a lot of the times that we saw Jamie living on the Grand Arena that first match in times where he should have died was because he was able to get out of line of sight. And as you were saying, there's so much more opportunity for him to do that here. So here we go. The gates are now opening. These teams are moving into the Dalaran Sewers. This is going to be the deciding game between Bleachbones and Solari Red.
As you can see, they're going to set up right behind the boxes like we see, and the same start over and over. We see that sap come out onto Jamie, and Looney immediately going into bear form, as he did get sapped last time at the beginning of last match. As you can see, the team of Solari Red just creeping up, trying to get so close to the enemy team.
Yeah, and there is the full sap onto Looney right away. The kidney shot going out onto Jamie. No vigilance coming out just yet. He has no defensive cooldowns up. Going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Nixie trying to do everything he can to sort of defuse this opener, but Jamie's going to have to use that Shawl Maul right away. The full clone now going out of Looney. Jamie could still be in a lot of trouble using that Ascendance, trying to counter pressure them as much as he can, but it might be too little too late, and Jamie could go down here, down to like 1% HP. The rallying cry comes out, catches a huge heal from Looney, and he's able to survive, but they've used so many defensive cooldowns.
Yeah, he's alive, but at what cost? And the cost in this case is literally every single defensive cooldown. That was the last one right there. Jamie's trinket being used to get out of that kidney shot. Bleachbones is on the ropes at this point. He could be going down right here. The blind comes out onto Looney. He does not have his trinket available. There are no defensive cooldowns. The Nature's Guardian Brock's on Jamie. Somehow he's still alive, and the Vigilance coming out as well. Can he live long enough for Looney to get a couple of heals off? He's actually tossing healing surges on himself. Looney actually using dash to get over there and be able to toss some heals. I cannot believe it. Jamie is still alive.
Once again, that vigilance coming in clutch from Nixie onto Jamie, somehow keeping him up through that full blind. He just had that Shawn Wall available and up and ready to go when he needs it. Going to pop it immediately there when he gets kidney shot. And this is another example where I don't think the RMD should be using their burst on Jamie when he preemptively uses that cooldown. They can save it, and then for the next chain, they'll have everything up and ready to go. But Solari Red looking so good in this third game, just having Bleachbones on the defensive almost entirely.
Yeah, but the thing is, with the amount of defensive cooldowns that they have to push through, they're going to have to use something to get that vigilance down, to get the shamanistic rage down. They can't just capitalize on Jamie maybe being out of position, because he's just playing so well during these matches.
Yeah, honestly, I am so impressed with the way that Bleachbones is playing this. They are just taking Solari Red apart, living through situations where they really shouldn't. Now, there's the deep freeze going on to Looney. He is in that bear form. He's going to get caught into that deep freeze, though. Jamie coming out of that kidney shot could be in some trouble here, actually with a cheap shot as well. Trying to get a healing surge onto himself. He's going to have to try and keep kiting here, though. Actually gets caught in that Ring of Frost for a second. The backs comes out onto Looney, and that's going to be it. Jamie is going to go down. Solari Red crawling their way back into this match and claiming this victory here against Bleachbones.
Yeah, as soon as it's red, it's dead. Pry coming in with that red buff killing spree, finishing off Jamie there. He had that no Shawn Wall in response, and Solari Red going to be taking this series 2-1, despite, I believe they lost the first game, right? So another one of these games where losing the first game, able to keep a level head and come back into it.
Yeah, it's actually really surprising to see these situations where you lose the first match. Like, it's such a strong advantage to win that first map, but these teams, I don't know if they're just trying to find their mojo or what. Like, they're just coming back from impossible odds and scoring these victories. That was extremely well played by Solari Red. I honestly thought that Bleachbones had that one in the bag. Maybe they did as well. Maybe they got a little bit overconfident, saying, it's Dalaran, we're going to be totally fine. But regardless of what it was, end result is that our victors are Solari Gaming Red, and they will be advancing along in their group. Of course, both teams will advance along. Nobody's been eliminated just yet. but that does definitely mean that Solari Red has a very big advantage at this point.
They do. What an exciting match. This is our only second match of the day. Of course, Rewiking versus Three Languages was could have been a close upset. You know, Three Languages coming out strong for the first match on the stage, but Bleach Bones versus Solari Gaming Red. What an exciting match to follow up.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see a little bit of disappointment there going to the losers bracket, but like we said, they still have an opportunity to move forward and still make it to that top four, which is what all these teams want to do. And yeah, we'll have to see how they can do in the rest of the tournament.
Yep. So we will be getting an interview here very, very shortly, and actually it sounds like it is actually ready. So we're going to head down to the stage where Anna has a winner interview ready for us.
Hi guys, thank you very much. I'm here with Healing Stat from Solari Gaming Red. You must be feeling pretty good right now after that third game.
Yeah, relieved. We came into this thinking this was going to be one of our easiest series of the day. It did not turn out like that. These guys played really well.
Yeah, let's revisit that game one, because the casters were saying that it gave them chills. Jamie was staying alive through situations where they thought he really shouldn't. How did that feel from your perspective?
That Shaman is a live lord. I couldn't believe it. Like, he was so lucky the first game. We thought we had the kill at least 2 times. He was on sub 10% and he just survived. Like, I don't know if it's skill at that point or if it's a bit of luck, but we're just relieved we won.
Well, there was a little bit of talk about how Bleach Bones may have an advantage having a lot of experience on stage before. How did you make sure that your nerves stayed solid as you went into game 2 and game 3? Because we saw you keep that pressure and that momentum, and you did ultimately win the series. So how did you guys kind of reset?
Well, we came into this series pretty confident. We haven't actually lost to their team on the ladder before, so this is our first loss against them on stage. And I think we felt pretty comfortable. We stayed calm. They didn't really have too much kill pressure during the games, so that helped as well. If they were constantly getting us low, then maybe we would have unnerved a little bit. But I feel like we played well in the games. We kept a level head. It was only Raiku's first turn on the stage, and he dealt with it brilliantly.
Yeah, you guys mentioned that you haven't had a lot of time to practice before this as a team, but if you do win, then it's going to feel really good as you move forward toward BlizzCon. How did this feel being up on stage, and do you feel confident for the rest of the tournament?
We feel really good to be here. I think now that we've got our first stage game out the gateway, we should be in really good shape to get through our group and then get on to BlizzCon.
Well, awesome. Congratulations on this match, and good luck as we move forward in the tournament. Guys, we're going to have more World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon coming right up. Remember, you can stay in touch with us on social media by using the hashtag RTB2015 and hashtag WowEsports. We will see you in just a moment.
Positioning of each of the players in an arena is important, as different spells and abilities have different ranges, and most require a clear line of sight to their target. You'll often notice players retreating to defensive positions near pillars or other obstacles in the arena. This allows them to break line of sight from enemy casters and pull enemy melee characters into positions where they may be out of line of sight from their healers or other team members. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the arena forums.
Welcome back, friends. I'm so excited to welcome you here live from Prague in the Czech Republic to the World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon, and it has been magical so far. We've had a great 2 first matches, and the action doesn't stop there. We're going to go right into the next match. Don't forget, you can tell us what you thought of those previous matches and who you're predicting to win for the next one by using the hashtag RTB2015 and hashtag WowEsports. Now, I, of course, am standing here on stage with Reawakened 1 and Solari Gaming Yellow. I'm excited to learn more about them. Casters, take us into the match.
Thanks so much, Anna. Once again, we are back here at the O2 Arena in Prague, Czech Republic. We've seen some amazing matches so far. This next one is looking like it's going to be pretty amazing as well.
It is Reawakened versus Solari Gaming Yellow. Of course, we did see Reawakened 1 on stage earlier that barely survived against the team of 3 languages. So it'll be interesting to see how they can handle this team of Solari Gaming Yellow.
Yeah, all the games in this tournament so far have been incredibly close. And one of the things I kind of discovered after talking to a lot of the players is no one is 100% confident. Everyone thinks they can lose. All 8 teams here are incredibly good, and basically no one's a free win. So these games, really anything can happen.
Yeah, and of course, like you said, we did see Reawakened 1 earlier facing off and actually winning that first series that we watched earlier on today. Solari Gaming Yellow has actually come here just from getting a 2-0 victory against Solari Gaming Black. So kind of having to knock down one of their sister teams just to be able to make it here. We have not seen them playing on stage just yet, but it's going to be really interesting to see how this actually works out, just because we haven't seen them yet, and they're going up against a team that we know is super solid. I'm excited for this match, but I just don't know what to expect out of Solari Gaming Yellow.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure either. I think, after doing some research, that we're going to see them either playing like a Jungle Cleave, that Feral Hunter Shaman, or something like FLS, the Feral Lock Shaman. So both very strong comps. But they're going up against one of the best teams in the tournament, and this team happens to play Holy Pele God comp as well as RMD, which are pretty good.
It's going to be a tough choice. Both of those comps they're not as well-rounded against, when you're trying to pick if the enemy team is going to play God comp or RMD. It's just so tough to pick between those two.
Yeah, because either comp, like FLS does generally pretty well. If I'm not mistaken, it does pretty well against RMD on the grand scheme of things. And then the other composition, the Jungle Cleave, can do fairly well against God comp, but it's kind of a coin flip. Like, do we, especially in this first match when it's blind pick, like, do we pick one comp and hope that they pick the comp that we're going to go up against? This is going to be a lot of those mind games we were talking about earlier, where they don't necessarily know what they're going up against. Neither team knows what they're going up against. So they're just kind of guessing, like, which comp should we actually go with in this first game.
I think overall, RMD is probably the most solid comp that they can run in terms of what it can beat. It has the most solid chance against the most comps. So I think choosing something like that could be like a very solid first pick for them.
Oh yeah, definitely. I actually expect that they'll start with the RMD, especially when it's between those two comps, the FLS and the Jungle Cleave. However, we don't know if they have something else special, just waiting for the stage play.
Yep, so we do have a video to show you guys that's going to give a little bit more introduction to the team Reawaken. We did see them play earlier, but let's go ahead and check out this video and hear it directly from the players themselves.
Individually, we're really good players, one of the best players in the world. My name is Min Poike and I play for Reawaken 1. Our team's history is that we have 2 second placements at BlizzCon, so we're really hungry for the win this time, obviously. What is necessary from us to qualify for BlizzCon? Well, it's simply that we bring our A game. Because if we bring our A game, we shouldn't lose to anyone. That's just how it is. We practiced a lot online before, obviously. It was an online qualifier before getting here. And then it turns into more. It's not just a hobby anymore. It's more of a work thing, and obviously it's fun to play, but you also do it for the money. I would probably say that we have a lot of experience, a lot of LAN experience. Weaknesses. We have one teenager that is 16 years old. He's never been to a LAN before. So that could be our weakness. It's obviously about honor and stuff like that. So we've been practicing for nearly 2 months now, almost every day, between 4 to 6 hours, I would say. So we have a lot of practice.
So that is Team Reawakened 1. Like we said, we did see them earlier today playing in the very first match that we showed off earlier. They played incredibly well. They were actually down 1 game in their first match that they were playing against Team 3 Languages 1 Team. But they were able to come back 2-0 and actually close out that series and take the win. So these guys, they know what they're doing. They've been to BlizzCon a lot. They've been to a lot of events like this. They really know how to actually play against basically anything in this tournament situation.
Yeah, and it's interesting to hear Minpoke say that although it's fun, they practice so much that it almost feels like a job to them. They play a lot. They obviously take this game very, very seriously, and as they should. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line and the chance to go to BlizzCon and win even more money. So, yeah. And also, like you mentioned, honor on the line as well.
Yeah, definitely the honor, because you know that he has to defend his title as a fierce competitor on these stages. Like, it's such a big deal, you know, knowing that you might be favored in terms of how calm you can be on stage. You know, you might not get thrown off. Like, I mean, they did get that one loss against 3 languages, so I don't know. Maybe it'll play well against Solari Gaming Yellow, and it might not. Again, they have to pick that one comp that can face against the Feralock Shaman or that Jungle Cleave.
Like we were saying, Reawaken, they were down 0-1 in the first series they played, and they said they were a little bit caught off guard, did the wrong strategy, but they were able to adjust and pull off the 2 wins, and now they're in the upper bracket playing against Solari Gaming Yellow. And one thing to note is that the winner of this matchup will move into the top 4 bracket, so a lot on the line.
Yeah, and just looking at who is up there on stage, we do see Zuniaki up there. So it does look like they will be going with that Holy Paladin God comp and not the RMD, which is going to be an interesting choice to see how they can face off against Solari Gaming Yellow. I believe we do have a video to introduce Solari Gaming Yellow, so let's go ahead and check that out.
The way how we came here was like we all had a break and we thought that we could make it to regionals together, so we came back to the game and just tried to qualify, and we made it at the second qualifier. It would be really nice to qualify for BlizzCon. That's our main goal, but we will try our best to reach that goal, but we will not be that disappointed if we will not make it. We have to win Shatter Play to get second in our group, and then we have to face RMD. That will be the hardest game. We faced every opponent or every team which qualified on ladder, and I guess we won every team at least once. I think it's a great opportunity to play in front of so many people, and I think you can give your best and you get even better if you play in front of so many people and you try to be the best team and show what you can do and how good you are at your class.
And that, of course, is Solari Gaming Yellow, one of the more versatile teams. Well, maybe not versatile is the wrong word, but one of the more interesting teams we're seeing here because they do like to use that Feral Druid. There's a lot of great compositions for Feral Druid, and we know that 2 of them they really like to play, that Jungle Cleave, which has the Hunter and usually the Shaman Healer, as well as the Feral Lock Shaman, which has become so popular in the last couple of PvP seasons. So it's going to be interesting to see which of those 2 they go with, but the Feral Druid really sort of starring in the central role in both of those compositions.
Yeah, they must have a lot of confidence in their Feral Druid because it is a very tough spec to play once you hit that tournament level, because you know that there's always that opportunity once your 2 survival instincts are down that they can switch to you and kill you in a stun, no problem.
Yeah, you have to be very careful because even with survival instincts up, if you don't have a trinket to get out of stuns, you can get caught in a position where you just explode instantly, especially against a comp like God comp where you're going to get disarmed into Hodge. So very long CC chains going to be coming out from this God comp, and it's going to be up to this Feral to make sure he's either in bear or in a position where his healer can get a lot of healing onto him.
Yep, just introducing these guys real quick. That will be Feywin playing the Feral Druid. And Zam on the Shaman, and then we're going to see either the Warlock or the Hunter, depending on which composition they end up going with. So that's the little swap that they'll make there. But again, very, very interesting and the 2 comps actually play fairly differently as well between the 2. Jungle Cleave tends to want to be super aggressive and try to get that kill inside of a burst window, whereas the Feral Lock Shaman, they have a lot more rot damage available to them. So obviously they still want to get kills inside of burst windows. Everybody wants to get kills inside of burst windows, but they will have a lot more of that constant pressure that they're able to keep going.
Yeah, it's like an opposite playstyle, like you said. Instead of doing like sort of the rot pressure, they just go in for that single target kill. So it's going to to be up to him to sort of change his mindset and make sure he's in the right mindset, as we do see that he's going to be playing that jungle cleave, it looks like. So we're going to be looking to see a lot of CC coming out of Sukin, Fewer, and Waffle Eye. And yeah, we'll see if they can make something happen against Reawaken.
Kind of excited seeing a hunter show his face on the stage. You know, we had a couple hunters play in the North American regionals, so we saw some hunter play there. You know, the feral hunter combo they can do such a great job, and it does look like that he is going to be playing survival also, which is great to see. I know a lot of the hunters have been switching back and forth a lot between BM and survival throughout this expansion, but it seems like survival just kind of hit its stride, you know, once it kind of grew into the gear this season.
Yep, so the gates are just about to open here, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. This first game between Reawaken 1 and Solari Yellow. I believe the winner of this match will automatically graduate from their... actually, I believe it's just if Reawaken wins this, then they're good to go through their group. But we'll have to see how this actually plays out here. Zuniaki already taking a little bit of damage there, caught in that stun for just a second. The Wyvern Sting coming out onto Min Poike. Zuni actually taking a lot of damage. He's going to go ahead and get jumped out of there, no problem. He's just trying to get away. And actually catches the execution sentence. He actually goes right back in there though, just trying to keep up his spread pressure and maybe trying to make some damage happen here, as No Lifer and Feywin have both popped their offensive cooldowns. Nice Fist of Justice onto Feywin, shutting down at least a little bit of that Berserk.
Yeah, they're turning around and going offensive with the Disarm on a few, and so really diffusing those offensive cooldowns. Like you said, the Incarnation and the Berserk have been popped by him, but he's just completely on the back foot. Finally, the Nature's Vigil coming in, so a little bit of his damage is going to be converted into healing on himself. Min Poike taking a lot of damage, though, down to 50% HP. He still has all his defensive cooldowns to work through. Save by the light proc. You might have to use his bubble here. Caught into the main. Bubbling at 10% HP. Min Poike, very, very scary for him, but he still is going to have that Trinket, Stone Form, and some bops available for himself when he needs it.
All right, as you see, Min Poike is going to get back into position just a little bit, tossing out those heals. Needs to keep his team offensive because they are going to set up a little bit of CC onto to Waffle right there, as it looks like every time that the Horror is off cooldown, Zuniaki is just tossing it out onto the Feral Druid over and over.
And there's the first Spirit Link coming out from Waffle, as Feywin was looking like he may have been in a little bit of trouble there. He does still have both of his survival instincts available, so he's hanging out of those as long as he possibly can. Now trying to get that Cyclone out, but was not able to land it. At this point, Solari Yellow, it looks like they're just trying to do their best to slow down Reawaken and get an opportunity to maybe get back a couple of defensive cooldowns. They do have all of their trinkets unavailable at this point in time, so Solari Yellow probably doesn't want to get too much on the offensive just yet, especially as Waffle Eye is caught into that long polymorph at this point. Sukin actually now taking a little bit of damage, could be in some trouble here. He may have to pop a deterrence. He has both of them still available, but no, nice big heal comes out, and it looks like he's going to be just fine as they're now turning it around onto Min Poike.
Yeah, this God Comp is going to have one more opportunity, and here it is, the Disarm onto Fume with the Fear on Waffle Eye. If they can get the Deep Sheep, this could be a big trouble, but I think he actually, oh, there comes the full Hodge, the full Deep Sheep onto Waffle Eye. Fume in big trouble. He does not have any more survival instincts left. Waffle Eye out of that CC, needs to get heals out onto him. He looks like he might be okay. They're trying to counter pressure on him in Poike. He has that Avenging Wrath up right now, so his heals are going to be super strong, but the Crows come out, and Poike in a lot of trouble. Save of the light proc on him, has to Trinket out of that full bash, able to top himself off, but he really has no defensive cooldowns left. But the full Fear going out onto Waffle Eye. They're trying to set up onto Fewen, who is down to around 80% HP right now. Waffle Eye into the full Polymorph. Fewen has to do a good job of kiting right now. He is doing an excellent job avoiding those CCs onto him. He's able to get away, and he's going to survive that CC chain.
Yeah, that's impressive that they lived through that. That was a Spirit Link at really high health. You know, expecting the damage coming in was a great job by Waffle Eye. But look at this, Foon taking so much damage, having to Trinket. Also, he's down really low with Frost Jaw onto Waffle Eye right there, followed by the Poly. The CC chain is never ending. Human is going to go down.
Yeah, there was just too much damage coming out of Reawaken there. They'd managed to chew through, even though they'd had to use all of their defensive cooldowns, they'd chewed through every single one of Solari Yellow's defensives as well. And unfortunately for Solari Yellow, there just was not enough left. And that Feral Druid, they're so squishy once they're actually out of all those defensive cooldowns. If they can't get that healing out of them from their healer, they'll just go down. And that's exactly what we just saw there. Reawaken recognizing that, okay, we've got this. We just got to live a little bit longer, and we will get the kill as soon as we can put some damage into Feywin. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah. once they work down the cooldown from Feywin as well as the Shaman, I mean, every single time they go for a setup, they have cross CC on everyone. Double and triple fears coming out with the Deep Sheep onto the Shaman, disarm Hodge onto the Feral, and it makes it a nightmare to deal with. You have to sort of preemptively get into bear or run away like we were talking about, or you just have to use a trinket or you're dead.
And Reawakened was versatile enough to swap it onto the Hunter when they needed to also. And it kind of pushed him back a little bit, forced him to play a little defensive, because there was a couple scary moments there from Inpoike during that match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even though Feywin is the target of choice, if the Hunter ever decides to trinket something offensively and he's going a little bit too aggressive, they can just go on to him at any point with the amount of burst that a Shadow Priest and a Mage has. As long as they keep him still with that Hammer of Justice as well as that disarm, he's just going to take the damage.
Yep, so that will be the first game going to Reawakened 1 in this best of 3 series. Of course, if Reawakened wins this series, that will put them 2-0 in their group, which I'm pretty sure means that they are set to go and they will be graduating out of this group. So this is a very, very important next match for Reawakened to win. However, it will be Solari Gaming's map choice and counter comp opportunity as well. So we may see Solari Gaming do a little bit of a comp switch here. Based on what Reawakened decides to go into this next match with.
Yeah, they might have expected Reawakened to play that RMD, bust that out, and they got caught off a little off guard by this God comp, but now, like we said, they do have the opportunity to select exactly what they want, as well as the map, so anything could really go in this matchup. Unfortunately, though, even if they do win this match, Reawakened gets the comp and map advantage in Game 3.
Yeah, and that's why the Grand Arena match is so important. That double blind pick, you really have to work through those mind games to really pick the best comp against the enemy team. And it'll be interesting to see what Solari Gaming Yellow chooses for a map too, especially because they have those two comps that can play so differently from each other.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways that they could go here. If they do decide to, it's sort of about picking a map that you know that you can then predict what Reawakened is going to pick as their comp, and trying to not show your hand too hard, because if they go with, say if they want to go with the Jungle Cleave again, then obviously they would want to play that on a map like Ruins of Lordaeron. It's a great map for Jungle Cleave. But as soon as they pick as soon as they pick Ruins of Lordaeron, Reawakened will know, okay, they're probably going to want to play Jungle Cleave here over the Feral Lock Shaman. Maybe we need to play something else, and that can kind of diffuse that situation for them a little bit. So this is, again, those sort of mind games that come into this sort of counter-pick gameplay that we've got now in this series, where anything that they pick could end up being the wrong choice.
Yeah, and that's what happens in a format like this, but it looks like Reawakened is sitting very, very comfortably, probably going to end up running the exact same thing. I think God Comp and RMD, and that's one of the crazy things about the setups that these guys have, is both of them are very, very consistent against pretty much everything. So anything they run, they have a chance at winning, which is scary to fight them against, because even if you try to counter comp them, you can't really with a comp is so stable like God Comp and RMD.
Oh yeah, and especially if you can play those two comps at such a high level, that gives you an answer to almost anything possible, or at least a good shot at everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, just taking a peek behind us here, it actually looks like we may be seeing a player swap up on the stage, which could be really interesting to see where this goes from here. As we mentioned, Reawakened they look like they're just sticking with the same composition just from looking at the players on the screen. And I'm not actually sure if Solari is actually switching anybody out or not. Can't really tell. Excuse me, yes, they are. We just got a confirmation that they are actually switching out. So it looks like we will be seeing that Feral Lock Shaman.
Feral Lock Shaman against God Comp. I think, like we said, I mean, God Comp, very, very stable composition, has a chance against really anything. But if this FLS can drag the game on longer, it's going to be hard for this Paladin to really heal through those cooldowns. But once again, God Comp does have a lot of burst, a lot of setup, a lot of opportunities to land a kill. And if they do it correctly, I think it's going to be hard for this FLS to survive as long as they need to actually rot down this God Comp.
It definitely will. And, it's a lot of great players on the team of Reawakened, so Solari Gaming Yellow just knows they have to just get any little edge that they can, and hopefully that this comp swap is what they need.
Yeah. That being said, of course, talking about the rot damage, that's something that Feral Lock Shaman does have, but they do still have a lot of burst potential as well. In those situations where the Feral Druid pops Incarnation, they pop Berserk, and the Warlock, if they're playing Affliction, which I would expect to see them playing Affliction, they can get a couple of those big meaty haunts out. That can actually be a lot of damage in a hurry, even for a composition that you would generally expect to be focusing more on spread pressure and slowly whittling down their enemies over time. So I really like this choice. I think it makes a whole lot of sense. It's going to allow them to be a lot more versatile as the game sort of ebbs and flows, and if they can find that opportunity to say, okay, we've whittled through all of their cooldowns, right now is a great time for us to just go ahead, fire everything, see if we can score a kill right here. That could be something that works out really well for them in this match.
Yeah, and assuming we're right and Solari Gaming Yellow is running that FLS and Reawaken is going to be playing that God comp again, what map do you think Solari Gaming selected? I think something probably like Dalaran Sewers, so they can easily load everyone up with dots and keep that rot pressure up easily.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, they really need to be able to cast, constantly do damage to their target, especially with a map like Dalaran Sewers that the Feral Druid is going to pretty much be able to hit whoever he wants. Because, and then the Warlock only needs those split seconds of casting to get the dots out on everyone. So Dalaran Sewers is definitely a solid choice. Hopefully we will be seeing the Feral Lock Shaman. I mean, you never know. Could see some Hunter Lock Shaman. You know, we haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah.
Last year it was pretty popular leading up into BlizzCon. But it really just doesn't have the staying power as it used to.
Yeah. So we will be getting into this match as soon as possible. We're just giving, obviously they are making this change, which does require them to swap out a player on the stage. So it takes a little bit of time to get through all of that. But as soon as everything is all set and ready to go, we will be getting into this second match. This is a very important series for both teams. Obviously, like we said before, Reawaken, they want to be able to win this because that will put them 2-0 in their group, which makes them feel very, very confident. In fact, I believe that I'm trying to do all the math in my head at the moment.
Either one of these teams, whoever wins this team is moving into the top 4.
Okay,
so,
there we go.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a very, very important match for both of these teams. They want to make sure everything is 100% set as good as it possibly could be. And who can blame them? I mean, there's a lot on the line here today. They want everything the way they want it the way they want it. And so we will be moving on here soon. It sounds like our players are getting set, are finished now, getting set up. So we will be getting into this match here as soon as possible.
And this is an important match going into the top 4, especially because when you win your group, you have the higher seeds. You're going to be playing against the lower seed from Group B, for example. So this is very important. Like I can only assume that even if Reawaken loses this match, they do have a really good shot at coming out okay on the losers final for the group stage. But then that's going to put them, you know, maybe at a little bit of disadvantage going into the top 4, because the top 4, you really only need to win a couple maps and they're all set, and then you're going to BlizzCon.
Well, 3 of the 4 teams in the top 4 are going to be going to BlizzCon, so only one of them isn't going to make it out. And we'll have to see how it is. I think it moves into like a single elimination format, so if you lose a game, you're not getting first, you're not getting second, and then you can go down into the consolation to see who actually gets third and gets to go to BlizzCon.
Yeah.
All right, so it sounds like we are actually getting a couple of last little things squared away here. So we are going to go to a very short break here. We will be back in just a couple of minutes with Game 2 between Reawaken 1 and Solari Gaming Yellow. We'll see you in a minute.
Welcome back, friends. Thank you so much for your patience. We are here, of course, at the World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon. I'm happy to have you back and happy to be here. I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson. Remember that you can chat with all of us by using the hashtag RTB2015. But all of that aside, let's get right back into the matches. We actually have on stage already Solari Gaming Red and Solari Gaming Blue, and our casters will let you know what's up next.
Thanks so much, Anna. So yeah, there is an ongoing admin discussion about that previous match. So while that's going on, figure we'll just go ahead and jump into some other games. We've got Solari Gaming Red and Solari Gaming Blue up on stage. Of course, Solari Gaming Blue actually did end up defeating Reawakened. This is in the Group B. They did end up defeating Reawakened to go and face off against their sister team, Solari Gaming Red, who we saw play against Bleach Bones earlier. This is going to be an interesting match. I'm actually really excited for this one.
I am. You know, Solari Gaming Blue, most commonly known for running that LSC3 or the Turbo. So it's going to be a lot of different things that they can throw against the team of Solari Gaming Red.
Yeah, this is Solari Gaming Blue's first match on stage, and they're one of those teams that on the European ladder, they're the highest rated, I think. Joey Fernando's playing Warrior, of course, for them. Botar, Fabs, and Swapsy. And yeah, like I said, I think Joey Fernando has like 3 Warriors in the top 10 on the European ladder. So these guys are very well practiced with this composition, and a lot of teams in this tournament are scared of them. Yeah,
every single match that we've seen so far, every single team that we've seen play so far, there's at least someone on the team that has got a lot of like worldwide acclaim and is known throughout the arena community. But this team, every single one of these guys is known the world over. These are first-class, top-end players. I'm so excited to see how they actually match up here because these guys, they're just awesome players, and I love watching awesome players play this game, so works out.
That's what we're all here for.
Yeah, I heard this Warrior Enhance, followed by the healer, that Turbo Cleave that we talk about. I hear they played a little bit differently than other people, and it must be because they're at the top of the ladder. Like, they must have that one special move that no one else is expecting.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it is. That's one of the things we saw at the US regionals we've been talking about kind of all day is that Turbo Cleave actually was losing to all of the RMDs in the US, but the EU RMDs played a little bit differently, and so did the Turbo Cleaves. I think one thing we'll see out of Solari Gaming Blue is Joey Fernando probably going to be playing that Gnome, which is, I think, very important. It's very smart. 1 minute break on either a Root or a Frost Nova, and it's going to allow him to disrupt this RMD a little bit more and keep up the pressure and sort of shut them down.
Yep. So I believe we do actually have a video ready to go ahead and introduce Solari Gaming Blue. So let's check that out.
We had quite a bumpy ride to get here this year because we've had to swap our roster around quite a bit. We started out with just me, Babo Mage, and Ville. We were playing Shadowplay. But it became more apparent, especially when they brought in this 4-man roster, which is an interesting development, that we were going to have an RMD element because we couldn't beat everyone in Shadow. So since we had our roster changed, we've been practicing for less long than some of the other teams. Like, we haven't been a team for as long as they have perhaps, but ever since we came together before the first qualifier, we've been practicing intensely. So if we win, we feel like, if we win and get out of the EU regionals and go to BlizzCon, we feel like we got a really good shot at BlizzCon because we haven't practiced as much as some of the other teams, so we're essentially playing catch-up in that regard. We feel like the EU teams generally, the last couple of years, have been stronger than the US teams and the Korean teams as well. To qualify to BlizzCon means everything to us. Like, the reason we're here, none of us are here for 4th place. We all want to go to BlizzCon, go to America and see all the other teams and show why EU is better than US.
So that, of course, was Solari Gaming Red there. We did see them play earlier against Bleach Bones in a pretty amazing series. Bleach Bones actually looking like they were really playing strong in that game. But eventually Solari Gaming Red was actually able to close that one out, coming back with that 2-0 to be able to close out the series and take the victory. So these guys are not to be trifled with. They are extremely strong players. We saw some great play out of them in that series versus Bleach Bones. even though Solari Gaming Blue is a ton of really, really well-known players, they're not up against nothing here. These guys are pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Solari Gaming Red, like you said, in their first matchup, they already played against a Turbo Cleave, and they showed that they can win, and they have like the warm-up going into this game. That being said, at the same time, Solari Gaming Blue also probably got to watch those games, so they have a good idea of the strategy that they're going to be doing, and maybe see some things that they can improve on over Bleach Bones, and we'll have to see how this game goes.
Yeah, it's going to be rough for Solari Gaming Red having to play against 2 Turbo Cleaves back-to-back, and of course that first matchup being so close. I mean, they're going to come into it, and Solari Gaming Blue, might be the stronger Turbo Cleave out of the 2, so this is going to be a tough matchup for them.
Yeah, they do, of course, have the option to go with the Paladin God comp if they so choose. I believe they'll probably stick with the RMD, but they do have the option for the Paladin God comp if they maybe later in this series want to mix it up a little bit and try something else. But yeah, like in those matches that we saw earlier, them playing that RMD versus that Turbo Cleave, they were almost killing Jamie so often in that series, in that first game. Bleach Bones was able to eventually take the win there, and then in the next 2 matches, Solari Gaming Red was like, okay, no, we got this, we figured it out. We're going to go ahead and get these 2. The third game was actually super quick too. It was over in a hurry. So I feel like these guys, they know how to deal with a Turbo Cleave. They know what to do going into that. So if that's what Solari Gaming Blue is actually going with, then they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and Solari Gaming Red, I think one of the key things that actually made them win against the Turbo in the last series was they were a little bit more patient with their offense. Turbo, I think what they need to do is preemptively use cooldowns, but if the RMD sort of notices that and they save their damage, and they actually have that damage when the cooldowns fade, something like Vigilance, Shamanistic Wall, and the Iron Bark, they can wait out those cooldowns and still save their burst, then they can get a kill. And I mean, if Solari Gaming Blue sort of waits too long to use those cooldowns, we saw it in the last matchup against Bleach Bones versus Solari Gaming Red, they just fell way too behind, they had to play way too defensive, and they just never caught up and ended up losing.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a good idea to use your defenses really early, because they're going to come back up when you're expecting the next round of burst to come. So it should be an exciting match. Both these teams are excellent players.
Yep. So that, of course, will be Solari Gaming Red. But let's go ahead and find out a little bit more about who they're going to be going up against as Team Solari Gaming Blue.
Qualifying to BlizzCon will be pretty huge. I already attended to BlizzCon like some years ago, and I already won BlizzCon 2010 and got 4th place in 2011. And even my teammates got like already experience in tournaments, but we're confident we'll make it. I actually like playing on stage. As I said, like I already played in tournaments before, and having a crowd and a big stage is actually something that motivates me to play better and beat everyone, like I always do. I think we're like a really consistent team, and it's really hard for us to like make mistakes on stuff that we prepare on. But we're very strong players, and I think we'll do well.
All right, that is Solari Gaming Blue. These guys are veterans to the veteran degree. They have played this game for so long, done so well in tournament structure for so long. Botar, Fabs, Swapsy, Joey Fernandez, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they need to do in every given match. We were just talking about Solari Gaming Red. They know how to play. That's cool and all. So does Solari Gaming Blue. If I'm Solari Gaming Red right now, I'm actually a little bit nervous going up against my sister team here.
Yeah, and one of the things about this regionals that's kind of cool is these are teams and players we've seen constantly throughout the European regionals, throughout the years. Like Fabs was saying, he won BlizzCon back in 2010 and got 3rd place in 2012, I believe. And yeah, these guys, all of them have been to regional events, have been to BlizzCon before, so they're not going to be nervous going into this game. This is their first stage game, but I wouldn't expect them to really make any mistakes because of that.
Yeah, not at all. And you know, when after a while, if you've been to these events for so many years, like 4 or 5 years, it becomes natural to be on the stage. Like you can even be the first match of the day, and it's like, all right, let's get this over with and and just get ready for our next matches. So it seems like this team is extremely extremely ready for this.
Well, see, it's like Fab said. He said that he feeds off the energy of the crowd. You know, he likes being on stage. He likes having the pressure on, and it makes him and his team play better. And they said they're not going to be making mistakes. They've practiced a lot, and they feel like they're a very consistent team.
Yeah, and that's really the mark of the difference between a BlizzCon champion team and somebody who's just showing up and like hoping that they can win. Is that BlizzCon champion team, those are the guys that can get on that stage and they do feed off of that energy. They know that crowd's out there cheering them on, knowing that they say, okay, as soon as I'm on a stage in front of everybody, all the lights are on, I'm sitting in a different situation, it's all so unfamiliar and so on. That's what they say, okay, this is my time to shine. It's go time right now. That's what these guys are able to do, and that's why they've been so successful in the past.
Yep, and just getting ready for these teams. We're giving them the last few minutes because we had to rush them on stage to get you guys a great game going. So we're going to let them make sure they are all set. And again, we will be starting on the Grand Arena. Again, this year we have that 4-man roster, which you've been seeing in the videos. We've been seeing a little bit of swaps, you know, here and there so far in this tournament. Hasn't really been paying off for teams, I don't think, so far. It's really that main comp that people are bringing that's kind of scary for a lot of teams.
Yeah, for the most part, I mean, these teams have a comp. Most of these teams have multiple comps, but most of them have one that they're really familiar with and they're really confident in most situations. They have that fourth player kind of specialized in a way, you know, going to be using them against very specific matchups. But for the most part, these guys know what they want to run. They're going to be running the same compositions, I believe, and they'll be very confident going into this matchup.
Yeah, looks like the game is about to start again in a Grand Arena.
Now, do you think in a matchup like this, RMD against Turbo Cleave in the Grand Arena is favored for anyone?
So the big thing about Grand Arena is that it is generally considered to be super well balanced. I don't know that there is a strong favor either way, but I do kind of feel like the RMD might have a little bit more of an advantage here. That may just be because RMD is a generally strong comp, but we've generally seen RMD doing very well on this map versus other compositions. So looking at just pure statistics, I feel like it maybe favors the RMD a little bit, but again, that may not necessarily be the map so much as the composition.
I think we do have a slight issue with this queue, so going to be hopping out of this game and getting into the game very, very shortly for you guys. And yeah, I think you're right about Grand Arena. Like you said, it doesn't really favor either team too much. We saw in the first game, it was very back and forth.
All right, looks like going in, is this? Maybe it looks like Slayer Gaming Red versus Slayer Gaming Blue. It is going to be Looney, Jamie X, and Nikki. All right, looks like as we're getting in, it looks like the unit frames might be a little off right now, but we do have Joey Fernandez in there right now. As you guys can see, the cooldown tracker actually showing the correct thing, so we are going to have that warrior, shaman, and druid, which is what we thought.
It looks like it is Turbo Cleave against RMD. We're going to go through this game without the proper unit plates, but we can kind of see what's going on. Raikou trying to get out as much damage as possible. Looks like Swapsy is going to be taking a lot of damage here in the opener right away, trying to avoid some damage, line of sighting the best he possibly can. RMD did as much damage as it could in the opener, going to pull back, play a little bit defensive. They don't want to overextend. They're going to be going in with the CC, and when they have it, trying to get some burst out, force some cooldowns, and then pull back and retreat.
Yeah, just to make sure everybody's aware that there's a slight glitch with the unit frames at the moment on the sides of the screen, but you can see the proper names of each player and their nameplates in the center of the screen. So we can now see Talby actually out here trying to get some healing off, trying to do his best to actually stay alive. Joe Fernandez moving in, actually maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Joe Fernandez is dipping super low, is actually having to go defensive stance and pop of that rallying cry as well, but he does get a big heal.
Wow. That was a gigantic heal onto Joey Fernandez, as it looks like Swapsy's taking a bunch of crowd control right now also, as he isn't going to be able to get too far away, as it looks like this is going to be Talby that is going to be playing really, really defensive at this moment, as he is going to be sitting behind that pillar. But look, you can see Swapsy wanting to make it, wanting to play offensive right there, as he is going to finally make it out into the middle and connect to his target, which is going to be Raikou, who is down to half health.
Yeah, and already in this game, we can see that Solari Gaming Blue is forcing way more pressure on the Solari Gaming Red than we saw against Bleach Bones. Swap's taking a little bit of damage right now, has that Shawmol up for another 10 seconds, going to be able to survive. Hopefully, Joy Fernando getting caught into that full clone. Well done by Talby, getting out that triple CC. Follow-up clone on a Bodar. He doesn't have his trinket. Or Ironbark, and Swaps is going to go down. Solari Gaming Red with a beautiful setup and cross CC there, coming out with Talby and some beautiful clones.
Yeah, wow. That was extremely well played from Solari Gaming Red. They were just able to sort of dismantle Solari Gaming Blue there and actually score that kill, despite maybe feeling a little bit like the underdog in this series. These guys are showing that, no, we're not at all. We are totally here to win this thing and move on. We don't care if we have to go through some of the best players in the world to actually do that. We knew we were going to have to do that getting here. So that was just an amazing game out of Solari Gaming Red. I am really impressed.
It was. You could really tell that they were looking for those opportunities to just dismantle the enemy team during that. And, you know, look at how confident they are. It's just ready to go.
Sitting back, chilling, you know, up 1-0 in the series. And whoever wins this matchup is going to be making it into the top 4. The other one obviously going to be going down into the losers final. We're still waiting to see who they're going to be playing against, but it's got to be feeling really good as Solari Gaming Red, just one game away from moving into that top 4.
Yeah, and he was really confident in his post-game interview before that we saw. So, you know, it's exciting to see these teams just doing so well, showing up, and, you know, you really don't make a lot of mistakes. Some of these teams can just show up on the stage. We talk about the confidence that you've been on this stage before and they're just ready to play. They're almost excited for it. So we'll have to see if the team of Solari Blue can bounce back, because that was a really, really fast match.
Yeah, it was fast, and we saw Solari Gaming Blue. I mean, it seemed like they were more inclined to go offensive. We saw it kind of against Bleach Bones. They played a little bit more defensive, passive, just trying to survive as long as they could until dampening on the back foot. But Solari Gaming Blue was pushing the pace. They actually had a lot of pressure against Solari Gaming Red, and I think in the next game, if they clean up their defensive cooldown usage just a little bit, they might be able to pressure this RMD enough to where they don't get their setups every 30 seconds.
Yeah, like we saw in the earlier series that Solari Gaming Red was playing, really the key thing that you have to do to beat a team like that is just wait until the last possible second to use your defensive cooldowns and don't overlap them at all. And it didn't quite seem like Solari Gaming Blue was able to pull that off in that last game, but if they can hold on to those as long as possible, make sure that they have every single defensive cooldown available for the next time the RMD spins up their CC chain again, that's really what you have to do to be able to survive against an RMD, because they do have such a strong crowd control chain that they can really just chain for quite a long amount of time, and it's on a fairly regular basis that they can get that back up again. So with that constant CC coming out, that constant pressure, that ability to just say, okay, nope, we're going to try again to kill him right now every like 30 or 40 seconds, something like that, you have to be able to survive through those without using all your defensive cooldowns, and that's what they got to do if they're gonna come back and win this series.
Yeah, it was almost a completely different game than when they played against Bleach Bones too. Just, you know, we saw Bleach Bones just playing very, very defensively right from the start. They really wanted to have a very controlled order of defensive cooldowns they were cycling through. And then Solari Gaming Red, I don't know if they just have figured out these turbo cleaves in this tournament or what, but that was so different.
Well, it's interesting to see, even though two teams can run the same composition, they play it very differently. You know, they play to the strengths and weaknesses as other comps. And yeah, it's cool to see that different strategies actually come out. Talking a little bit about the next map, it is going to be Solari Gaming Blue's decision. I think they'll end up choosing something like Dalaran Sewers. That's usually the most popular map for a turbo cleave, so we'll probably end up seeing something like that.
Yeah, and I think that that we've seen in the past in tournaments so far, a lot of turbo cleaves playing, and you know, they always go for that Dalaran Sewers. It's almost like the one pick. Maybe Ruins if they want to chase a healer, possibly, but in general, we see Dalaran out of them.
Yeah, it's just kind of the home of the turbo cleave. Like, it's just the best place for them to be at any given point in time. So I completely agree. I think Dalaran Sewers is probably the map we'll end up seeing next. That's assuming that there are no comp swaps happening. I think that's a fair assumption, but that is assuming that no comp swaps actually happen here. So hopefully we'll be finding that out here very, very shortly and be able to get into this next match.
Yeah, and what is it about Dalaran Sewers that Turbo Cleave loves so much?
It's you not only can the enhanced shaman just constantly have that box to hide behind, because he is going to be the target. Like, you're not going to go on the warrior. Sometimes you might kill the healer, but being able to pull your enemy team to where you want. Once you get him in position behind that box, you know, the enhanced shaman can kind of use the little corners. The healer then can stretch out the bottom, the midfield. We see the druid playing like really, really far back sometimes as the turbo cleave, and then it gives that excellent line of sight position for the enhanced shaman.
Yeah, so basically you get to dictate the match from start to finish, and even when he's in trouble, even if he has to overextend and go into the enemy team's box, he can use that box very easily to line of sight, like you were saying, actually get some healing on himself.
Yeah, just having the ability to be able to get out of line of sight in that hurry, exactly what you guys were just saying, get out of line of sight, get back in line of sight, duck, hide around a corner, toss a couple heals on yourself. It's just amazing for the enhancement shaman to be able to do that. So if that is what we end up going with, I would not be surprised at all if that's what we see, but it does look like we are actually getting a little bit of a swap around on the stage. Players actually moving around a little bit, so we may end up seeing something different here. I
actually didn't expect that,
to
be honest. I was thinking that both these teams were very confident in their setup that they would bring. So I don't know, who are they swapping in at this point? Oh, Solari Gaming Red is swapping? Wait, what's going on here?
I have no idea what's going on.
This is exciting.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Both these teams can run multiple compositions, like we were saying. Solari Gaming Blue, known for playing Turbo Cleave, as well as that LST3, which is a Warlock, Druid, and an Enhancement Shaman, which is also a very strong setup. And then, of course, Solari Gaming Red can run that God comp, either with a Druid or a Paladin, as well as that RMD, which, of course, is very, very powerful.
Yeah, both of these teams are really taking advantage of that 4-player roster and even having a couple of alts that they can play from each player as well, which gives them just a lot of versatility in which comps they can actually play, and it leads into those mind games of who's going to play what, which comp are we going to switch to. I would not be surprised at all if what's actually happened here, I'm not certain, but I would not be surprised if what's happened here is that Solari Gaming Blue has chosen a map, and then Solari Gaming Red said, okay, we know what you're trying to do here. Maybe they have actually chosen that Turbo Cleave, or they have chosen, Dalaran Sewers. And so Solari Gaming Red says, okay, if you're going to play Turbo Cleave on Dalaran Sewers, we're going to switch up our composition because we think that maybe they are going with the God comp. Maybe they feel like that will give them a little bit more of an advantage on Dalaran Sewers versus what they would expect to be a Turbo Cleave coming out of Solari Gaming Blue.
And that's did we hear from the admins that it was a swap? Or because wow, they have to run off and grab their next player. So this is going to be interesting, especially where it's Solari Gaming Red.
Yeah, it has to not feel good as Solari Gaming Blue, just kind of sitting around, you just lost the game. When you lose a game like that, you want to just get back into the next game, shake off that feeling of losing and being afraid of being knocked down, I guess, into the loser's bracket. So maybe some mind games coming onto Solari Gaming Red, just letting them stew in that loss for a little bit. But
just a little bit.
Sure.
So who are their 4th player? And he'll probably be playing, well, if they go for, looks like they were playing the R&D, so what's going to be their 4th player that they're going to swap in?
Valet would be their Shadow Priest, But he hasn't played it yet either, so.
Yeah. I don't even know, when we were back there watching him practice, I didn't see him.
And now we can see that actually Solari Gaming Blue is going to make their own comp swap as a result of this. So these guys are really just taking every single possible advantage that they can get here. Blue's saying, okay, you know what, Red, you're going to switch things around. We're going to switch things around too. We're not going to let you comp pick into exactly what you think you're getting out of this. We're going to make our own decisions at this point and maybe try and put Red a little bit off kilter here. We'll have to see how this ends up playing out here. But this is a very, very surprising turn of events here. I think we were all expecting, it's going to be another RMD versus Turbo Cleave, but that's not what we're getting at all here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because Solari Gaming Red, if they are changing comps, they're going to be changing over to that God comp. And I don't think, even if they chose Dalaran Sewers and they knew that, I don't think God comp on Dalaran Sewers against something like an LSD3 is favorable. I actually think the LSD3 has a big advantage on that map. It's very small. They're going to be able to get off their damage. They have the line of sight they need to get away from the burst and get the healing out that they need. So I don't know. This might be a strategy that ends up backfiring for them because Solari Gaming Blue has an answer to that God comp, which is LSD3, and I think it's a very good answer.
Well, and that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. These guys know how to play these tournaments so well, and Solari Gaming Blue has just like a ridiculous stable of characters that they can pull from to be able to play any composition that they really feel like. LSD3, of course, being their sort of favored second pick. Honestly, this is just really, really impressive to see their sort of tournament sense of saying, like, I don't even know, maybe they were planning this from the beginning. Maybe they said, okay, we're going to pick Ruins of Lordaeron, which we still are not actually sure, excuse me, not Ruins, Dalaran Sewers, which we're still not actually sure is the map that's been chosen. But they could have said, we're going to pick Dalaran Sewers. We know that they'll probably want to switch because they don't want to play Turbo on Dalaran Sewers, but we're feeling pretty confident about our LSD3 on Dalaran Sewers as well. I don't know. Maybe Solari Gaming Blue sort of winning the mind game war here. It's actually really, really exciting to see all of this switching around. I'm super excited for this next match.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be an exciting matchup, especially with a change, and it's hard to say. Like I know we had Solari Gaming Blue have some players stand up, but I don't know. Are we sure that Solari Gaming Red has even changed anyone yet?
I don't know. Maybe they stood up as like a mind game and like
that would be pretty funny.
The thing is, I know.
Got to run to the washroom and we'll just pretend that I'm swapping out.
The thing is, they get to know what comp it is. I mean, despite maybe some mind games, getting up and running around, they know for sure what they're going to be playing. So they're making an educated change in comp, and I don't think they would be playing LSD3 into an RMD. So we can kind of safely assume that Talby's team decided to change something up.
All right, so as these players are getting ready, it's just going to be another few minutes right here. Once we hear the map choice, we'll let you guys know also, because this is very important going into this. Because again, what happens is after the Grand Arena is done, the losing team gets to pick the map, then the winning team gets to pick their comp based on the map choice, and then the losing team, knowing both the map and the winning team comps, then gets to lock in their comp. So we've already passed that stage right now. We're just trying to figure out what's going on and who chose what. But I like seeing this in the tournament where we just have no idea what is going to be picked.
Yeah, and kind of remind everyone once again what these teams are playing for. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line, $100,000 worth of prize money. First place is going to be getting that $50,000. Second place, $20,000. Third, $10,000, and obviously down from there. Every team will be getting something, but what these guys really want is the 3 tickets to BlizzCon, and 3 of them are going to be getting it.
Yeah, and of course, as you can see on this graphic right here, the winner of this series between Solari Gaming Red and Blue will be going to the semifinals, and then the loser will have to face off against the winner of Bleach Bones versus Reawakened 3, at which point the winner of that match, the decider match, will also go to the semifinals, or excuse me, the winner of that match, actually, no, excuse me, the way that the group stage plays out, it's actually possible that then another match would have to take place after that. So there's a lot that could happen from this point, but what we do know is that the winner of this series will go to the semifinals. It's a very important match for both of these teams. Of course, Solari Gaming Red is up 1 game already, having won the first game on the Grand Arena. So as soon as these teams are ready to go, we will get into this second match, and we will find out if Solari Gaming Red can pull out another win, or if Solari Gaming Blue is going to stage a comeback.
Yep, exciting matches all day so far. It's just been action-packed. The talent is just incredible here. It just seems like just about every team we've seen so far has had a either previous BlizzCon winner or a veteran for all these tournaments and stuff. Not too many brand new teams out of nowhere. Of course, I do believe 3 Languages, 1 team was probably the team that we really haven't seen much out of in tournaments so far.
Yeah, and we all got an opportunity to go to the U.S. regionals, and one thing I find interesting is sort of the meta in U.S. versus EU is a little bit different. I mean, even when we look at these games, RMD against Turbo Cleave, a lot of the European players, after watching the U.S. regionals, can't believe, like, oh, why did the Rogues play Subtlety? You know, like, that doesn't make any sense to us. So it's cool to be here and see these teams perform, because I mean, a lot of them don't stream, like we were saying, and this is really our only opportunity to see the strategies these guys use and how they play.
Yeah.
And that's why I always love seeing the European tournaments, because like you said, a lot of the European players, they don't stream. So this is really the only time that, unless you're actually playing on the European ladder, you really get to see what sort of gameplay, how it differs from games that are played in other areas of the world. So this is why it's been so awesome to see all of these matches played here today so far. And we can already spot a lot of differences. We've seen Turbo Cleaves taking down RMDs, or at least doing fairly well against RMDs, whereas on the North American ladder, it's generally considered that the RMD is going to win against the Turbo Cleave. We've seen a lot more Holy Paladin God comp than you generally see on the North American ladder. So it's been a really, really exciting action-packed day in terms of just seeing the differences between these two regions and how well these European players are playing.
Yeah, And I'm really excited for all these matches just because of that. You know, it's just seeing the little differences, and I really like the so far that we've seen out of the Turbo Cleaves, the Vigilance play. Like that's just great. You can save your Shamanistic Rage for so much longer into that match when you have that, and that they used it really, really preemptively too. It wasn't like, all right, once you get low, you can use your Shamanistic Rage first. The Warrior was hitting it immediately every single time at the beginning of the match.
And just something like that is a little difference too. The U.S. Turbo Cleave that we saw did use Vigilance in like one game, but they didn't use it nearly as well. They weren't as refined at like rotating Vigilance with the Shaman as well as the Ironbark. And when a Turbo Cleave, they have a lot of defensive cooldowns at their disposal. That's one of the annoying things about fighting a Turbo Cleave, is they just have so many defensive cooldowns that you need to slowly whittle through. And if the Turbo Cleave ends up stacking those cooldowns, you can take advantage of that and score kill way earlier. And that's what separates sort of the good players playing Cleave and the bad players playing Cleave. They don't overlap those cooldowns. They don't give you an opportunity to kill them, and they can draw out the game for a very long time.
Yeah, that's sort of what we were talking about earlier with holding onto those cooldowns as long as you possibly can. There is a very fine line, though, between I waited on my cooldown until the last possible second, and I waited 1 second too long on my cooldown and died. I think every mage in history has felt that at some point. Everybody else, too, though. Every single class, there is something like the Shamanistic Rage. Oop, I held onto my Shaman Rage for a little bit too long, and I died. I held onto my Divine Shield for a little bit too long, and I died. It's a very tough a spot to actually land on with that. I waited just long enough to get the full benefit out of this cooldown, but not too long that I actually ended up dying. So that's what we've been seeing a lot out of these teams so far today, especially, honestly, especially Bleach Bones. We saw them earlier in that first match against Solari Gaming Red, just able to hold on to that Shamanistic Rage for so long in that matchup.
Yeah, and defensive usage cooldowns, like you said, sometimes happens. We see some down goes moments where players don't use the cooldowns, they get unexpectedly bursted, but at the same time, that's one of the things that makes the player really good, is he can pinch off those defensive cooldowns when normally someone would be really scared. You know, they can kind of see and predict how much damage is going to come, and make an educated guess if they actually need to use that cooldown, and they can save it.
Yeah, like for an example, when we saw the games with Reawakened 1, for example, we saw No Lifer holding on to both, waiting for the save by the light to proc and then blocking afterwards. And we're like, what's going on? And during that time, Nimpoike was able to go get a drink. And that's like, normally these not top tier players won't recognize that that's the kind of defensive cooldowns you need to trade off to create situations for like that, which can end up rolling the entire match into your favor.
Yeah, oftentimes it's actually worth it to have to spend a whole bunch of defensive cooldowns to stay alive while your healer is drinking up and getting a whole bunch of mana back. And it can feel like, oh god, we're in so much trouble right now because we just had to blow through so many defensive cooldowns. But then you're 30% in a dampening and your healer's at full mana, and that's actually a great position to be in. I'm not sure that we're going to see that in this next matchup, because I kind of expect these games to go pretty quick once we actually get into them. But hopefully we will find out here very, very soon, as it looks like the players are about to, they seem to be pretty close to being ready over there. So hopefully we can get into this match here very shortly.
Mm-hmm. But of course, after you switch a player in or out, you want to make sure that everything is all set. You know, they may have been practicing backstage, just, you know, keeping an eye out on what their team was doing, and then it's like, well, it is your turn. And so now they have to make sure their headset, their keyboards, their bindings, their macros, just make sure everything is all set, you know, because we gave them lots of time in the last couple of days to set up all their characters and practice a lot. So just want to make sure everything is perfect.
Yeah, it's funny, back in the old days of WoW tournaments, you'd see a lot of players, especially people that were new to the tournaments, even veterans, they would play a game like their first round of the tournament, and they checked out like, oh no, I didn't use any glyphs, like I forgot glyphs, or oh, I have no enchants, or so being prepared for these tournaments, making sure your gear is set up right, your macros are set up right, and just being prepared, because it's easy to make mistakes like that and it can end up costing you the game.
Yeah, it's funny, it's actually like, it's a habit now for some of these players, as I see them open their character sheet and mouse over all their gear just to make sure it's enchanted, and doing that over and over and over. Like after every single match, it's just making sure confidence. Did I enchant it or I enchanted it?
Yeah. Last year's BlizzCon, sort of talking about making gearing mistakes. We saw one player, I'm not going to mention any names, but he was playing a caster and he ended up having an agility trinket on almost the entire tournament, which is kind of funny. It didn't end up mattering that much for him, but something like that definitely can be a big deal.
There was definitely some players at the North American Regionals that definitely had agility gear instead of as a caster. So, you know, it can happen to the best of us. It's
absolutely.
same icon. It might not be, a little bit
Yeah.
different because, of course, we are using the tournament gear
Yep.
on all these characters. So, you're able to just kind of customize your gear and get everything just the way you like it and the way that you play online. But it looks like we might be getting right into this game. Of course, this is going to be the second round of Solari Gaming Red versus Solari Gaming Blue. We had a bunch of comp changes on both sides, I do believe. So we're going to have to see exactly what is going on. Excited for this next matchup because it's a surprise to us too. We don't know the map or the comp at this point, so it could be anything.
And it's just speculation on our part as well as what these guys are going to run. Anything could happen. I mean, we think they're going to play God Comp versus LSD3, but who knows, really?
All we really know at this point is that we saw some people stand up, we saw some people sit back down, and we're just sort of guessing from there. But hopefully we can get into this match here very, very shortly. Looks like we're actually trying to get into it right now, having a little bit of issue with the queue getting in there, but I'm sure that'll be resolved here very, very shortly. And we will be getting into this second match between Solari Gaming Blue and Solari Gaming Red. Of course, Solari Gaming Red is up 1-0 in this series. So if they win this next game, that's it. They will be moving on to the semifinals. Solari Gaming Blue, if they want to come back, they're going to have to win 2 matches in a row to be able to actually do that.
And there are, just to note, there are a lot of different Solari gaming teams in this tournament. We have Solari Gaming Blue, Red, Yellow, and Black. So all the colors of the rainbow.
Yeah. Yeah. 50 Shades of Solari Gaming.
Yeah.
There's a lot for it. It's incredible
Half
to
the
see.
teams.
Yeah.
For teams. And of course, we do have those 2 Reawakened teams. It was funny when we, look at that, Tiger's Peak. That
Wow.
is a big
Despite us
change.
thinking one thing the entire time.
Yeah, normally we don't see Tiger's Peak at all in a best of 3. This is actually really exciting to see them. Personally, I love Tiger's Peak for no good reason other than I think it's pretty. But I'm actually really excited to see this as a second map. Like I said, we normally don't see that in a best of 3 because usually the second map will be like either a large map like Tolvaron or a very small confined map like Ruins or Dalaran Sewers. So this is actually really exciting to see them coming out here onto Tiger's Peak to see what they have in store here. Why have they chosen this map?
Yeah, so it looks like Solari Red did not end up changing anything. They are going to be playing RMD, of course.
Yeah, still playing that RMD, and maybe Solari Blue after that first game getting kind of dismantled by Solari Red.
It's interesting, how do you think LSD3 is going to match up against an RMD?
I don't think it's a favorable matchup, to be honest, but maybe they're just they're not confident in that Turbo Cleave anymore after the first game. Like I was saying, they got sort of dismantled. We'll have to see how it goes and how this RMD opens up right away. Raikou already popping that invisibility. Pry probably going to go in for a sap here. Fabs, Swapsy, and Botar just waiting to be opened on, but that is going to be the full sap onto Swapsy right away. Fabs getting cheap shot. And I'm not sure who they're opening up onto. Prey getting bashed actually right away. So this RMD not a good opener for them. Solari Blue doing a great job defusing that opener and preventing a lot of incoming damage.
Yeah, the Cyclone didn't even land either, which is something Talby kind of put himself out of position to cast that, as it looks like Botar is going to be taking a lot of damage too.
Yeah, Talby actually dipped super low there for just a second. Did manage to catch a pretty big heal with that Nature Swiftness on himself, but he had to use so many cooldowns to survive through that. Barkskin as well, and Iron Bark onto Talby. So he's out of pretty much everything at this point. That's a very, very dangerous situation for Solari Red to be in now. A lot of damage coming out from Solari Blue this early on.
Yeah, Talby actually using everything there. He uses Vigil, Barskin, Iron Bark, NS, and Trinket, so he has nothing for this incoming damage once this Nature's Vigil phase, but that is the full blind onto Botar. He does have his Trinket, but it looks like he's confident sitting that CC for now. Fab's going to go ahead and use his Dark Regeneration, trying to heal through some of this incoming damage. The Kidney Shot going out onto him. Botar out of CC, though, going to be able to spam out those Genesises as well as that Iron Bark. Now Raikou, the one under pressure. He does have Icy Veins up, just spamming out those Frost Bolts over and over, getting those Fingers of Frost and Brain Freeze procs, as well as those Icicles stacking. So that's a key part to this RMD, making sure the mage has damage when they get that CC up and ready to go. But right now, Solari Blue is doing a great job diffusing this damage.
All right, we see a sheep on to Fabs right there, as it is going to be dispelled. Or I do believe it was broken, because they are still going to do some damage to him, as it looks like Pry is trying to get some damage out when he can. But they are playing very defensively, and I do like that this LSD3 is trying to kind of spread the map out just a little bit.
Yeah, of course, the Combat Rogue wants to be using Sinister Strike as often as possible to build up to that red buff, at which point he'll do a ton of damage. So Solari Blue has actually been trying to CC Pry quite a bit. They haven't been able to keep up with it quite as well, though, as it looks like he has now just gotten that red buff coming out over here and trying to put a whole bunch of damage in onto Fabs. There's the Cyclone coming out onto Pry. That's going to shut down that red buff for quite some time, as he had no trinket available. And then the other Cyclone coming out onto Raikou, just really doing an amazing job of making sure that Solari Red does not get an opportunity to unleash their full potential in terms of burst damage.
And the RMD making the choice to actually stay on the Fabs, and the reason they need to do that is to shut down some of that Warlock damage. He does have that Dark Soul up right now. He's going to get Kidney Shot on it. It just faded, so the dots aren't going to be as strong, but Raikou, already using one of his blocks, has Cold Snap available. He's going to have to press that very, very soon if he wants to get the cooldown running, and there it is. He has still one Ice Block left. He's going to get topped off by Talbi at the moment. If we look at mana, Botar still at around 70% mana, Talbi the same, so both healers relatively similar on mana right now. It's not going to be an issue for them right away, but yeah, this RMD just needs to keep sticking on the Fabs and making sure they can shut down the fears as well as the outgoing damage.
Yeah, I'm really impressed, though, with how well Solari Blue has been doing at just making sure that the RMD does not get their full CC chain off. We haven't really seen any of those really scary deep freeze into polymorph, into cyclones. That is what the RMD is known for. Fabs now popping his Dark Soul, immediately going to be put into a polymorph, but that's going to get dispelled. He's doing his best to try and get as much spread pressure out with his dots as possible. Only has them on Raikou at the moment. No, excuse me, he just now got them onto Pry and Talbi as well. So continuing to put out as much rot pressure as they possibly can. There's the deep freeze onto Botar into that half Cyclone, doing a whole lot of damage to Swapsy right now. He could be in a little bit of trouble here. The bash comes out onto Botar. Swapsy has to use his Shamanistic Rage, and it's looking like he will probably be able to survive through this, but the Shamanistic Rage did just fall off. He has to pop Ascendance as well, doing his best, but Raikou dipping so low, having to use his second Ice Block. He will not have another one available for 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's a very long time. That was the Ascendance and the Ancestral Guidance coming out from Swapsy, though, so big offensive cooldowns coming out of Solari Blue, forcing that last Ice Block out of Raikou, who's still potentially in a little bit of trouble at the moment. This RMD needs to really change something up. They haven't been able to really force anything on the Fabs. Here comes the swap onto Swapsy, though. Full Kidney Shot onto him, Deep Freeze into a full Ring of Frost on Botar. He has no trinket available. Actually, he just used a trinket, pardon me. Uses that trinket, gets out of that CC right away. Swapsy's not going to have to use that Shaman Rage, which has just come up. He's going to have that for the next chain, and this is what they need to do. They need to rotate their cooldowns, but Raikou using that Icy Veins under a lot of pressure right now, having to pull back, not able to get out as much damage as he would like. Talbi having a really hard time healing him up. He's down at 20% HP. His Water Elemental is dead. He is able to get out a new one, but Pry and Raikou both so low, suffering this LSD3 rot damage right now. Talbi having a nightmare time healing this, down to around 10% mana as well.
Yeah, that's not good. He really needs to make something happen. Both Raikou and Raikou is completely out of blocks for another 40 seconds, it does look like, as that Cold Snap is going to come back up, and that's going to be a huge defensive cooldown, as it looks like Pry is still holding on to that killing spree, finding that exact moment when to use it, as because his Bandit Guile just keeps falling off over and over because they have to keep running.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, like I said earlier, of just keeping that CC going on Pry, so he's not able to get that Bandit Guile up. He does now have that yellow buff going, so he may be able to get to that red buff soon if he's able to keep it up. But look how he's just getting kited around this pillar, just not able to keep the damage going. Was able to get another Sinister Strike in there, which is going to keep him at that yellow buff for now, so it could be dangerous. And there's the red buff coming out. He's actually now got that active. Does he have any cooldowns to go with it? Looks like the Killing Spree now coming out. That's a ton of damage onto Swapsy, dropping him down super low, in the offensive Cyclone onto Swapsy. That's going to hold him at low health, possibly long enough for them to get some follow-up CC onto Botar, but no, the bash comes just a half second too late. Swapsy gets topped back off, and it's looking like he's going to be totally fine. He even held onto his Shamanistic Rage there.
Yeah, that was Iron Bark as well as the NS coming out from Botar, but his Trinket's going to be coming up in 15 seconds, and I don't know if Talbi, Pry, and Raikou can last that long. Talbi completely tapped, 10% dampening already, so his healing is going to be 10% less effective, and that's really hard to deal with as a Wrestle Druid, especially with no mana, and especially when you're playing against a comp like an Enhancement Shaman or a Warlock. It's just putting out so much spread pressure.
Yeah, and he has dots on both Pry and Raikou right there, as we do have a bash on to Talbi, as Botar is going to push up, trying to look up for the follow-up CC, but nothing's happening. Looks like they actually might go on to Talbi, identifying that he has no mana left, and they can just rot down the rest of the team with those dots. This is not looking good whatsoever for the team of Solari Red.
Yeah, Prey once again getting sort of kited and CC'd on his adrenaline rush there, not allowing him to get all those Sinister Strikes off, which, like I said, he needs so much to be able to get into that red buff. Talby actually in a little bit of trouble there. Both Swapsy and Fabs now popping their offensive cooldowns. It looks like Fabs actually going to trinket out of a little bit of a CC there, just trying to keep up his pressure as much as possible. Swapsy now with his offensive cooldowns, his Ascendance wearing off. I believe that, yes, in fact, that was Ascendance that wore off. Raikou could be in some trouble here. He does have an Ice Block available, so he should be able to use that should he get a little bit lower here. But Talby caught into that bash. Where is Solari Blue going to go with this at this point? Do they want to stick onto Raikou? Do they want to stick onto Talby? They kind of have their choice of kill targets at this point, as all three members of Solari Red are just looking like they're in so much trouble, and Talby is so low on mana. There's the second Ice Block out of Raikou. He's going to be in a lot of... I believe that's his third Ice Block this game, and not another minute until he's going to have his Cold Snap available.
Yeah, despite it looking so scary for Solari Red right now, they do have an opportunity to actually land a kill. Swapsy has his trinket available for the kidney shot, but still no Storm Rage for 30 seconds. Botar not going to have his trinket for almost 2 minutes. So if they can get one more CC chain, here it is, the full blind onto Botar. This is their last ditch effort. They need to win here. Talby has no mana. Swapsy down to around 50% HP. Is Talby going to be able to keep his team up long enough for them to actually land a kill? The Deep Freeze going out onto Botar with the full Ring of Frost. Swapsy has to somehow survive. 9 seconds left on his Shamanistic Rage, but is it going to be enough? But at the same time, Raikou down to 5% HP. Both teams getting so low. Raikou still somehow alive with that Iron Bark, living at like 1% HP. I actually can't believe it. Swapsy's going to stabilize Botar finally out of that CC, and I think it's too little too late for Solari Red. I don't know how Talby is going to be able to top them off through this damage.
Yeah, as we see a stun coming out onto Talby, and look at the health onto Solari Red. They're just going to slowly get rotted down as Pride does die, but hey, wow, they really held on to it right at the end. I like that they just went for it. They just knew that this was their last window possible. Excellent CC chain going out onto Botar. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Solari Blue actually looked like they were in a commanding lead for the vast majority of that game. But towards the end there, they actually really had an opportunity. Solari Red really had an opportunity to score that kill. It just came a little bit too late. They were just barely behind at that point and not quite able to score that kill. That said, this does mean we are going to a Game 3, and the next matchup will be Solari Red's map choice.
Yeah, we said that was it's such a big deal winning that first map on Nagrand, because now even if it does go to in our best of 3, that final match, that means it is going to be your map pick and then plus your counter, which is huge.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I just don't know if these guys are going to be able to swap comps. I mean, RMD is probably the best thing they can run against something like LSD3. So, I mean, that game looked pretty one-sided, despite a few swaps, a few scary moments for Solari Gaming Blue. They were, like we said, in a commanding lead all game.
What do you think caused the such a mana deficit onto Talby? Is it just the Affliction dots? Like, is it
Enhancement Shaman and Affliction Warlocks both do an incredible amount of spread pressure, as we know. In addition to that, I mean, the Enhancement Shaman is spamming out purges, so yeah, it's really hard to deal with that. You have to heal everyone, but at the same time, your HOTS are getting purged off, so you have to be very inefficient. Get off those Genesises when you can, but yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really tough for the Resto Druid to deal with that in that situation. Also, Fabs was able to, he must have been getting a lot of soul shards over that fight, because he had his Soulburn Haunt up for almost the entire fight. It was very rare that he did not have that Soulburn Haunt up, which is just a lot of extra damage and a lot of extra pressure coming out from him for the entirety of the game. So tons of damage coming out from the Affliction Warlock, tons of purges coming out from the Enhancement Shaman. All of this makes for a very, very sad Resto Druid. So honestly, it was an amazingly played game for Solari Blue and a well-deserved win.
Well, I mean, if we take a look at that matchup and what map Solari Gaming Blue chose, they chose Tiger's Peak, which is one of the bigger maps in the game. So do you think Solari Gaming Red is going to try to bring it to like a smaller map, or do you think they'll do something similar, play something like Tolvaron?
I think they're going to play the larger maps. I think that they were trying to identify, like, you know, maybe they need that more room to run, because there was a couple times when they tried to pull really far back during that matchup when they knew that Talby needed that little extra second just to get 1 or 2 small drinks off. But with Tiger's Peak, they just really weren't able to, because they were constantly in line of sight of both the Warlock and the Enhanced Shaman. So maybe a larger map will help them out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you guys are absolutely right. We have gotten word that it is going to be Tolvaron Arena that they will be moving on to. Same compositions, both these teams, they just want to get into it. After the delay from the last game, they're like, you know what, we're just going to play another match. We're going to play this one out and see how this goes. And honestly, I feel like both teams should feel fairly confident in the compositions that they've chosen. They just have to outplay the opposing team.
Yeah, I think this is anything goes in these games. Either team is definitely capable of winning. Both comps have the chance to win. It's just who's going to play better. I mean, both these teams looking to win this matchup. One of these guys will move into the top 4. The other will be going down to the losers bracket to fight for their lives and to make it to that top 4. So winning this game, obviously very important. One thing we saw last game was Fabs actually, depending on where the RMD went, so depending on where Solari Gaming Red went, he ended up replacing his gateway, which is really, really cool. So always allowing Swapsy to have a gate when he needed to get out and get into a better position. I think Fabs doing that was a key part of that game.
Yep, so the gates are just about to open here on Tolvaron Arena. This will be match point between Solari Blue and Solari Red, the very classic red versus blue. It's going to be exciting to see which color comes out on top here, as which team will be moving on to the semifinals. Both of these teams, they've been playing these compositions incredibly well, and I like that little capacitor totem there just a second ago. Unfortunately, came a little bit too early, so they were not able to get a stun out of that, and now the sap goes out onto Swapsy, cheap shot onto Fabs, and the sheep onto Botar. Solari Red is doing their best to try to get an opener onto Fabs here, but he's just going to go ahead and gateway out of there. And actually, the opener has not gone well for them so far at all.
He did such a good job kiting. He just gated away instantly and then used that Soulburn port and was able to get away with that sprint. Talby under a lot of pressure though, able to get away with that dash, and Barskin using that NS on himself, wants to top himself off. Fabs and Swapsy, both have their offensive cooldowns going, so a lot of damage is going to be coming out right now. In response, Talby's going to use that Nature's Vigil to empower his Hoss and spread them out a little bit better on his team. Botar getting swapped to though, having to use that Barskin right away, so maybe if they can keep making these swaps onto Botar, eventually they can whittle him down and get through those cooldowns and actually end up scoring a kill on him.
Yeah, the constant swaps are so hard to deal with sometimes as a Resto Druid, because you want to be keeping your heal over time effects rolling on the people that are taking damage, so it can be difficult sometimes to try and keep them on all 3 members of your team at once. It can be very sort of tempting to say, I feel like I'm kind of fine, so I'm not going to keep those heals on myself, and that can leave you vulnerable to those swaps. Now Botar though caught into this full polymorph. Fab's taking quite a bit of damage here. Now the deep freeze onto Botar, he's going to go ahead and trinket that. He needs to get some heals out. Wow, he actually had to use Iron Bark and Nature Swiftness there to top Fabs back off. That is a lot of cooldowns out for Botar at this point. Fabs does not have his trinket either. They are actually in a really, really scary position right now.
Yeah, all he has left is his Dark Regen, so he's going to be able to heal himself up a bit. He's going to have to use that Soulburn port and his gateway to kite the best he can. Unfortunately, you can't kite when you're in a kidney shot, so he's going to have to sort of preemptively do that, which he's doing now. The full sheep onto Botar. Fab's doing everything he can to get away. He doesn't want Pride to reconnect onto him. He actually does a very good job, but they actually do a swap onto Botar, the full kidney shot onto him, and they bait his Barskin. So I don't think they really threw too much damage into that, but they were able to force Botar's Barskin, and now he's in a position where he has no Barskin and no trinket, and he's going to be very susceptible to a swap.
Yeah, there's the third clone onto it as they're going to switch it back onto Fabs. Down to about half, and in the clone, let's see if they can get any follow-up CC. There we go. Now we're going to have the deep, see if they can follow it with anything. Doesn't look like it. You know, he's doing a good job of just staying barely out of line of sight from Raikou, as Fabs is just taking so much damage with the smoke bomb, the shadow reflection, everything being thrown at him as he's barely going to get out of the block. Is he going to live through this? Wow, and they gets the clone off with so low health. The Hex comes out. They're going to go up for the follow-up CC onto Botar. That is a long sheep with no trinket left, so let's see if Fabs can live through this.
I think Botar actually cast his Iron Bark and his Nature's Swiftness onto the Cyclone. I think it actually landed at the same time as he tried to cast those, because I never saw the buff actually come up from the Iron Bark, so that could be terrible for Botar at this point. Fab's getting so low on health here without those defensive cooldowns actually being used on him. He has not had the opportunity to top him back off. Botar caught him in that stun there for just a second. Is he going to be able to keep him alive? His trinket is coming up in another 17 seconds. If he gets another CC chain onto him, that could actually make the difference here. Fab's now caught into that Cyclone, actually giving Botar a little bit of breathing room right now as his cooldowns are about to come back up.
Unfortunately, he's probably going to get CC here. That is the full kidney shot on the Fabs. He trinkets that right away, as well as the Dark Regen. He wants to turn it around a little bit, but that's the full blind on a Botar. He actually does have his trinket, so he's going to be able to trinket when he needs to. The full sap coming out. Still sitting that, actually decides to trinket, doesn't want to fall behind. Fabs and Swapsy need to get some pressure rolling. Talby still has around 30% mana, but that's the full sheep into a deep freeze on Botar. Botar. Fab's in a lot of trouble. He has no healing. Down to 5% HP, catches that Iron Bark as well as that NS. He might be able to survive here, but the full kidney shot goes out. The offensive clone coming in on top of that kidney shot. A little bit of an overlap there, but I think that clone was vital to deny that incoming healing with that Iron Bark, but it looks like he's going to get topped off with that Genesis. Pry now caught into a full bash, in a little bit of trouble. Talby throwing out those clones when he can, but Pry still getting really, really low. And if we look at the healer's mana, Talby's way, way behind at this moment, pulling back. Might need to look for a drink right here, but his team is just on the defensive so bad. Somehow Fab survived, but this RMD might have used too much there. That is the full kidney shot, though, going on to Fabs, trying to keep the pressure rolling their way. Botar not getting any follow-up on that deep freeze, so well done by Swapsy and Fabs shutting down that Mage's polymorph, and it looks like Solari Gaming Red is going to have to run away and retreat.
Yeah, because look at how low Talby has gotten just from that exchange rate there, down to just about half. As we do see a little bit of CC coming out, they're trying to stop all those dots coming out, but Talby again just taking so much damage, trying to use that tranquility every little bit that he can, because Raikou is having to block right there also on the hypothermia. It looks like he did have to snap right there also. So Botar down to half. They're going to switch it up on a Botar. Botar pushed way far forward, healing himself up quite a bit.
Yeah, it looked like he got locked on a Cyclone, though, trying to get that off there. Could have been an opportunity for Solari Red to make something happen. Unfortunately, they're just so far on the back foot right now. They're doing anything that they can to claw their way back into this. They do have that polymorph onto Botar with Fabs in that full kidney shot, but just do not have the damage to follow up with that just yet. Botar into that second polymorph. That's going to go ahead and fade. And now Solari Blue versus Solari Red. Solari Red looking like they are in so much trouble, even though Talby has managed to top his team back off at this point. He's done so at the expense of his entire mana bar. He has got nothing left at this point. He desperately needs to find a way to get a drink right now.
I feel like Solari Red needs to take advantage of these swaps on a Botar. I mean, he has his trinket back up now. Iron Bark's going to be up, or Bark's going to be up as well, but there was a moment in time where he didn't have those cooldowns, and if they can get a swap onto him, save some damage, they'll be able to easily take him out, and I don't know why they're not capitalizing on that. They're kind of going on him, getting the Bark skin, but they're not following it up with anything. The full sheep going out on a Botar, though, he was able to preemptively Iron Bark that on the Fab, so he's going to be 100% fine. Going to be taking almost no damage there. Botar finally out of CC, does have his Nature's Vigil up, displaces away from any incoming CC. Raikou getting low, though, down to 50% HP, and Talby is just completely at the moment. The bash going up from Botar onto Pry into a full Cyclone, so Raikou's basically all by himself with an Druid, trying his best to survive, using that Blazing Speed to get away, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, he has 40 seconds on his cold snap, which means he has no blocks available. As we see the kidney shot coming out, both offensive cooldowns coming out from Solari Red's DPS. Looks like they are going to have a bunch of cross CC landing onto Botar. That full blind lands also, but Fab seems to be okay at this point. Oh, never mind, going to take a bunch of damage as he is going to be trying to soul swap around. The short sap comes out on to Botar. Fab's taking a bunch of damage with the bash on top.
Unbelievable.
And Fabs is going to go down, but look at Talby, no mana. Let's see if they can make something happen, as Swapsy is going to just be constantly crowd controlled at this point, because all they have to do is stabilize. But Talby has no mana at this point. Gets bashed on a Cyclone cast and isn't able to land it yet again. Let's see if Swapsy might be able to make something happen. Oh, it looks like characters are running in place just a little bit, but what an exciting match that was so far. There we go. Now we're back to it, as Swapsy is going to be healed up to full. I don't know if they can keep the pressure on Talby. We're going to have to see a lot of crowd control out of Solari Red at this point.
Yeah, it's really hard in a matchup like this. I mean, Rogues, Mages, and Drizzle all super slippery. Swapsy actually being able to connect to someone and finish them off is highly unlikely. Raikou has his block up. I mean, Pry is probably not going to die, and Talby's getting CC'd up right now. They may have a little bit of a chance, but I don't expect them to come back and win this, especially now. Swapsy caught into that full kidney shot. Talby going to be able to stabilize his team, and it looks like Solari Red is going to be advancing. They're the first team moving into the top 4, unless somehow, some way, Swapsy and Botar can pull off this 2v3.
Hey, you gotta try.
Yeah. You can't blame them at all for trying at this point. There is a lot on the line in this particular matchup, and honestly, the one thing that could happen, it would be shocking if it did, but one thing that could happen is if Swapsy can keep himself alive for long enough for Botar to get far enough away to actually get a res onto Fabs. That would be amazing, and I would scream, but that could be the sort of thing that could happen, but no, they're just going to go ahead and drop out. They decided it's not going to happen.
Wow, what a match.
Yeah.
That was so good. It was so back and forth throughout the entire match. Yeah, give these teams a hand. Great job by everyone involved in that matchup, even though they are under the same team, both being Solari Gaming. But Solari Gaming Red?
Yeah, they're our first team moving into the top 4, so that's super exciting. Once again, the top 4 teams, 3 of them are going to be going to BlizzCon, so that's got to be a good feeling, knowing you. I mean, if everyone has an even chance, at least have a 75% chance
it's a
to
reset
make it to BlizzCon.
It's a reset at this point for these teams. They know that, they're prior, but they are coming in as the winner of Group B, which means they have the best seed against the lower team from Group A. So that's a little bit of an advantage there, but they have plenty of time to sit back and think about who they're going to face off and what kind of strat changes. But man, this RMD playing such a great job. And it's crazy because there's so many times that it looks like they're going to lose throughout the entire match. And then like Talby has been out of mana, 5, 6, 7 times in this matchup so far?
Yeah.
And that's the frustrating thing about playing RMD. A lot of the time you think you're winning the game and the druids zoom and they're all low, but they can just run away. And if you overextend, they still have a lot of damage saved up, and at any time they can get that CC out and punish you for overextending. So then that's what we saw that game.
Yeah, it's tough that you miss one interrupt on Sheep and then that's it.
Everything spirals out of control.
You can see it coming too. It's terrible. It's like, no, I got that kick. Oh, I missed it. Uh-oh. And then it's like the healer's like, well, I'm on vacation now.
Yeah.
So you guys better run.
Yeah, I'm on vacation.
Of course, this is not the end of the road for Solari Gaming Blue, as they will be able to continue fighting for their position in the semifinals through the rest of their group stage. However, I do believe that we have Anna over on the stage ready with an interview with Talby himself.
Hi guys, I'm back here on stage with Healing Stat again from Solari Gaming Red. Congratulations on your last match.
Words. Thank you.
It looks like you guys are really happy. Let's talk really quick about games 1 and 2. In the first game, the casters mentioned that they saw you just dismantling Solari Gaming Blue, and then in the next game, you guys weren't able to pull that game out. What happened between those 2 games?
Well, I'll get flamed for saying that we really struggle with their turbo and ladder. I know a lot of people think RMD should just beat every comp, but these guys play turbo really well. But fortunately, Raikou he's so good against this comp. Like, I don't know what he does, but we play so good this game. The first game was really clean, but we always struggle against their LSD as well, so we thought they would bring it out. We were kind of hoping they wouldn't, but they did in the end. And the rest is history.
Well, luckily you did go to this game 3, and it was a very good back and forth game. We felt like maybe there was some hope for Solari Gaming Blue at the end. They held on for quite some time. Were you ever worried in that last game, or did you feel like you had it down?
The first game we weren't too worried. They weren't that close to killing us. I think Turbo has a rough time against RMD unless the RMD messes up defensively quite significantly. Against the LSD, we were very nervous. The second game, I went again, ran out of mana, and we almost lost. I'd like to shout out to Waz and all of Waz's team, in fact, because if it wasn't for their strategy and the help they've given us help, VODs of them beating this team to help us, and without it, I don't know if we could have won them, because our strategy of going Shaman wasn't working out for us in the first game.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about how many sister teams there are here at this competition. Do you feel like you know Solari Gaming Blue very well, being kind of a sister organization?
Personally, I know the Warrior very well. I've played with him since I became relevant on the scene, and he's an incredibly good warrior. The rest of them I don't know so well. I know Fabio has a little bit of flaming here and there. He's known for it, the BlizzCon champion himself. But I don't know them too well, except for we know how they play, because we meet them on the ladder fairly often when we're not in the Rat League. So, yeah.
Great. Well, now you're moving forward. You have lots of teams that you know, some better, some worse. Are you nervous about any match or excited for any match that you may face as you move forward in the tournament?
Honestly, we thought this team and Levin's team were 2 of the hardest teams in the tournament for us. So now we've taken these guys out. Just bring it on, whatever.
Awesome. Well, you guys heard it here first. Bring it on. Congratulations again, Healing Stat. Thank you very much. Guys, we will be right back with more World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon right after this.
Abilities with long cooldowns between each use are powerful in arenas. Lining up offensive cooldowns can lead to a large burst of damage on an enemy, to score a kill, or to force them to use defensive cooldowns. For that reason, the strategic use of defensive cooldowns can often be the deciding factor in a match. If the player uses too many defensive abilities too early, they'll leave themselves vulnerable to heavy burst damage afterward. If they don't use enough, they could die before their team has a chance to save them. Keeping track of the timers on cooldowns and taking note of which tools the opposing team has used is a skill you'll see regularly from the best players in the arena. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the arena forums.
Welcome back, friends, to the World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon. I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson. Thrilled to have you back here because we are almost ready for our next match. We've had some great ones so far as we move through the group stages, and we love hearing from you using that hashtag RTB2015. Now on stage with me is Reawakened 1 and Solari Gaming Blue, and to tell you a little bit more about that are our casters. Hi there, guys.
Thanks so much, Anna. Awesome to still be here at the O2 Arena in Prague. Haven't gone anywhere. We're still here at the O2 Arena in Prague, still casting some amazing games. This next one is going to be Reawakened 3 versus Solari Gaming Blue. Now, Solari Gaming Blue, we just saw them facing off against Solari Gaming Red. Extremely close series. Could really have gone either way, but Solari Gaming Red was able to pull out the win there and be our first team to move on to the semifinals. But Reawakened 3, we haven't actually seen them play on stage yet today.
Yeah, it's funny when we pulled up the brackets and we were looking up behind us at the brackets, and I saw it and it said Reawakened 3, and I thought it meant that they 3-0'd Bleach Bones, but I was like, there's no way that could have gone 3-0. Like, that matchup should have been so much closer. I don't know what the final score was, but then I was like, oh no, it does say 0-0 next to it, so I was wrong. But they ended up making through, so this is going to be quite a matchup.
Yeah, and this is the losers final once again, guys, for these teams. This is their last chance to make it out of Group B and actually go into that top 4, where we know Solari Gaming Red is waiting on the other side of that bracket. Solari Gaming Blue, we know, playing that Turbo Cleave as well as that LSD3. As far as a Reawake 3 goes, we don't really know what they played in their last matchup. I have no idea. I know they can play Ret Hunter Shaman, so they do have that Retribution Paladin, a little bit more of an unconventional class, but Mystic always seems to make it work, as well as, I believe, a Jungle Cleave they can run. So those are the main two comps that they run.
Now, one important thing to note, as you guys can see right now in this bracket, is that Solari Gaming Blue and Reawakened 3 have already faced off against each other. This is sort of a deciding match to say, okay, Reawakened 3, Solari Gaming Blue, you each have one last chance remaining, and you are the two teams remaining in this. So we could end up seeing a repeat. It looks like it was a 2-0, Solari Gaming Blue versus Reawakened 3. We could end up seeing a repeat of that, but Reawakened 3 has had some time to sort of sit, think about what happened there. They did end up defeating Bleach Bones, which we found to be kind of a, not necessarily an upset, but a very, very strong showing for them to have been able to beat Bleach Bones to get back to this point. So Solari Gaming Blue, even though they've already defeated this team before, that doesn't necessarily mean that they should count this as a free win.
Yeah, and Mystic does have a cheering squad out in the crowd. I saw some Ret Dream fans out there. Everyone loves to see when the Ret Paladin shows up at tournaments because the gameplay is so fast, it's so spiky, and it's like old Enhancement Shaman from Mists of Pandaria. It's just like that one moment that they hit their cooldowns and it's like damage is flying. And then it's like, especially when you're on stage and you have to deal with that, especially as a healer, you just have to be calm and collected. And what we're talking about, like one defensive cooldown at a time. Make sure you're trying to crowd control to make sure it's only the Ret Paladin dealing damage at that point. And so it's just an exciting pace game.
Yeah, but like you said, this is a rematch for these guys, and Reawake 3 has had some time playing against Bleach Bones, so getting a little bit of practice against that Turbo Cleave comp once again, because that's all really Bleach Bones can play. Unfortunately, they are eliminated from the tournament, but Reawake 3 maybe has some time to kind of think about what went wrong in that first matchup. We didn't get to actually watch it, but they might be coming to this matchup a little bit stronger. Yeah,
and we do actually have a video available to get an introduction to Reawakened 3 for anybody who's maybe not familiar with this team already. So let's go ahead and check out that video.
I'm Mystic. I play for Reawakened 3 alongside Nam, Pancake, and Hexer. We play PHS, Jungle, Enhanced Lock, so a couple comps. We've been playing together for a while. Last season we did really well. We won 2 of the biggest tournaments online with our PHS. Unfortunately, our comp isn't so strong anymore, so kind of underdogs in this tournament. And we've brought along Nam to be able to play a few different comps to maybe beat some of the other teams. Unfortunately, our Shaman decided to go with another team because he thought he'd have a better opportunity with them. So we brought another player along and we tried, and unfortunately we didn't make it again. I didn't play in that cup. To be honest, I think we're probably the least prepared team, maybe second least prepared. Although, as I said, the other teams are stronger than us, and we're in a position where due to our comps and their comps, it's kind of be difficult. Do I have any changes with the current patch? Enough mages, enough rogues, enough enhancement shamans. I think they would have a pretty good game.
All right, that is Team Reawaken 3. Mystic saying there that he feels like they are the least prepared team here at this tournament. Maybe not the most confidence-inspiring message to be saying right before getting on stage to fight for your tournament life here against Solari Gaming Blue, but we'll have to see if they can pull something out. They did have to beat Bleach Bones to get here, so they maybe found their stride. Maybe they're ready to take it all the way.
Yeah, maybe they did. I mean, Solari Gaming Blue is such a great group of players, though. That last match was so exciting. It's coming down right to the end, and so it's going to be tough for Reawaken 3 to beat them. But, I mean, I'm really excited to see what comp they play, because they are going to play either that jungle or I do believe that Ret Hunter Shaman setup. So those are two very, very different gameplays.
Yeah, if we do some detective work, I mean, we can safely assume, unless Solari Gaming Blue is playing that turbo at a much higher level than Bleach Bones, I mean, it's likely they're going to be playing the LSD3, as we did see Reawake actually beat out Bleach Bones in the lower bracket. So they eliminated them. They were playing turbo, so it's doubtful that Solari Gaming Blue is going to play turbo as well, and they'll probably end up playing that LSD3, which, I mean, we saw them play that against Solari Gaming Red, and they were looking really good. They had a lot of pressure. They rotated their cooldowns properly. Unfortunately, they did lose to Solari Gaming Red, but it was a good showing.
Yeah, definitely a close game.
Yeah, I would love to see the Retribution Paladin. I don't know if it's necessarily the right choice to make in this situation, but I would love to see it anyway, just because every once in a while, man, that Ret dream is real. They can come out there, pop all those cooldowns, just annihilate somebody in a hurry. It's a thing of beauty when it happens. It doesn't always happen, but it's a thing of beauty when it happens.
Yeah, more often than not, it doesn't happen, but it is exciting nonetheless.
And Ret is one of those specs where it's like the person, when they bought World of Warcraft day one, they're like, I want to be the guy that swings the light. I want to be the guy with the hammer and the Sela command and just like reckoning and just one-shot somebody. And it's those people, and that's all they play. It's really weird. It's that one spec. Like Enhanced sometimes and Moonkin sometimes you see those players, and that's basically all they play, unless they start to pick up alts. But throughout the years, they just stick with that one spec the entire time.
And we heard the classic line coming out of Mystic: "Nerf rogues, nerf mages, nerf enhancement shamans." So I don't know if he's going to be playing Retribution Paladin, living that Ret dream, but it's something definitely they have up their sleeve. And I was watching them play backstage, and they actually were doing really well as that comp. I mean, if anyone's going to play that comp, Mystic has been making it work for quite some time, and who knows what could happen.
Yeah, well, and to pair with a hunter, it actually works and synergizes really, really well for the Retribution Paladin. So it's entirely possible that we will see some Retribution action here on the stage. Of course, they will be facing off against Solari Gaming Blue, who we've seen play in a couple of matches already. They've been extremely strong and solid in their play. That last matchup between Solari Gaming Blue and Solari Gaming Red, that really could have gone either way, and it could have been Solari Gaming Blue sitting in the finals right now, and the semifinals, and Solari Gaming Red up here on the stage. So Solari Gaming Blue coming off of that last very, very close loss. What sort of thoughts do you think they're thinking about as they're going up here against Reawaken 3?
I mean, they have to be confident. They already beat them once so far in the tournament, and that is huge. I mean, and it did give time for Reawakened 3 to kind of do their homework and, watch how they played out each match, maybe try to figure out what went wrong. But, I mean, especially where it was 2-0, like that's a pretty commanding.
I mean, one thing I was going to say is throughout this entire tournament, the games have been very close. I don't think on stage we've had a single game that's been going 2-0. It's always 1-2, 2-1, same thing. But yeah, so that was the only blowout that I know of in this tournament. So they got to be feeling good going into this matchup. They've already beat Reawaken 3 twice, like you said. So unless Reawake 3 does something completely different, I think Solari Gaming Blue is going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and of course, we were talking before about how these are some of the most accomplished players in the world, really, but especially here in Europe as well. Botar, Fabs, Joey Fernandez, Swapsy, these are names that are known the world over in World of Warcraft arena. So if I'm Reawaken 3, I'm kind of feeling a little bit nervous about this match, especially coming off of that earlier 2-0 that we were talking about. But maybe this at the same time, it's time for redemption. Like, it's time to get some revenge and say, you know what, you knocked us down before, but we thought about it, we sat, we had a little sit, we had a little think, and we figure we can maybe come back here. So we will be going into this game here very, very shortly. As soon as it is ready, we will be getting into that for you guys. I'm excited to see this matchup. It's kind of like getting to see another glimpse at a match that we didn't get to watch earlier, so that's super exciting as well. I'm pulling for that Rep Paladin. I'm hoping we get to see a Rep Paladin at some point.
I don't think we saw Mystic sitting up on stage. So
unless he's going to do the
Mystic.
quick last second swap in, which, hey, you never know. It could happen, as it does look like we are going to have both.
So interesting. It looks like Solari Blue deciding to use that turbo setup. So despite Reawaken beating Bleach Bones, these guys know, maybe they think they're just better than Bleach Bones, maybe they just have figured something out, but they're going to be playing that Turbo Cleave up against the jungle of Reawake 3.
All right, and again, of course, on the top left, that is going to be the team of, it's going to be Botar's team with Joey Fernandez and Swapsy playing that Turbo Cleave. And again, as Reawaken 3 is just so excited to play against them. First time we've seen these guys on stage. Let's see if they can make something happen with this right out of the start. Let's follow Joey Fernandez, see how well he does out of the start, because he was really the initiator in every single game so far.
Yeah, he loves to play super aggressive right off the start. There we see him actually using Heroic Leap, trying to get in, actually jumping in the wrong direction. Now he's going to get the charge back over here and start putting a little bit of damage into Nam. Swapsy, though, taking a little bit of damage himself, actually popping his some sort of offensive cooldown. I believe it, yes, it was actually his Ascendance that he popped there, and he's got his Wolves out as well, and had his Nature's Guardian actually proc already too, and the Shamanistic Rage. Wow, he's had to use a lot of cooldowns already in this opener from Reawaken 3.
Yeah, but Botar was able to save his trinket there, and that was a lot of offensive cooldowns coming out of both IM and Pancakes there, so well done by them. The Shalom Rage is being used by Swapsy as well. He's not going to have that available for 45 seconds. The Hexar getting so low at the moment, down to around 40% HP. Their entire team is getting rotted down so hard by this Turbo Cleave. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive. Almost in that execute range. He could just die right here. Needs to be able to survive. Gets out of execute range, but he's still not out of the woods yet. If Joey Fernandez can connect with an execute, he is just going to die. Gets out the Spirit Walker's Grace healing surges. Going to be able to top off his teams with those cooldowns. And it looks like for now, Reawake 3 is going to be able to survive.
That was so close. Joey Fernandez had a full bar of rage and was trying to chase him around the pillar. I'm so surprised that Hexer was able to live through that.
It was a lot of cooldowns, though, out of Hexer. It was his Ascendance, his Spirit Walker's Grace. There was the Totem down as well. He has one Spirit Link Totem remaining. Swapsy, though, getting so low, having to pop the Rallying Cry from Joey Fernandez as well as the Shamanistic Rage. Swapsy could be in a lot of trouble here. Botar trying to get over there and toss some heals onto him. Looks like he will be able to stabilize, but that was a scary moment there for Solari Blue.
Yeah, that was the Iron Bark as well, so literally everything used on a Swapsy. No cooldowns available. I mean, Botar still doesn't have his trinket available for another minute, so they're going to be in big trouble the next CC chain that Nam and Pancakes can get out at the moment. But Hexar getting really low, down to 50% HP, but I am Nam trying to throw out as many peels as possible right now, trying to get them off the back of their Restoration Shaman. He's having a really hard time getting off some casts, finally able to get away, get off those healing surges on himself, top himself off, and they're going to be looking to go offensive here now onto Botar. It looks like he's in that bear form, doesn't have many hots on himself, able to get away, but down to around 40% HP at the moment. I am Nam, also very low with the Survival Instincts up, trying to prevent some of that incoming damage. Hexar getting feared up full there. He does not have a trinket available for this fear, and I am Nam is going to have to do a good job kiting, but at the same time, he wants to go offensive onto Botar, who is caught up, taking a lot of damage at the moment. But I am Nam into that execute range. Once again, has Survival Instincts up. He might be able to survive the Spirit Link coming out of Hexar, and this is big trouble for Reawaken.
Yeah, that was the last defensive cooldown for Hexer available for quite some time, and he's going to be caught in that stun and just go down. Nothing left that he can really use to keep himself alive there. Solari Blue just playing that textbook, dismantling Reawaken 3. That was just a very dominating performance out of Solari Blue.
It's pretty close. I mean, Reawaken 3 had a lot of opportunities to swap onto Botar, as we saw, but again, throughout that whole time, both Spirit Links happened when the entire team was extremely low health. We actually saw the Spirit Link come down, and immediately Feral Druid just got out of there because there was so much damage being spread out, and he really wanted to stay offensive. So again, what a great match.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw, although Solari Gaming Blue was taking quite a bit of damage, they did a great job using those defensive cooldowns and making sure they were getting the counter pressure, which is very important, while they're taking less damage, making sure to actually go on and get pressure and get momentum in their favor so they can turn the tides of the game.
Yep, so that will be that first game going to Solari Gaming Blue, putting them up 1-0 in this best of 3. Remember, these teams are fighting for their lives. Whoever wins this will move on to the semifinals. Whoever loses it is eliminated from the tournament. This is the last chance for both of these teams to move on to the semifinals. So getting that first victory, we've talked about it a lot today, but getting that first victory on the Grand Arena is so important for Solari Gaming Blue here.
Yep, and you can see they look pretty confident so far. And of course, Reawaken 3 is kind of going back to the drawing board at this point, trying to decide what to do. It looks like we do have Mystic leaning in, giving some tips, trying to figure out what went wrong during that. You know, did see a good showing right there, but wondering that they kind of see the doom coming. You know? After already being down 2-0 and losing beforehand and coming back on stage, and then that one went pretty quick.
That one did go quick, but they had a lot of pressure. They definitely had some opportunities to land a kill, and trying to like get in their heads and think about what map they would want. I think something like Ruins of Lordaeron would make it really hard for Botar to get away if they trained him down as that jungle cleave.
Yeah, but then again, your shaman on Ruins of Lordaeron, you know, he's kind of stuck out. You know, it depends on, if they want to go on Ruins of Lordaeron, they need to commit on that strat. They need to push them completely off of the tomb. They need to pull them all the way, force them back into their starting area so that Hexer can have the tomb to himself. You know, play that 40-yard range, you know, making sure that they can, you know, come back and maybe line of sight on the edges or something, but they really have to commit to that strat.
And if they can get enough pressure and momentum in their favor, and Hexer can actually throw out purges, it makes it even scarier for them to deal with. But I mean, so far, Solarity Gaming Blue is doing an excellent job not letting him do that, making sure he actually has to heal. So.
Yeah. Of course, there are also, if they were to go with Ruins of Lordaeron, there are also those extra line of sight blockers that were added fairly recently. There's like the overturned cart to one side and the tombstone to the other side. Yeah, that does add a little bit more of possibility for breaking line of sight, but they're such small line of sight blockers that it actually, like, I do agree that it's still a matter of taking control of the tomb and trying to push the other team into their starting area, because that's the only place you can really reliably stay out of line of sight for quite a while.
Oh, and look who's sitting down.
Oh,
we have the player swap. We have Mystic that is going to be sitting down. And is the Ret Paladin the only thing that he has registered for this tournament?
I think so.
Are we going to see the Ret Paladin Dream?
I'm excited.
Oh, goodness gracious. We're going to see Mystic on that Retribution Paladin, something we were talking about a lot. We'll have to see if they can change it up. I mean, they are down 0-3 in this matchup. Going back in a previous series, they lost 0-2, now they're down 0-1. So maybe trying to change things up, putting it all on the line, bringing in this Retribution Paladin, and just maybe trying to catch them off guard.
If there was ever a time for the Ret Dream, this is it, right here. You need a dream to be able to come back against this team. They've already knocked you out before. You want to be able to come back. Any single thing you've got in your back pocket, go for it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
might as well. Especially, like we said before, down 0-2 in the first matchup and losing, and then having to face against them again. But of course, they did come off that win against Bleachbones in their last matchup. So maybe this is it. Maybe this is where they're going to start their comeback.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the cross CC that can come out of Solari Gaming Blue here, because when that Hunter and that Ret Paladin, if that's the comp that they actually end up going with here, when that Ret and Hunter are both putting out all of their cooldowns, and that's a lot of damage to have to deal with, so that cross CC has to come out, most likely onto the Hunter, possibly onto the Ret Paladin. You can do a little bit just to trip him up, slow him up a little bit, but it's actually really hard to keep him off you entirely for a long period of time at that point. Still though, that's a lot of damage that can happen in a hurry, especially if he ends up playing Beastmaster. I didn't actually catch which spec he was playing in that last
survival.
match. Was he playing survival?
I have a feeling we'll see a lot of survival of this. I mean, maybe the Beastmastery setup with that Ret Paladin, you know, the huge burst of crows, you know, going matching with the wings might work out for them.
It just makes it a little bit harder to actually CC the entirety of the Hunter's damage output in that situation. So you're sort of stuck with, do you CC the Ret Paladin and maybe he bubbles and still puts out a bunch of damage anyway? Do you CC the Hunter but his pet's still punching you in the face the entire time? As I'm saying this, I'm sort of like theorizing ways that it could work. I'm still not fully confident in it myself, but we'll have to see. Maybe I guarantee they know things that I don't, so I'm just going to leave it up to them.
Yeah, I think one of the things about survival is the reduced cooldown on trap. So he's going to have a lot of utility with the frozen trap and the knock traps to actually CC these double melee.
Like there's all these little extra things coming from that reduced trap cooldown. You know, you really control that field, and then they just have the constant damage. It's not the gigantic burst that you see out of the Beast Mastery, but as they get their procs rolling, you know, and they start to get their damage out, their crows isn't as scary as BM, but it still does a lot of damage.
It does a lot of damage, and at the same time, sometimes having that control and making it so the other team can't go offensive is offensive in its own right. Preventing damage allows you to actually put out some more damage. But once again, Reawaken tournament life is on the line. They are swapping out a player. We're going to have these games up for you guys very, very shortly. Solarity Gaming Blue, 1 game away. If they can win this game, they will make it to the top 4, where Solarity Gaming Red is waiting. And that's the only confirmed team we have in the top 4 right now.
Yeah, and again, the winner of this actually is going to be slotted into the bottom part of the semifinal bracket, which means they are going to be playing against whoever comes out on top of Group A.
Yeah.
That is a big deal. Like, it isn't we talk about the slate isn't completely clean, because they are going to be playing against whoever ended up winning. So we'll have to see who they will face off against later today. But we do have this last matchup in Group B.
Yeah, and in the top 4, it is switching over to a single elimination format. So if you lose, you're knocked down into this consolation round, where they're going to be playing for 3rd place, that last spot for BlizzCon. So, I don't know, going into a game against the top seed from Group A could be hard for them. But once again, all these teams here are exceptionally good, and really anything could happen.
Yeah, there is a big difference in prize pool as well up in that top. It's not all about just those tickets to BlizzCon. There's also that $50,000 first place prize, $20,000 for second, $10,000 for third. That's a big jump up in income.
Quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's doubling your income if you make it from third to second, and then if you can make it from second to first, that's more than doubling that. So it's a lot of money on the line if they do make it on from here. So of course they have to get there first. They got to finish playing out this series and actually move on. But there's a lot on the line here right now.
Right, it looks like Mystic is just fine-tuning everything, making sure everything is all set. And it's amazing to see over the years how character setup has changed in the tournaments over the years, because sometimes we cart PCs around, and sometimes they just swap the hard drives out, which is what I do believe what they're doing on this one. So it's just take the hard drive, put the hard drive in, and then sometimes, like at BlizzCon last year, we actually had really long keyboard and mice and monitor outputs that went from backstage, so that we didn't even have to touch anything. So
yeah, it was super easy.
Yeah, it's great to see.
Yep.
All the admins running around, getting everyone ready.
Yep, we will be getting into this match as soon as humanly possible. It does take a little bit of time to make sure that the swapped player has everything completely set up, like you were just saying. But as soon as they are ready to go, we will be getting into this match. This will be Solara Gaming Blue up 1-0 versus Reawaken 3 in this series. If Solara Gaming Blue wins this next match, that's it. They're moving on to the semifinals. Or Reawaken 3, with this Red Hunter Shaman composition, they might be able to stage their comeback here.
Got to win 2 in a row, though. And again, this is going to be a best of 3, of course, but then once we move on to the semifinals, it is going to be best of 5s to play that out. So a little bit of more cushion to play with.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually seen all the maps being played yet at this tournament. Have we seen Blaze Edge yet? No. I think that's the only one we haven't seen so far.
That's going to be one that's like dangerous to pick, just because of what everyone can play. That normally is the last pick that we've seen so far.
Have we seen Ruins either?
I don't actually think we've seen Ruins.
Not on stream yet. I don't know backstage if we've seen it yet or not. But.
So that's going to be exciting when we get into the top 4. We're going to see, hopefully see some of these other maps coming in, which I think is exciting.
Yeah, because just as a reminder to anyone who may not remember, they are not allowed to pick a map that's already been played in that series. So once we're getting into those best of 5, especially if we go to a game 5, that's almost all of the maps that have to be played at that point. There's a total of 6 maps, I believe, that are available to play. 6 or 7 maps off the top of my head. I can't count that quickly.
No Ring of Valor anymore, sadly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that was my favorite map, especially when the fire used to come.
When we had random maps, and it would just keep slot machining Ring of Valor at you every time.
Man.
I was playing a Retribution Paladin myself when it was still the 2 elevators in the middle that brought you right up. That was an amazing time for a Rep Paladin, because you just start right next to the enemy healer already. You just pop all your cooldowns and hope that you win in the first 5 seconds. I usually lost in the first 5 seconds, but...
Yeah, at least you tried.
Yeah. Speaking of Ring of Valor, that's one thing we used to do as the gates would come open. If we were playing against like a rogue or someone that was stealth on one side, we'd Shadow Fury, and on the other side we'd Frost Nova, and instantly get them out every single game.
Oh yeah, those big open maps. That was quite the map. You know, I know a lot of players, all they want is just the Grand Arena, just copied over and over. But I do like Tolveron is a great example. It's almost like the Grand Arena, except it's gigantic.
Yeah.
And it has, it's 3 pillars instead of 4 and stuff. So we'll have to see what Blizzard is going to pull out for arena maps in the future. It could be anything at this point, because Tiger's Peak, surprisingly, was a lot different than any other map that we played on so far.
Yeah, and we've seen sort of an evolution of these maps over the years. I remember when Arena first came out in TBC, Nagrand used to spawn random tornadoes that would throw you around the map.
Yeah.
And that was always a pleasure when you were about to land a kill on someone, a tornado would come and throw you a mile away.
Yep, and then of course Blade's Edge had the at first where the middle ramps are, there were 2 pillars and there wasn't a rope. And so you had to jump. And what was great is we used to play a hunter, so we would put the frost trap down, and then you just can't make that jump. It is absolutely impossible to make that jump. And the funny part was, even without a snare there, most of the players you played against couldn't make that jump. Because it was just that, you had to do it right at the right time, without a sprint and stuff like that. And then, of course, we added ropes after a little while, which was great because then warriors can automatically charge up on there and stuff.
It's like a noob checker kind of, especially with the ropes. You walk across the rope and see someone slide off.
Yeah,
it's
always so satisfying.
Yeah, I actually really like where Blade's Edge has ended up, though. It's actually a really interesting map now, I think. It always had a lot of issues in the past, even with the ropes, of certain compositions just did so ridiculously well on Blade's Edge, but then terrible on every other map, just because they needed Blade's Edge to be able to win. But I actually find it a really interesting map nowadays because more and more players have been playing it underneath the bridge and using all of the different line of sight blockers that are available down there. And that I just find, sure, the map has had a lot of changes over the years, but they've been relatively subtle ones each time it happened, with the possible exception of the time that the middle ramps came in. That was actually a pretty substantial change. But it's just interesting that this map is this old at this point, and we're still seeing people approaching it in new ways with these just little bit of changes that have gone into it. That said, I kind of doubt we'll be seeing Blade's Edge as the chosen map for this next game. I'm not really sure what to really expect out of this. With that Ret Hunter, I don't know, maybe the Ruins of Lordaeron is the best way to go.
We'll see Ruins of Lordaeron. I mean, it's going to be scary for the enemy Druid to live if Reawake can connect with those wings and the crows, and it's going to be hard for him to get away, especially if he's getting offensively purged up by Hexer. So he's going to have to do a great job rotating those defensive cooldowns and survive on a map like that if that's something they decide to go with.
So we will be getting into this match as soon as we possibly can. We're just making sure that all of the players, especially the one that was just swapped out there, Mystic coming in to, we expect at least, playing that Retribution Paladin. Want to make sure that everybody is all set to go. We don't want a loss on here because, my mouse wasn't working quite right, or I couldn't hear the sound properly, or anything like that. But it sounds like actually we are just about ready to get into the game here, so we will be getting this going here very, very shortly.
Yeah, and let's see what map they are going to pick. It's going to be exciting for us too, as it looks like. Oh, actually, it's going to be sewers.
Ooh, interesting.
Do you think this is telling of what the comp's going to be?
Well, with Mystic sitting down, I'm pretty confident it's going to be the Ret Hunter Dream.
Oh, it is?
But it looks like it is going to be a Mystic on that Retribution Paladin. First Retribution Paladin we've seen this tournament. Hexer on that healer for Reawake 3, as well as Pancakes on the Hunter, going up against Botar, Swapsy, and Joey Fernando's. Solari Gaming Blue actually up 1-0 right now, one game away from moving up into that top 4 bracket, and Reawaken 3's tournament life is on the line. If they lose this game, they're completely out of the tournament.
Yeah, and really this is, like we were saying earlier, it's going to be all about the cross CC from Solari Blue. They're going to have to shut down the pressure coming out of the Ret Paladin and coming out of the Hunter. That's really all that Reawaken 3 has going for them in this match, is that just severe pressure that the Ret Paladin and the Hunter can put out. If they can shut that down, they'll be totally fine. If not, they will die terribly. So.
And of course we are going to follow Mystic throughout this game. Let's see how he can happen, see if he can make the Ret Dream live, as he immediately is going to get looking to connect on to the enemy healer, I do believe. Yep, that is the strats, and first global, using those wings, using the Holy Avenger, everything coming out. Look, and they're going to turn it right back around onto Hexer, who's taking an immense amount of damage. Mystic is just trying to stick to his target, not having very much luck. And look at Joey Fernandez playing the zone defense.
Yeah, but that said, Botar now getting chased around over the back here. He has already used his Trinket and his Iron Bark. He does still have his Nature Swiftness available. If they can stick to him, they might have been able to do a little bit more damage there, but unfortunately the offensive cooldowns have now faded from Mystic. That's a long time before he's going to have those available yet again. So at this point, they're just going to be trying to keep as much constant pressure as they can until those cooldowns come back up. They want to try and make sure that Solari Blue does not feel confident at any point here. That said, Mystic now actually looking like he's taking a little bit of damage here. He does pop the Divine protection, and he's got his Sacred Shield up on himself now. So they're going to go ahead and swap it over onto Hexer. He's trying to get the healing surges out. He does have the Earth Shield on himself as well, which means that he could start having some mana problems if he has to leave that on himself instead of the Water Shield for an extended period of time. Mystic now caught into that Cyclone, going to shut down any possible pressure he could be putting out. Hexer looking like he's in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, almost into that execute range, throwing out that Spirit Link Totem, trying to get as much healing out as possible. Pancakes and Mystic still very low. Botar, though, could be in a little bit of trouble. Still doesn't have his Barkskin up for 15 seconds and no Trinket available. Throws out that preemptive Iron Bark on the Crows, though, going to be preventing some of that damage and empowering his heals. So he's going to be able to survive till his Barkskin comes up. And I think basically what Reawaken 3 is trying to do is slowly work through Botar's cooldowns and land a kill on him. But Botar's just doing such an excellent job staying in bear form, keeping himself audited, rotating his defensive cooldowns properly. And here comes the Nature's Vigil. So another preemptive defensive cooldown just to stop the damage coming in from Mystic and Pancakes.
Mystic's wings are up in 13 seconds, though. He could be able to actually get a lot of damage in before Botar's Iron Bark comes up. That's got 23 seconds remaining on it. The wings are about to come up from Mystic. Hexer having to drop that Spirit Link just to keep his team alive. This next Avenging Wrath from Mystic may be the deciding factor in this game. He needs to be able to use it at an intelligent time, though. He's getting so low already, not having actually used those yet, just hanging on to them, and now the Iron Bark is going to be available from Botar here very, very shortly, and they may have missed their window there.
Yeah, and the bash, though, coming up from Botar on Hexer, he's in a lot of trouble, down to around 30% HP. I don't know if he has anything left to keep himself stabilized. Mystic has no boss available for him either, so Hexer's in a lot of trouble. Pancakes and Mystic all low. The wings coming out from Mystic, trying anything he can, but Hexer's almost in that execute range, just a little bit lower, and Joy Fernandez is going to be able to finish him off and move on to the top 4, but somehow Hexer is able to survive. The Shockwave coming out, and that's going to be the game. Hexer going down, Joy Fernandez able to connect with that recklessness and take him out, and Solari Gaming Blue is going to advance to the top 4.
Yeah, the Retribution Dream unfortunately becoming a nightmare for Reawaken 3 there, as it just was not quite enough for them to be able to score the win. But hey, you got to give it a try, man. You got to try.
You have to, especially like we said, they already met before. Whether or not the Ret was played in that series, we don't know. We'll have to find out. But again, congratulations to Solari Gaming Blue, which moves on to the semifinals.
Yeah. And even looking down at the stage, the players walking across, congratulating each other. Awesome to see this great sportsmanship out of both these teams. Reawaken 3, they're going to be eliminated from the tournament today, but hey, they went out with style.
Absolutely, those are some amazing games, and now 2 Solari game teams are in the top 4, like we've been saying, just kind of waiting to see who their opponents are in Group A.
Yep. And that does mean that with 2 teams decided, we have the rest of Group A to be determined still, which those will be our next games, I do believe. But again, Solari Gaming Blue had an amazing game against Solari Gaming Red on stream that we saw, and then these games had just absolutely dominant, beginning to end against the team of Reawaken 3. So Solari Gaming Blue is one of those teams that we're really confident with that could possibly make it to BlizzCon, because now they only have to not get 4th.
Yeah. Yeah, really, at this point, they only have to beat one team to move on. They are 1 win away, and they even have an opportunity to lose first. So they've got to be feeling super confident. It is that reset that you were saying earlier, moving into these semifinals. Even though they were kind of on the ropes here, they're now feeling, I would imagine, feeling a lot more confident. And in fact, let's go ahead and take it down to Anna on the stage to find out for sure, directly from Joy Fernandez, how they're actually feeling about this.
Hi there, guys. I am indeed here with Joe Fernandez. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
We're feeling really well. I mean, we've been playing counters all day and still beating them all, so it feels good.
Yeah, you guys had quite a match. You actually had a player swap. How did that feel? Was it turbulent at all, or did you just go through with confidence?
We were pretty confident. I mean, things didn't always go our way, but in the end, we did well this game, so it felt good.
Yeah, this was fighting for your tournament life, so the pressure was on. Do you think that helps you guys play better, or does it make you more nervous and shake you up a little bit?
I think it made us play better. I mean, we faced these guys the first round and beat them 2-0, so we were really confident against them.
Well, next you'll go up to play 3 languages, 1 team. How are you feeling about that matchup?
That should be free win for us. We usually farm them all the time, so we should be able to beat them.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you move through the tournament. As people watch, what should they be looking for that's the signature of Solari Gaming Blue? What distinguishes you from the other teams?
I think we do the most damage out of any other turbo and just get random kills. That's the main thing.
All right, well, we'll be watching for that. Congratulations again. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Guys, we will be back with more World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon right after this.
Positioning of each of the players in an arena is important, as different spells and abilities have different ranges, and most require a clear line of sight to their target. You'll often notice players retreating to defensive positions near pillars or other obstacles in the arena. This allows them to break line of sight from enemy casters and pull enemy melee characters into positions where they may be out of line of sight from their healers or other team members. For more examples of team compositions and strategies, visit worldofwarcraft.com and navigate over to the arena forums.
welcome back, friends, to the World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon. It has been an amazing day so far. That's just my opinion. Let us know what your opinion is by tweeting with the hashtag RTB2015 and hashtag WowEsports. But we're going to keep bringing you quality World of Warcraft matches right here from this stage, and that is going to continue with Solari Gaming Yellow versus Solari Gaming Black right now. Commentators, to you.
Thanks so much, Anna. We are here once again at the O2 Arena in Prague. We've had so many awesome matches all day today, and now we've got Solari Gaming Yellow versus Solari Gaming Black. Another sort of Solari Gaming versus Solari Gaming. We'll have to see how this one goes.
Yeah, it could be an exciting matchup. Of course, this is going to be the lower final of Group A, I do believe, and then this is going to be our last team that is going to make it on to the semifinals so far.
Yeah, so far in the top four, we have Solari Gaming Red, Solari Gaming Black, blue. Solari Gaming Blue, Solari Gaming Red, and actually three languages is up there as well. So this is the last and final spot. This is these teams' last chance to actually make it to that top four. And I don't think we've seen either one of these teams play on stage yet.
No, I think you're right. I don't think we actually have yet. So it's going to be interesting to see what we actually get out of these teams. We may have actually seen Yellow earlier. There's so many Solari Gamings here, it's hard to keep track of all of them. It does mean that we will also end up with 3 Solari Gamings in the finals, because one of these two teams will be moving on to the semifinals. So it's going to be interesting to see how that actually works out. But there you can see the Group A brackets, 3 languages, 1 team, like Elliot just said, moving on to the semifinals. And then now this match, Solari Gaming Yellow versus Solari Gaming Black, is going to determine the final team that we will have in our semifinals.
So what classes do Solari Gaming Yellow play?
Solari Gaming Yellow, looking down, I believe they play Feral Lock Shaman and Jungle Cleave as their main compositions.
Yeah, we did actually see these guys earlier. They were playing they started out with a Jungle Cleave and then they swapped to the Feral Lock Shaman and actually played incredibly well as that Feral Lock Shaman in that matchup. It actually went extremely well for them. So I'm kind of wondering if we're going to see some more Feral Lock Shaman. It's a comp that honestly I really like watching play. I think it's very, very interesting the way that it works out, and it can be very technical in certain ways. So I'm excited to see how this actually works out for them.
Yeah, it's going to be very important for them if they do decide to play that Feral Lock Shaman, that they're getting out as much damage as possible, because that's one of the strengths of that composition, is actually just rotting down the entire team. And then you have the added burst stuns coming out from the Feral, especially when he has that incarnation popped.
And it's just so much damage coming out at that point. You know, you layer that on top of the dots that are coming out from the Warlock, and you have that excellent kill window of the incarnation with the Berserk, with the Tiger's Fury also, and then on top of those of the Demon Soul dots. It's just crazy amounts of damage.
Yeah, it can be hard to deal with as a healer, for sure. You have to make sure you're rotating your defensive cooldowns. And that was Solari Gaming Yellow we were talking about. Of course, Solari Gaming Black is going to be running...
I believe, actually, they've been playing Mage Lock Druid, which is interesting.
That's it's not something we typically expect coming out from this team, but I think that's what they're actually going to be running in this game, is Mage Lock Druid, which is kind of cool. It's exciting. That's one of the comps I used to play. That's one of the comps I used to play a lot. So yeah, it's going to be fun to watch them.
Yep. So we will be getting to this match as soon as humanly possible. I believe that the teams are just finishing getting themselves ready down there. So as soon as this match is ready to go, we will dive into it. Let's go ahead and take a quick look, though, at Solari Gaming Black, as they have gotten themselves all set up on the stage down there. Of course, the team of Solari Gaming Black, we haven't actually seen them playing on the stage yet today. So I just don't really know what to expect out of these guys going into this match.
Yeah, all 3 of them, though, definitely amazing players, all very well known in the European scene, I should say. So unless for some reason they get a lot of jitters playing in front of the audience and like a live crowd, I think we should expect these guys to play very, very well.
Yep.
Like we've seen out of most teams today. I mean, for the most part, no one's really choking, which we've seen in previous years. But this year especially, it seems like everyone has come bringing their A game, very comfortable, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, all of the games we've seen today so far have been phenomenal. I would expect this to be no different whatsoever. Of course, that is now on your screen, Solari Gaming Black sitting there, having a little bit of discussion with each other, just making sure that they've got all of their ideas down. Of course, that will be Frofsy, Infernian, Livin, and Zonica are on the roster for that team. So again, they've apparently been playing Mage, Warlock, Druid. kind of a curveball, kind of out of left field with that one, but
it is. But it might be something that these teams haven't been able to play against.
Yeah, no one's gonna know what to expect going up against that Mage Lock Druid, and that's kind of what's cool about bringing it out in a tournament like this. It's kind of a wild card.
Yeah, now of course we are going to be starting on the Grand Arena, and so it is the double blind pick. So both teams kind of have no idea what the enemy team is going to bring. Kind of sure that Solari Gaming Black is going to be playing that Mage Lock Druid, of course, but Solari Gaming Yellow has been able to play 2 different comps at a very high level so far. Both games that they played, both their Feralok Shaman and what was the other?
Jungle.
They played the Jungle, and then it was just, both of them were really great games.
I think a composition like Feralok Shaman, that LSD comp, has always been very good against Wizard Cleaves for the most part. Something like Mage Lock Druid, very, very CC heavy. With something like Feralok Shaman, especially having that Shaman on your team, very disruptive to casters, having that grounding and that shock. So if they're on point with their interrupts, they're going to be able to shut down this MLD's CC and hopefully counter pressure quite a bit.
And that's going to be the big thing, is that the crowd control from both the Warlock and the Mage, plus you get that extra little bit of control from the Druid, who can toss out a stun when needed, maybe a Cyclone if the target isn't, on DR at that point. But, it's going to be an interesting comp.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to have to be watching Feowen, the Feral Druid, quite closely. A big part of what is going to be sort of a deciding factor in this game is just how much he's going to be able to stick onto his targets, keep those bleeds rolling, keep his damage rolling onto them, and especially once he pops that Incarnation, if there's anything that the other team, Solari Gaming Black, can do to actually shut that down, that's a big deal when he is sort of denied the ability to use his offensive cooldowns. So that's going to be the big thing to watch coming out of Solari Gaming Yellow here, is just how well is Feowen able to actually stick onto his targets.
And one of the challenges with MLD, and one of the reasons I don't think it's very popular right now, especially with an Affliction Warlock, I think MLD with something like Demonology or maybe even Destruction could be a lot more powerful than Affliction, because as an Affliction Warlock, it's kind of a nightmare to have a Druid cycloning off your dots, getting that rod pressure, in addition to a Mage spamming out that Polymorph. So it's kind of counterintuitive in a way.
Do you think we'll see something other than Affliction in this setup?
I don't know. Definitely in the US regionals, we saw people playing Demonology. I think it is a very powerful spec. You get the stun from the Felguard, as well as that insane burst if you can stack up those Demon Bolts.
Yeah, plus the Mortal Strike effect too. So that's a big deal, especially for this composition. And, if you have to bet it all, you're coming down to the last minute, why not go with Demon Bolts?
Well, and especially if Solari Gaming Yellow ends up playing Jungle Cleave instead of that Feralok Shaman. I'm not actually sure what they're getting set up with at the moment, but if they were playing the Jungle Cleave, then it's actually a little bit, very slightly easier, in my opinion at least, to actually get those Demon Bolts off as Demonology, because there just isn't quite as much on-demand crowd control available to the Jungle Cleave. So that could actually be a really interesting way to play it out, actually going with the Demonology, going with the Demon Bolt. Of course, this is all just conjecture at this point. We're just speculating up here, but I think that could be really interesting if that's what we end up seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can get out the cross CC and actually get out those casts, but it's a matter of if they've actually practiced it. I don't know how much they've practiced that spec. Most Warlocks usually only play Affliction for the most part, but who knows? These guys could be coming out with anything. I didn't expect the MLD, and they're probably going to bust that out.
Yeah, and Demonology is just such a crazy playstyle difference from Affliction. It's not like sometimes you have, 2 specs that are sort of similar a little bit, maybe like the Rogue specs, you can go from Subtlety to Combat to Assassination pretty easily, but that's a very, very different.
Yeah, completely different playstyles, which is hard. But one thing that's cool about this tournament is we have seen the 4-man rosters coming out, and something we haven't really seen in the past as much is players multi-classing, which is kind of cool. Players learning, especially healers, learning more than one healer.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of Druids also playing Paladin, a lot of Shamans also playing Paladin, having that as sort of a backup to go against and help out against your weaknesses.
If you are a healer player and you can play those 3 healers right now, the Holy Paladin, the Resto Druid, and the Resto Shaman, you can round out just about any of the top popular comps at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, haven't been seeing quite as much of the Mistweaver monk or either of the pre-specs for a while, but those three healers that you were just saying have been extremely popular for quite some time. The game is now getting ready, and we will be getting into this match here very, very shortly. Of course, the first game will be on the Grand Arena, as always. It's just the first very, very well-balanced, doesn't really give any huge advantages to any particular compositions. It's a great map to start off on, and it's become sort of standard in World of Warcraft esports to start off on the Grand Arena, and for very, very good reasons. So we will very shortly here be getting into this first match between Solari Gaming Black and Solari Gaming Yellow.
All right, and the gates will be opening in just a little bit, and of course, these are the comps that we kind of thought was going to happen. You know, that Feral Hunter, you know, that Jungle Cleave is such a popular comp. You know, being supported by that Resto Shaman, and of course, Waffle has been just doing such a great job of keeping his team up. His Spirit Links are always great when needed. But he's been struggling with a little bit of spread pressure issues too. Like, it seems like, you know, you obviously use those Spirit Links to try to pick one person up, but when you have to use that for the damage reduction, you don't get really as much out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like it is going to be MLD against a Jungle Cleave. We'll have to see how Livin, Inferion, and I believe that is Sick Druid X. My mind is drawing a blank right now. The full Bash, though, going out from Fuin right away, already getting that CC going. But the pressure coming up from this MLD is quite strong. Sukin already getting a little bit low. Waffleye actually not in any crowd control, able to get a big heal off, but he has caught into that DR polymorph. Sukin might have to use his first deterrence. Also counter-pressuring Inferion very, very hard right now. Berserk and Incarnation coming out of Fuin. He's getting a little bit low. Sick Druid is having a hard time topping him off at the moment.
Yeah, as Foon is going to hit his Incarnation, as it looks like he is going to be tossing out a bunch of damage. Actually going to jump over and try to chase the Druid down at this point. It looks like he's swapping his targets pretty constantly, not getting too much damage out with that cooldown, however, which is a big deal at the start of this match. And it does look like the second Demon Soul is coming out. Look at that, and just as I say that, the Resto Druid is going to be focused at this point.
Yeah, he has managed to get himself over here out of line of sight, and he's going to go ahead and get a couple of heals on himself. Going to be able to top himself off a little bit, but now that Bash comes out, Sick Druid could be in a lot of trouble here. Sukin moving in, trying to put out a whole bunch of damage, but getting a little bit of counter pressure himself, and it may just be enough to make him want to back off a little bit. He's actually going back around the other side of the pillar, but Sick Druid could be in a lot of trouble over here. He's getting super low, and down he goes.
Yeah, frosty on that Druid, pardon us. Just wasn't able to get away. He did have Gateway available, so I think at the end he didn't end up using that Gateway, but he just couldn't get away from Fuin and Sukin, who had so much pressure. Waffleye also throwing out those purges, of course, making it really hard for him to survive. But it doesn't look like Livin and Inferion were able to get out the pressure they needed to really force Waffleye, Fuin, and Sukin defensive the entire game.
Yeah, and so that was a pretty quick match overall. We did see early stops on the offensive cooldowns, of course, of Solari Gaming Yellow. So they just need to continue that trend. You know, they need to try to drag the game out a little bit longer, because that's when you start to see that control of both the Mage and the Warlock really shining.
Yeah, but like I said, it's hard as an Affliction Warlock because your teammates are... Yeah, on paper it doesn't really make any sense because as Infliction Warlock, your main goal is to get out damage to as much people as possible, but your teammates are so CC heavy with Cyclone and Polymorph that your dots are getting polymorphed off if he's using that glyph, and of course the Cyclone is going to be denying that a rot pressure as well, so a little bit of a strange composition coming out. The game wasn't really that close, but I think if they clean it up a little bit, their CC, and get that damage out, they do have a chance to come back.
Yeah, it's worth noting that the haunt damage is still really high for Affliction if they can chain a couple of those haunts. So even if they don't necessarily have the spread pressure to rely on, they can still get a lot of single target burst if they really want to. And that may actually be the best choice to go for something like that in this situation. We'll have to see if they're able to come up with anything, come up with an answer to Solari Gaming Yellow in this next match. Of course, it will be their map pick. And if they have the desire, they will be able to choose a counter composition as well, if they really like.
So it is possible that this might be the first Blade's Edge pick. However, when you're going against a Hunter who has the knockback that kind of negates your, I'm a Warlock and I'm going to port away real fast. So What do you think of map? Maybe like a Tolvaron, maybe a Dalaran Sewers? Like, do they want the small map as MLD? Do they want the large map?
I think they want a small map. It's such a CC-oriented comp that if they can make sure they're getting CC on the enemy healer on cooldown, they can stay aggressive. So even something like a Blade's Edge, I think, would be a good choice because the healer up on that bridge not going to have very much line of sight to actually get away from those polymorphs and those fears and those cyclones and bashes and stuff. They're going to be able to actually get out a lot of pressure. But it looks like they did decide to go with that Tolvaron arena. It's going to give them a lot of room to kite using that gateway, of course, and it's going to be easy for Frosty to get away.
Yeah, I like the Tolvaron pick here. I was kind of feeling the Blade's Edge myself. I just think that might have been a good choice, but Tolvaron also a great choice for exactly the reasons you just said. It's a lot more space to try and get away. It's a lot more ability to try to kite in those situations, just to get behind a pillar, much larger pillars. So once you are actually out of line of sight, it takes a lot longer to actually get back in and be able to keep up that pressure. That said, Solari Gaming Yellow, I feel like they did an extremely good job in that last map. I think they actually should be feeling fairly confident coming into this one as well.
Yeah, if I was them, I'd be feeling very confident as well. But this map is going to be a little bit harder for them to stick on. Frosty's going to have that gateway, like we said, going to be able to displace across the entire map. The problem is, if Ewan is a Feral Druid's exceptionally mobile. It's going to be easy for him to reconnect on a Sick Druid, so it's going to be up to Livin and Inferion to make sure that they can get enough pressure so Ewan's actually scared to chase him down.
Yep, all right, and of course on the left, that is going to be the team of Solari Gaming Black, as they are going to be down 1-0 actually, as I can get the score incorrect. There we go, as Solari Gaming Yellow is of course up, as we see early aggression out from the mage, and maybe that's what they have to do to make a difference, but that is immediately answered by the incarnation from the Feral Druid. So lots of cooldowns out, but look at how much damage the CC chain is just adding up onto Waffle, as Sukin took a lot of damage and actually having to deter there, so I'm getting a little pressure early out.
Yeah, they actually, that's the Spirit Link out as well from Waffle, so they've actually done a great job of putting on a ton of pressure early on in this match, and honestly, that's exactly what they need. They need to be able to keep that pressure up. If they can keep it going just a little bit longer, Sukin only has one deterrence left available to him. However, Frosty now over here could be in a lot of trouble trying to get out of line of sight, using those big pillars to his advantage, and it's actually working out really, really well for him. We do, of course, have Livin caught into that Cyclone there for just a second. Livin, of course, is playing the character Cogsy, and Frosty is playing the character Sick Druid X. But yeah, actually, I feel like Solari Black may actually be onto something here.
Yeah, that's the full sheep onto Waffle Eye right now. Sukin could be in a lot of trouble. He needs to get that deterrence up as soon as possible, but those Affliction Warlock dots are going to be rotting him down. There's his last deterrence, so he has no deterrences available. The team of Solari Black has a lot of time, a lot to work with now. I mean, Waffle Eye has no more cooldowns ready to go, and Sukin's still not out of the woods yet. The full Frost Eye onto Waffle Eye. Use that War Mastery and Ascendance to toss out some heals. Going to be able to top him off. Sick Druid X, aka Frosty, also has no cooldowns ready to go after that Iron Bark, but he was able to pre-Iron Bark that swap on him. I think he's going to be completely fine. He's also in bear form. Good cross CC coming out from Sukin onto Inferion, but I'd be scared as Solari Black right now, or Solari Yellow, sorry. Waffle Eye now caught into that full polymorph. Sukin down to 30% HP. He does not have any more deterrences. This could be the game. Waffle Eye caught into a full clone now. A lot of damage coming in. The incoming haunt from Inferion. He does get cloned up by Fewen, trying to deny that damage as much as possible. Waffle Eye finally out of CC, able to toss out some heals. Another haunt connecting though. It looks like he's going to stabilize, and now Frosty in a little bit of trouble, down to 30% HP, caught into that full stun. Does have the bar skin up, but is it going to be enough? He has the NS up, he gets dispelled off, displaces away, getting behind the pillars. Yep, is going to be able to top himself off, I believe, but he does have the bleeds still on him. Fewen trying to get back, trying to connect to him, puts out that triple DR stun. He is in bear form. He's having a really hard time healing himself up though, and Fewen and Sukin both connecting on his back. He's trying to get away. Ironbark comes in the nick of time, gets off that Genesis. He might be able to survive for now, but he is just completely having to play defensive.
Yeah, they have completely lost all of their offensive pressure at this point. They need to start turning this back around onto Sukin again. They've got about 30 seconds before his next deterrence comes up. And if they can make something happen in that span of time, they may still have a chance here. But Frosty is just in so much trouble here. He's just constantly having to try to kite. He trinkets. He's just trying to get away right now. He has no defensive cooldowns left. He just needs to keep his hots rolling on himself as much as he possibly can. But I don't know what he can do at this point. He's getting so low. Frosty is sitting at a sliver of health, just barely manages
manages to get out of there. Is he actually going to live through this? He's got no health. The main comes out. He could be, and that's it. There he goes.
Just at that second as he reached around the pillar, the incarnation comes up from the Feral Druid, that massive cooldown. That is going to spell defeat for Solari Gaming Black.
Yeah, and the problem is, as a Resto Druid, even when you get away, you have those Feral Blades and those Survival Hunter dots ticking on you. So even though you're getting out the Genesis and spamming Regrowth, his health isn't going up. And by the time he's able to get a little bit of HP, Few and Ensu can both reconnect to him.
Yep, so that is going to be a 2-0 victory here for Solari Gaming Yellow. And they will be moving on to the semifinals. They will be joining two other Solari Gaming teams up there. Both Solari Gaming Red and Solari Gaming Blue have moved on to the semifinals along with 3 languages, 1 team. Solari Gaming Yellow being our final top 4 team. Congratulations.
Yeah, 3 Solari Gaming teams in the top 4. That's incredible. And of course, they did show up with 4 teams, so pretty good odds.
Yeah, not bad at all. So our top 4, once again, for you guys, is Solari Gaming Red, Solari Gaming Yellow, and those guys will be going up against each other, as well as 3 languages going up against Solari Gaming Blue. And 3 of those teams are going to get the opportunity to go to BlizzCon. So these guys got to be feeling very good. It's still kind of scary, though, because one of them is going to make it.
Mm-hmm. And these are going to be exciting games if you look at all the different compositions that every team can play. Of course, we do have 3 languages. I can only play 1 comp, but they've been doing an amazing job. Of course, they took some games off of Reawaken, with that comp, and they just defeated. I do believe it would have been Solari Gaming Yellow. So pretty scary matchup.
Yeah, moving into this finals bracket, instead of the games being a best of 3, it is going to go into a best of 5. So like we were saying, we are going to get the opportunity to see some of the newer maps, or some of the different maps, some that we haven't had the chance to see just yet.
Yep, we will see a lot more of those, a lot more map diversity, possibly a lot more comp swapping as well once we get into those best of 5 series. I'm really looking forward to these semifinals. Of course, I believe we are already down on the stage with an interview with our winners.
Thank you, guys. I am here with Fewen from Team Solari Gaming Yellow. Congratulations. You must be feeling really good right now as you're moving into the semifinals. You're 1 step closer to BlizzCon. How's your team feeling?
We're feeling pretty good right now, but we know we're going to win against them because one of them teammates got disqualified. We didn't actually know what comp they will play, so we didn't play a lot against this comp, but we actually know if we go through it, we're going to win the game, I think.
So you were pretty familiar with what you could expect from Solari Gaming Black?
Yeah, we knew that they could play this comp now, but we knew that the Druid isn't that confident if he gets trained, so we just killed the pet so they can't get pressure, and we killed Druid.
You had a pretty decisive match here. Was there ever a point where you felt like maybe you didn't have these games won?
There was like 1 point we didn't have Link and no Trinket. So I actually thought the Hunter will die now, but then I didn't have follow-ups to see, and we recovered and we won the game then.
Yes, you did, and congratulations. Now you will move on and you will face Solari Gaming Red. So many of these Solari Gaming sister teams. How confident do you feel against them?
Solari Gaming Red was actually our main practice partner, so we 100% know what to do against them, but they do as well what to do against us. So we try our best, and I think we can beat them.
Ultimately, what do you think is your best strength? Solari Gaming Yellow's finest, the characteristic that we can look for that's your best strength?
I guess we all speak German. That's pretty good. So communication is pretty good. And we played so much jungle together. So we are pretty confident playing jungle.
Well, congratulations again on going to the semifinals. We'll be rooting for you. Thank you so much for your time. Guys, we actually have something very special coming up for you next. It's going to be a Legacy of the Void show match. So a little bit of a break from the Warcraft action. We'll see you back for that right after this.
The Swarm brought ruin to our world. Our proud people became refugees. And yet, they could not shatter our unity. For we are bound by the Kala, the sacred union of our every thought and emotion. Today, we retake our homeworld, and with it, our legacy.
Friends, and welcome back. I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson. I've been hanging out with you all day here at the World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon, but now it's time for a little something different. And if I can tell by all the excited faces I see out there and all the lovingly made signs, I would say it's time for a little StarCraft. That's right, guys, we have a Legacy of the Void show match here on our stage right now. We have some very familiar faces that I'm sure you will be excited to see, both as players and as casters. That said, I'm very excited to introduce you to some of StarCraft's absolute finest. My friends up there at the casting desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, Anna. Hello, Prague, and welcome to the Legacy of the Void show matches, joined by, of course, no other than Kevin van der Kooi, also known to a lot of you guys as Rotterdam, and the guy back in business for one best of three. He's here to observe the Legacy of the Void show match. It is Adebisi, of course, a long-time StarCraft 2 observer. Roddy, we've been having a lot of fun so far in Prague, and of course, this is what we're here for.
Yeah, of course. It couldn't be a Blizzard event without at least a little bit of StarCraft, right? So that's why we're going to do this Archon mode show match. Of course, a lot of people may be very familiar with StarCraft, have played it in the past, Brood War, Legacy of the Void, or Wings of Liberty, Heart of the Swarm. But Archon mode is something different, it's something new, something unique, and something we obviously love to show off.
That's right, so we're going to be playing a best of three between two teams very shortly. Of course, Legacy of the Void is being released on the 10th of November, just shortly after BlizzCon, and we're here to celebrate it with this best of three. An Archon mode is something kind of old to StarCraft because it has been there a long time in the past, way back in Brood War and StarCraft 1. It wasn't in StarCraft 2, Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm, but it's made its way into Legacy of the Void. Roddy, talk to us a little bit about Archon mode.
Yeah, it's very unique because you're basically, I mean, you can always play StarCraft in 2v2, right? And that's been very popular in Wings and in Hearts, and it's been a lot of fun to play with your friends, you know, the more the merrier. But StarCraft can be very intense, and 2v2 plays out so different than 1v1. And often you watch these world-class players, you're like, man, it's so cool how their games go. I wish I could do all those things at once. Well, if you team up and you play as two, but then actually still you only have one base to manage, you know, maybe even you and me can team up together and we'll be decent together, Sean. You know, I'll do the micro part, you'll macro a little bit at home, and that's kind of the idea behind Archon mode. You still play a 1v1, but two players are controlling one race.
And we are going to have two teams, 4 players on stage, and the players that we have playing in the Archon mode are some of the best we've had in StarCraft 2. We have Team Liquid being represented by TLO and Snoot, who have traveled here to Prague to play for you guys, and we also have Team Millennium being represented by Lilbo and Marine Lord. And these 4 players that we have are, you know, 4 of the best in the StarCraft 2 scene currently. If you look at the World Championship Series, the staple StarCraft 2 tournament, these are players that perform.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, TLO, I've seen a lot of signs already in the audience, a lot of love for TLO. He's been very consistent within the WCS, so he's been a top European player for a long time. And then, of course, we've got the reigning WCS champion. Who could have ever thought we'd have a reigning European WCS champion? Well, it happened. Lilbo is here. And it's going to be very unique because all of these guys, they've been so competitive in Heart of the Swarm that they haven't really had a whole lot of time to get used to Legacy of the Void yet. So this is one of the first times ever we see these world-class players playing Legacy of the Void.
And here on the left-hand side is Lilbo, of course, as you mentioned, the reigning #1 outside of Korea, who's traveling to play at BlizzCon in the global finals at the end of the year. Just a 20-year-old from France, making the dream real, playing for Millennia, fantastic player, and has really shot to the top of the StarCraft 2 scene as the best player currently.
For sure, and something that's very cool about this team that we're currently looking at, the 2 Frenchies, Millennium, one of them, Lilbo, is a Protoss player. Marine Lord, on the other end, is a Terran player. So what do you play then if you play Archon mode? I mean, preferably you squeeze in all the units, but you know, that's not really how it goes. You can't cheat that much. So they're gonna have to choose either Lilbo is gonna play a little bit out of his comfort zone, or it's going to be Marine Lord that will play Protoss.
So here is Marine Lord sitting next to him, who's the same age as Lilbo, but Marine Lord not quite as successful as Lilbo. But, you know, if we look in the crystal ball, this guy in the next year or so is meant to be that next top European Terran player. And he comes here to play alongside his French buddy. And one thing to note, Roddy, that is going to be working well in Legacy of the Void Archon mode, is these 2 guys are the best of friends. They hang out with each other, they have a lot of fun with each other, and they're happy to be playing with each other.
Yeah, and something that's very cool as well is that these 2 guys actually play a lot of regular 2v2 as well. They've won a tournament in regular 2v2. You know, 2v2 is not as competitive as 1v1, but every now and then when there is a tournament, these players have teamed up, so they're very familiar controlling, you know, their own base and then teaming up together. Now they have to play as a team controlling one base, and obviously it's supposed to make you stronger, and it will as soon as you get used to it, but it's very weird at first because you want to do stuff, then your ally starts doing stuff, and you're like, hey man, like, what do we actually do? You know, who's doing what over here? So
hopefully they did talk to each other to know exactly what they're going to do representing Millennium and France. But of course, in Archon mode, you're going to need to have a couple of opponents, and they're going to be going up against Team Liquid. And these guys, I think everybody knows who these are. Of course, this is Snoot, who is one of the most consistent, most successful Europeans that we've had in StarCraft 2 over the last couple of years.
Yeah, he definitely holds the title for being the best non-Korean player for a year straight, maybe even longer. Eventually was up for debate a little bit. Maybe it's his teammate Bunny, and then suddenly the dude sitting on the other side of the stage showed up, Lilbo, who pretty much currently holds that title. Snoot has said it himself as well. WCS is what matters, and Lilbo, well, he's the only non-Korean make it to BlizzCon who's going to play at the biggest stage of the year, or biggest stage at the end of the year. But still, it's very cool to see this clash between the previous best player outside of Korea and perhaps the current best player outside of Korea.
And Snoot's ally in this is none other than the famous German player himself, of course, TLO, joins us here in Prague as well, who I've been told is the secret commander behind all strategies leading into this. Of course, Mr. Creativity himself comes here, and we'll see what they're going to provide for us today, Roddy.
It's been so funny, because yesterday I was standing behind the Liquid boys while they were laddering it up a little bit. You can actually play Archon mode on ladder as well, and that's something that I think is going to be extremely fun for pretty much everyone out there, whether you're an amateur or a pro. That's just really fun. And these two guys, they were playing a little bit of Archon mode, and they defeated 2 random guys on ladder, and then they said, really good job on the creep strat, TLO, that was sick. And Snoot looked at me, he's like, actually I did the creep strat, like TLO didn't do anything, and they just started laughing. They were having fun with it.
I mean, it's going to be, from what I've seen here, it's going to be Zerg versus Terran. So we're going to see Lilbo and Marine Lord play Terran. So Lilbo's going to be going in favor of Marine Lord here.
Yes.
And Tilo and Snoot, obviously both Zerg players, are going to be sticking to Zerg here in this Legacy of the Void match. And as you said, Roddy, I spoke to both of them backstage. Snoot's job is to spread creep. That's it.
Yeah, TLO likes to take control of most other things. It's really funny, because yesterday they had a bunch of different approaches. Every single game they used a different method. They're like, okay, first I make units, you run around with them. Then it's like, okay, you can run around with the units and make a few if you really need them. It's like, okay, you do creep, I focus on the rest. And then at a certain point it's like, hey, let's just do a game, we'll both just do everything. We'll both just play this game like it's a 1v1, except with like some, minor exceptions of where do we go with certain units. And they looked at each other, it's like, okay, that didn't work out. So in the end, I think they found a nice middle way of splitting up the task. But I do think Snoot does a little more than just a creep.
He definitely is going to have to if he's going to be able to take on Lilbo. But which way do you see this going? Do you think it's going to be a friendly match between the two of them, or they're going to be going for the victory?
I mean, we already mentioned these guys, they are so competitive that they have been forced to focus on Heart of the Swarm for a long time. So I don't think any 4 of them in particular is a huge expert when it comes to the beta yet. So I think we're going to see a nice friendly match, and I definitely think we're going to see them showing up some of those new units that Legacy of the Void have to offer for us.
All right, well, down here, spawning on our first map of this best of 3 on Terraform, representing Team Liquid, it's of course Tilo and Snoot, who are going to be doing their very best representing Zerg today.
And over here on the left top side of Terraform, we've got the 2 Frenchies that are representing Millennium. It's Lilbo and Marine Lord.
Team Liquid versus Team Millennium, the 2 best StarCraft 2 teams out there currently. But it'll be good to see how well they do separate the chores and the jobs that you have in StarCraft 2. As mentioned, there's so much to do as an individual player playing 1v1. Now you've got an assistant. And what better assistant could you have? Imagine you're a Marine Lord, like, I've got the best non-Korean to my right-hand side. What is he going to do to help me win?
Well, I mean, Lilbo likes to show off his micro, right? When he plays Protoss and he's microing those Blink Stalkers. I'd say take control of the Marines and Marauders and the Medevacs and see how well you can micro when a bunch of Banelings are rolling your way, right? That's basically... I do think that that's going to be the approach for the Frenchies here. Marine Lord is obviously way more familiar with the Terran build orders, so it's more likely that he focuses on the strategy, and that as soon as there are a bunch of units out, that he will give control of those units to Lilbo to make sure he doesn't skip a beat at home, and hopefully Lilbo can do a little bit of damage with it.
All right, well, there are a couple of changes in Legacy of the Void, and we're about to see one of them. The Reaper has got an additional little bomb now. It's called the KD8 bomb, and it does 10 damage to units in a little area, so I'm assuming we're going to be seeing that come to play here, Roddy.
Yes, you can actually do a lot of very fun stuff with this new Reaper. It's a little bit better, obviously, because you can cause more chaos. There we can see it being planted immediately. And you can throw queens forward or backward. And in a weird way, sometimes your Reaper can even do a little bit of rocket jump. If you're waiting for, if you're standing behind a supply depot and you want to get over it, well, just rocket jump your way over it.
And it's just a 7-second delay on this little bomb, too. You can see it being planted there. And
you can push it way further off creep as well.
Yeah, and doing damage, 10 damage a time this, and this queen's quite far off creep.
Yep, and there's not enough energy yet on the other queen. It's actually going to drop a tumor now. That's surprising to drop a creep tumor when the other queen is low on HP. There is a chance that the Zerg brothers may need the energy to keep that queen alive.
Some changes that we'll see from Zerg, of course. One of the big changes earlier on is the Ravager. We'll see if that comes into play. Quite a common unit in the early stages of Zerg versus Terran, but nothing out of the ordinary. Sticking around with pretty much regular Heart of the Swarm openings so far.
It's a quick start, though, and I would love to see some of those new Terran air units make their entrance to the battlefield. And of course, talking about the Liberator. What I also love about the Liberator is the text package that came with it. You know, whenever you click on the unit, they always respond, right?
Yeah.
The Liberator has got some great lines. It's like, you looking for some freedom? And stuff like that. It's really funny.
Well, I hope to see the Liberator, but it is going to be a Banshee to start off with now. So the Banshee has changed a little bit. It does have a speed upgrade, but that's a lot later on. So we won't be seeing that too early on. But we do see the Roach Warren, an Evolution Chamber now finishing up for the Zerg team.
Yep, the Zerg brothers so far have done what they're very familiar with, and that is build a lot of drones. Just take those extra bases. They're not too worried about a great attack. Of course, this is an expedition match. It's very unlikely that Lilba Marine Lord would build 2 barracks in the middle of the map and just all in. You know, that's not really the way to please the audience. Even though winning is always great, it's better to win in style.
And I think both of them will be looking to get some style points today. And so far, the Reapers must have the edge, but we're about to see something else happen very shortly here. But both teams here just focusing purely on the economy, as you can notice. Zerg up to 3 bases now, Terran on 2. And the first bit of damage is going to really come out from the Team Millennium as the Banshee with Hellions and the Reapers going to join together on this 3rd base to see what they can get done.
And not a whole lot of units yet on the battlefield for the 2 Zerg players, Snoot and TLO. They have a couple of Roaches on their way. They have the Queens. 1 Queen running very low on HP, but good save there. Who do you think it was, Sean?
I'm definitely saying Lilbo. They went in there. No, Snoot was the Zerg, Lilbo the aggressor. So decent job. But there is the Ravager, of course, as well. Just a single one at the moment.
There is a Spore Crawl in the main base, so this Banshee shouldn't be able to do a whole lot of damage. And this is, of course, a nice scenario as well. One of your players can look at that potential 3rd base location. You take care of the Hellions. I'll make sure that the Banshee doesn't do too much damage at home. It's just these small things. Well, normally, if this is a 1v1 game, you're like, okay, where do I look? Where do I look? Well, now you're playing Archon mode, so both of you can defend 1 base and be safe.
And we are going to see mech coming out from Team Millennium.
Uh-oh. I heard we only have an hour for these matches.
Might take longer than that.
Evolution Chambers going down, 3 of them actually at the same time. And they already have one on the way, so they're going for 4 Evolution Chambers. Am I seeing that right? A little bit of miscommunication, perhaps.
Which one of them's messing up?
It's like, I got an Evo, yeah, me
He's
too.
like, I'll get 2 Evolution Chambers, right? And he's like, I'll get 2 as well. And now they've won 4.
I mean, it's a really nice backup plan, though. We've seen this before as well. Recently, the first tournament happened. Some people may look at Archon mode and be like, well, this is very cool for casual players, but will this ever be competitive? Well, there have already been tournaments when it came down to Archon mode. Very recently, actually, a Red Bull tournament in Washington. It was very fun to see. We saw some crazy battles happen that you normally wouldn't see in your regular 1v1s. So there's definitely a good chance that this is going to be a semi-competitive mode as well.
Now this Terran force starting to build its strength as we've got more and more factories on the way, Rotti. And we are seeing Vikings added into the mix too. 2 additional factories here. I don't think he's only just now started the 3rd, or got the 3rd in position. And it's going to be a nice beefy army here, and we'll see what the Zerg team are going to be able to do to combat it with. 4 upgrades at the same time here. Melee, Carapace, +1 range, which is good for the Roach and Ravagers, as well as Paling speed and Roach speed.
Which adds up to 5 even.
And now the
Lurker Den is on the way.
Lurker Den is coming to play.
Yeah, of course we have to see some Lurkers, right? A lot of Zerg fans are very happy that the Lurker is finally back in StarCraft 2. Of course, one of the most important units in Brood War. It took a while before it made its entrance to StarCraft 2. But here we are finally during Legacy of the Void. It may actually be the Legacy of the Lurker, because from what I've seen so far, Sean, they are pretty powerful.
So the Lurker is a unit that can burrow underground here, and it deals splash damage in a direct line. The more you have, obviously, the more damage it's going to do. One cool little trick you can do with them is you can put them into hold attack fire. So they don't actually fire automatically if you don't want them to. You can wait until the entire army of Terran or Protoss is on top, and then unleash the waves of spikes that come from underneath the ground, and they do terrible amounts of damage.
Or even against Zerg as well. I've seen it being used in mirror matchups, because Overseer is not something you often bring with your first attack, just later on if you're worried about burrowed roaches. And I've seen them being used. Lurker definitely a very cool unit so far. Both players or both teams, I would say, are playing this relatively conservatively. Let's just get our economy up. Of course, the economy has changed drastically in Legacy of the Void. You start with 12 workers, which speeds the game up quite a bit, and you also mine out the bases a lot faster. So expanding is more important than ever.
And that's what we're going to have to see from Lilbo and Marine Lord, as traditionally mech is, a style that you need to play slow. You sit on 3 bases, you slowly take a 4th. But as you can see, already at the 9-minute mark here, he's starting to run out of resources in his main and natural. So he is going to have to expand out into the middle of the map, which is where we're more than likely going to see the Zerg brothers here strike.
I mean, we were talking a little bit about the creep spread. While the Ravager uses his new ability, well, actually it's a complete new unit, so the ability is new as well.
Yeah.
But it's trying to do some area of effect damage. The Banshee is doing a good job in avoiding it so far.
Yeah.
And getting a couple of drone kills, but it's not really massive in this phase in the game.
Yeah, the corrosive wild, they're very difficult to hit air units with. It takes a couple of seconds for it to land, and this Banshee's done a lot of damage.
Yeah, actually, like in the start, I wasn't too worried. It's like, a couple drones doesn't really hurt when you're on 70 workers, but the moment the Banshee gets 10 or 15 kills, well, then it's a different ballgame. Look at their creep spread, by the way. I mean, both of these Zergs are already pretty well known for spreading creep, but when you put them on the same team in a 1v1 game, this is just insane. Pretty much the entire middle of the map and the top side and the bottom is covered. The only thing that's not covered yet is the main base of Lilba and Marine Lord.
Soon to be, though. Soon to be.
Yes. I think on this moment, they kind of, I think if I'm Lilba right now, I'm looking over at my commander. I was like, are you sure that mech was a great idea against these two? Because we're going to have to fight on creep for the rest of the game.
And here are Vipers. Same from Heart of the Swarm, but they do have a new ability, a new spell, should I say, called Parasitic Bomb. It does 90 damage over 7 seconds to a target, and also does area damage to units around it as well, air units that is.
It's really good. It makes it a lot harder for a Terran player to just sit back, make 10, 15 Ravens, and just take the game from there. You can't do that against the Neo Vipers anymore, because before you know it, you won't lose 2 or 3 Ravens against his ability. No, it does area of effect damage, so you're gonna end up losing 10 Ravens, because you don't even know which Raven is the one that's affected.
Not too much new from the Terran players here when it comes to Legacy of the Void. They're just playing a pretty standard and very defensive game here, looking to expand further and further. Now taking a 4th base to the bottom left-hand side, but it looks for the first time we may have an engagement here. Of course, the Vipers still have Blinding Cloud, the ability to throw down on these units to prevent any range attacks. And also Dups can come in too.
This one of the tanks get picked off immediately. There are a couple of Vikings in the mix, so you have to be very careful with Zerg play to make sure that your Vikings don't go, or the Vipers don't go too far forward, because they will get picked off against the Taurs and the Vikings perhaps. But so far, both Taurs get abducted. Very well done by our Zerg team.
Nice little pickup there as they look to wear the Terran down a little bit. And there's even a couple of lurkers in here that you can see the spikes coming from under the ground, dealing max splash damage to these Hellbats. A scan goes down from the Terran to try to clear them out.
The only thing that's kind of worrisome right now for Snoot and TLO, our Zerg Archon, is that they don't have a whole lot of anti-air in the mix. They've got a couple Spore Crawlers, a couple Hydralisk, but you want to be careful, because if those Vikings get too close to your Vipers, ooh, what's over there?
That's a lot of units. There's 4 Lurkers, a Hydralisk, and a couple of Roaches just sitting up north. It's clearly a mistake, unfortunately.
Well, we don't know by who. One of the 2 Zergs is responsible for this rally point mistake.
And this is something new as well. Siege tanks in siege modes can be picked up and moved by Medivacs, which you can see the Terran players now starting to use a little bit to gain a bit of edge and room on the Zerg.
A couple of Zerglings in the mix as well. Vikings getting abducted. So far, they're really dismantling this mech play very well. Even though they are Terran Archon that's going for all these mechanical units, the tanks, the Taurs, the Vikings, they are still maxed out on supply. And whenever you're maxed out, you pretty much always have a good shot at still winning the game. But the problem is they're starting to run pretty dry when it comes to money. They've got one more easy to take base, but even this base, it's going to be a nightmare already, because there's creep everywhere.
It's got creep everywhere, and I think there's even a lurker just kind of lurking around, as you'd say, behind that mineral line, preventing any usage of it, of course.
Oh, that's the first time I've heard that one, Sean.
Well, you're going to hear a lot more of those in Legacy of the Void when this game comes out.
I can't wait for all of us guesses to make all those horrible puns that are so easy to set up.
The Ravagers are going to ravage this base, Roddy.
No.
Oh, and now we are going to see the Parasitic Bomb come down. And look at how much damage it does to these Vikings. Oh, what a beastie spell that is. And the Vipers come into play for Team Liquid. And that was huge.
And the hard thing when you go for this style that Lilba and Marine Lord are currently going for is that there is no HP regeneration. You have to repair all those units. So a spell being casted like that just one time, that already hurts so much. You have to repair all those Vikings. Look how low HP they are.
Yeah.
One more could actually kill them all.
And I think he has planted it now. And the Vikings are going to go down. All the tanks at the north here, considerably out of position. And this south base is a little bit under threat. There's a lurker on the edge of creep there that is dealing damage. It used to have a range upgrade. It no longer has that. It just directly does the
But
full
look at the
amount of
attack
range.
speed of this lurker. It's actually attacks so fast. You really have to be so careful.
Yeah.
A scan is going to have to go down, or maybe the missile turret does detect it. Yes, it does. It was within range of detection, but I mean, look at the bank that the Zerg players are slowly but steady building for themselves. They've got the entire map covered. They're picking off units one by one. And if I'm Lilba right now, I say we're playing Protoss in game 2.
And even a small attack here coming out from Team Liquid that go into the second base, and all of the Terran force is focused on defending at that south position, and a small squadron of units have made its way through the second base and into the main base where the main production line is. And it's a nice move here from Team Liquid.
Of course, the Vipers can use all those evolution chambers, which is a relatively cheap building, to gather energy a little bit quicker, and then you can use more of those spells, more Abducts, more Blinding Clouds, and more of their special new ability as well, Sean.
Absolutely, and this is a good way to play, and you can see it coming down again. A couple more Vikings get picked out the sky, and the Team Liquid Zergs here are just strangling their opponents. They're down to 140 supply. They're struggling to build units and get units out. Well, the Zerg team can continue to get really good trades down here. You can see the evolution chambers that are built in the mix just to keep the energy high in the Vipers. They're going to go in for another attack. This time, Blinding Cloud is used on these tanks. They're going to take these down really easily. And that seems like the last line of defense currently for Team Millennium as Snoot and Tilo push forwards.
Our Zerg Archon looked very decisive and very determined in taking game number 1 over here. I felt they were never really in trouble. They just did everything right. They made sure they didn't take any damage. There are a couple of tanks on the north side, but it doesn't matter.
GG is called, and Team Liquid go up 1-0 in this best of 3. And a good performance from them. It was very solid. They cut out the reinforcements, which is so important in Legacy of the Void, to keep expanding. At that point in the game, Team Millennium very low on resources and struggling to hold the one position that they needed the most.
Yeah, and I think it's very hard to make that new style of mech really work. When we talk about mech, of course, we're talking about, Terran in general has 2 big play styles. One we call bio, where it comes to the Marines, the Marauders, even a couple ghosts in the mix here and there, and you rely on medevacs. It's a very fast and mobile army. Doesn't have a whole lot of HP, but it is very fast. You can do a lot of stuff with it. Mech, on the other end, a short abbreviation for mechanical units, it's a lot slower, and I think especially when you play as Mariners, having a little bit of fun as well, probably realizing that that wasn't the best strategy they could have gone for. When you play Archon mode, your opponent has twice, the actions as well, so crew spread is going to be out of control. They're going to take bases. Defending against Hellions and Banshees, which is a vital part of a mechanical strategy, becomes a lot harder because 2 people are defending instead of just 1. So it's a lot harder to really hurt the Zerg where it matters.
Be interesting to see if Marine Lord and Lilbo want to switch it up and play Protoss in this next match, Roddy, or if they are going to stick with Terran.
I mean, since it is Legacy of the Void, I would kind of like to see a little bit of Protoss magic, especially because Protoss has been doing pretty well so far in the beta. Protoss, of course, got a bunch of new units as well. One of them is called the Adept, and all other races are still trying to figure out how to
stop them.
Adapt.
Adapt. Okay,
I
Roddy.
set you up for the easiest pun ever, and you didn't do it.
No, I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking on that line. Lilbo and Marine Lord here. Wonder what they're saying to each other. Maybe a couple of French curse words.
No, it seems like they're in a pretty
You're
good
so
mood,
bad. That's one thing which I can imagine Legacy of the Void happening is friends like this arguing over who played worse, and very similar to team games overall in MOBAs, in fighting day, anything.
No, it is very funny though, because it takes some practice to get good at Archon mode. It's very fun, and the good thing about Archon mode is that if you play 2v2, you don't necessarily have to play it with someone that's of a similar skill level. Like in 2v2 in the past, I enjoyed playing 2v2, but if I play with one of my real life friends that's clearly quite a bit worse than I am, then it's like either playing against people that are way better or they're playing against way worse. But with Archon mode, even if your ally isn't as good as you can still make it relatively easy. Like I'll do the majority of the things, you control that medevac and stuff. So it's actually going to be a very fun social experience. And I look forward to playing, Archon mode with some people that I like in real life.
Me, hopefully.
Sean, you would have been good in any circumstance.
I need you to carry me through the Grandmaster, Roddy. I can't make it on my own. Together, we can do it together.
There is an Archon mode Grandmaster League as well.
Let's get in there, Roddy. But for now, let's check in with TLO, who's currently 1-0 up in this series, and on the stage with Anna.
Hi there, guys. Yes, I am indeed here with TLO from Team Liquid. TLO, there are so many signs out there with your name on it. How does it feel to see this crowd?
Yeah, well, the Czech crowd is amazing. I was waiting for an event to happen here because it's basically the neighboring country to the state I'm living in, and I heard a lot of good things about Prague, so I'm happy to be here, and it's great to see an amazing StarCraft crowd just for a single best of 3. So I believe you guys deserve a real event.
Yeah, well, this was a fun match to watch so far. Of course, you're not finished yet, but you did take game 1. Tell me a little bit about how you and Snoot are dividing up the responsibilities in Archon mode.
Well, so I do most of the micro, the macro, the build order, and then he spreads creep, mostly.
Yeah, we were calling it last night the coloring book strategy, and it looked like the map was pretty purple. You feel good about that?
Yeah, purple, good color.
Awesome. Well, looking at that first game, to get a little more serious, what do you think you guys did really well, and then what do you think you want to improve on next game?
Well, I feel in the early, well, what we did well is taking control over the map, constricting the Terran players to their 4 bases, and being able to be on the offensive later and just basically slowly tearing them apart without giving them an option to attack us. But in the early game, we struggled a little bit. The Banshees did more damage than they should have, and the Hellions maybe too. So we just need to focus a bit more on the early game.
I know that you guys are pretty focused still on Heart of the Swarm, so how does it feel to be playing in Archon mode, and what do you enjoy most about it?
Well, I think mostly we are still going to play 1v1, but the nice thing is that you have somebody to talk to while playing. So it's not only that you can split the mechanics, but you have 2 brains that can figure things out. So it's not entirely correct that Jens just spread the creep, because he also told me, okay, make more units, your supply blocked. So he was basically like my coach at the same time. So that's kind of cool, because you can either have 2 people being mechanically busy, or 1 person be the mechanic and the other the scientist.
Absolutely. You also have some illustrious opponents here. How does it feel to be playing against these guys?
Well, I mean, feels good to beat especially Lilbo in his own expansion that is going to be dedicated to Protoss. So in the Zerg expansion, Zerg had a little bit of a tough time, so now it's going to be revenge, and we're going to make Protoss life very hard.
I think you will. Now, do you feel confident that you guys will be able to take the rest of this match against these guys? Are there any words that you want to give to them right now?
Oh yeah, easily. It's going to be sweep.
Short and sweet, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, thank you so much, TLO. Guys, I believe we're throwing it back to you at the caster desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Good to hear the thoughts of TLO as he gets ready to jump into this next map. And the shared responsibilities, Snoot doesn't do very much, Roddy.
I think he was underselling his teammate there. I'm sure Snoot does a little more than just spread creep. But even if he only spread creep, he still did a damn good job at spreading creep.
The creep was beautiful.
Yeah, I know, beautiful creep spread. We saw some great abducts as well, and amazing blinding clouds. I think especially late game, right? Like, I'm a Zerg, I play Zerg sometimes. Protoss is my main race, but I like to play a little bit of Zerg on the side. But if there's one thing that I really struggle with, is playing Zerg super late game. When I suddenly have like Queens, Infestors, Ultralisk, and Vipers, I look at that army as like, hey, I'm a Protoss player. Like, I know how to storm, and my F2A move is working really well, but like, how do I control 4 or 5 casters right now? So if I would play super late game Zerg in Archon mode, you know, basically, you can have like, you do the Queen and the Ultra, and then I'll take care of the Vipers, and that would already make life so much easier.
Imagine if you just have perfect injects all the time in the late game. Obviously, it gets harder and harder the more hatcheries and more queens you have, but there's definitely a couple of things that we'll start to see the more we see Legacy of the Void played out Archon mode. These type of things are going to start to highlight themselves.
Yeah. And one of the things that I'm really looking forward to, you know, I often had friends in the past, like I said, it's really fun to play StarCraft with real life friends as well, even when they're not as committed or dedicated to the game as you are, because they've got different career paths. But it's like, oh, let's play 2v1. But, you know, 2v1 is always kind of difficult because they can both double 10 per units. Like, well, this is going to be hard to hold. You know, it's already hard to hold at once. But then, in the future, you can have 2 people that are maybe not at the same level as you, but they can play Archon mode while you can just play by yourself. And then it's kind of see if you can really defeat them 1v2. And that's something that I really look forward to.
It's like the next level of Grandmasters when you start playing 2v1 or 1v2 in that case against all these other players.
Yeah, I think that would be super fun. You know, imagine Flash playing 1v2 versus the best 2 Europeans.
Or me and you just competing against any pro gamer.
Yes, well, we're still going to be hard, Sean.
We're almost ready to jump into this next map, and we'll see what's going to change from Lilbo and Marine Lord if we are going to have a switch from race, perhaps if they stay the same, a switch from strategy.
Yeah, I would love to see the bio that we mentioned before. Bio, mech, the two main streamlined Terran strategies that are out there. And if you just focus a little bit more, especially on the map that we will be playing on, which is Dash and Terminal, it's a map where drops could be very deadly. So we could potentially see a lot of Marines and Marauders, and maybe the power of Archon mode can actually shine a little bit more, while Marine Lord is macroing and Lilbao is actually taking care of the medevacs that are flying around the map.
All right, well, we are now loaded into game number 2 between these two teams. Let's jump into it. One last time, it is going to be, of course, the Legacy of the Void show match to celebrate the launch of StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void on the 10th of November. Let's jump into it. Thank you, everyone here in Prague, for joining us for this, and I hope you've had a good couple of days so far and more to come. Roddy, let's do this, man. Let's jump into this.
I'm ready for it, and the players are ready for game number 2 as well, which is once again going to be played on Dash and Terminal, as we'll take a look at this beautiful stage. We borrowed it for, for a little bit of...
We borrowed it for a cheeky hour.
Yeah, for a cheeky hour, but it looks great, and I know that the players have been having a lot of fun as well. It's been a lot of fun just watching them compete and watching them mess around with Archon mode, especially because all of them, once again, are still quite new to Legacy of the Void, just like we are.
All right, we're in, Roddy. It's time to introduce these players up here to the top left-hand side, spawning into the game. And there's the green Terran player once again. It is none other than Lilbao Marine Lord, representing Team Millennium. And can they come back in this series, Roddy? We'll see.
I have faith, especially if they do a slightly better job in just choosing their build and switching up the tasks. On the right bottom side of Dash and Terminal, or at the 3 o'clock position, as you may will, we're looking at the main base of the 2 Zerg players, who I know have a lot of support over here in beautiful Prague. Give it up for TLO and Snoot. So many signs of TLO in his audience. I'm kind of jealous.
TLO's got fans around the world.
For a single best of 3, people just decided to make a couple signs for him. I'm jealous. I did see a hashtag.
You've got a couple of signs up there, Roddy. Hashtag Roddy in the club. I've already seen that one.
I know, and I can't believe that made it even to here in Prague.
From Sweden to Prague, Roddy. We carry that hashtag with us. I don't know where we go next. I think it's BlizzCon, so we'll take it over to California with us as well.
I'll be very sad if we see a couple of those out there.
All right, so the first scout has gone up here from Team Zerg, or Team Liquid. As such, as the Overlord's now gone across the main base to see this Reaper make its way to the other side of the map, where we do have 3 hatcheries down nice and fast because of the additional workers in the start of the game. You got a little bit more money, a little bit faster. Yeah, something we don't have personally.
Oh, look, he's going to push the drone to... Oh, man, that was a mid-air kill. Did you see that?
I did.
It's hard to morph into a spore crawler if you're flying, I assume.
And he can't do anything. He tries to go to a spore crawler there. The second bomb does go off. Of course, that is the KD8 bomb, dealing 10 damage and jumping units around. And this Reaper grabs a couple of Zerglings there too.
Has already done more than their entire mech build did in game number 1.
Yeah, he's done a lot of damage. And here comes the second one, and this becomes a bit of a nuisance for Zerg. Trying to deal with Reapers already in Heart of the Swarm could be a problem. And now these guys have got bombs pushing the Queen off creep.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Like, just kind of figuring out, well, what is the best place right now to push your bomb? Obviously, you want to do the damage guaranteed, because the 10 damage does add up over time if you throw down 3 or 4 of those bombs. But at the same time, putting them behind the Queen and making sure that it flies off creep for a little while, this Queen is going to have a hard time getting back onto creep, as it's so damn slow off creep.
And Team Liquid so pressured, they had to build a spine crawler to help defend against these Reapers.
Yeah, and this is a very tricky map as well, where one spine crawler doesn't even necessarily keep you safe. That's a very weird extractor to take as well. Maybe just a trick, I guess, because it was supply block. This is where you blame your ally for not building overlords.
Which one of them had that duty?
You've had one job.
I mean, in 1v1 you get supply blocked, it's bad enough. When you've got 2 people and you still get supply blocked.
Yep, Dario is like, I just gave him a compliment about making sure I wasn't supply blocked, and here we go.
Look what happened.
3 minutes into the game.
Supply blocked. Cheers, mate. All right, so the Roach Warren is coming down here from Team Liquid. And this is going to assist in any type of defense here against the Reapers and Hellions, which again, at the front door, doing damage to this Queen. Spine crawl a little bit out of position, and creep tumors are being picked off.
Oh, very well done there. A couple of drones getting evacuated very early before those Hellions and Reapers showed up.
Yeah.
And that's a very wise decision, because if that wouldn't have happened, well, those drones would have been toast.
I mean, without Zergling speed, they just can't do anything until this Roach Warren's finished up. It's about 90% now. We are going to see Banshees on the way too, to increase the amount of harassment that Team Millennium can do.
Yep, even this Roach one is a little bit exposed. It's starting to tank quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
The Queens do have energy for 1 Transfuse, I believe. The drones have been sent back, by the way, to base number 3.
Whoop.
So if these Reapers and Hellions would swing in...
Yeah, it's getting very close. Does not want to lose this structure. He gets a big hit onto the Queens. The Roaches now are coming in.
There's energy for a Transfuse, right? And you don't want to end up losing any Hellions. Spinecrawler is going to be repositioned as well. Well done here by our Zerg Archon.
All right, so we have the Lair on the way now. Quite a bit of income, but on the Terran side of things, it's time for the bio. Time to get the Marines in the game. And Stim upgraded immediately. And looks like TLO or Snoot, whoever's controlling the Overlords, is going to go in to see their opponent's strategy, to see the high amount of barracks being placed down.
At the same time, a couple of Hellions are going to swing in over here on the south side. They're going to pick up a couple of drones immediately. And once again, there aren't really a whole lot of Roaches on the field. Our Terran Archon is doing way better already. They're definitely keeping check on the Zerg economy, making it a lot harder for them.
Bit of a warm-up game, that first one, and now they're feeling it, and they are doing well.
And look at the saturation, by the way, on the second base for our Zerg Archon. They've got way too many drones there. They had like 27 drones there. I guess they transferred a bunch right now to... Yep, there we go.
Fixing that small mistake.
It gets very tricky as well when both players start messing around with rally points. Look at that one Roach. It's going to go in for the kill. One Hellion was one hit away, but doesn't get it.
The retreat was called. And it's just waiting for the production of those barracks to kick in now with all the reactor and tech labs that have been thrown down, mostly reactors here.
And of course, Dash and Terminal is one of those very drop-friendly maps. There's a lot of space around the Zerg main base, and it's going to be very easy to load up a couple of medevacs and just start flying them in. And once Terran finds an opening on this map, whether you play Heart of the Swarm or Legacy of the Void, the drop mania will not stop. They will just keep on dropping you. And if you don't have Mutalisk, well, it's an absolute nightmare to shut it down.
And hopefully Lilbo is the one controlling those to try and get some damage done. They're preventing creep here, which is trying to be spread to allow access for Team Liquid to get a 4th base option down, but it has been prevented. And a Banshee here doing damage to the Ravagers, who are trying to use, once again, their new spell, or new unit, new spell together, kind of same thing. Fell into your trap before, which is, of course, the Corrosive Bile. It does deal, a pretty decent amount of damage, but very difficult to hit, and to land it.
It's very nice when you get attacked by a big bio ball, though, and you just spam it 6-7 times. If the Terran looks away for 1 split second,
60 damage. It's a lot of damage.
It's an insta kill on a bunch of Marines. It's awesome. And even against the Protoss army, it does a surprising amount of damage. I saw a couple of those balls go up, and I was like, well, my units have a lot of HP. I'll be fine. They didn't, Sean.
They weren't fine at all.
No.
Well, they finally secured this 4th base as more units have come out to allow them access towards it, but the pressure's not going to be up yet. They continue. Oh, the Ravager hit themselves there. They do, of course, do friendly fire.
That's also something I didn't know when I started playing Zerg for the first time. I just spammed it everywhere, and then I landed in it myself. I made the same mistake in Wings of Liberty when I started playing Protoss. I was wondering why I wasn't winning any games, and that's because I was storming my own army. I was like, since when do things do friendly damage? It doesn't make any sense.
Double Medivacs here, looking for an opening. So far, the defense from the Team Liquid side, it's been okay. They've taken a little bit of damage from the Hellions, but...
Now, with 4 medevacs out, I really feel that this is the moment where the French Terrans should be able to find an opening, or the French Terran Archon, as of course Lilbao is still a Protoss player by blood. What? Oh, wait a minute. I was like, what is killed that Overlord?
A new rocket on the Medivac, something new to Legacy of the Void. No, it's just a Widowmine. And the main base is defended just by 3 sitting and waiting Ravagers with a couple of Banelings too. And it looks like a Medivac was taken out there. Perhaps the Corrosive Bile did hit and strike that Medivac down, or whatever it was.
The Zerg players are still up 13 workers, so if the Terran players don't find an opening real soon, it's going to be rather difficult, because then the Zergs will once again be out of control rich. Here we do see that first drop. That Corrosive Bio being casted actually landed on a couple of the Zerglings, but still makes it so hard for these bio units to stick around.
Very difficult to hit, but when you do hit, we are going to, I guess, scream, because it's very unlikely to land them. The Terran army building up slowly but surely back at home. A lot of Marines just Widowmines waiting to strike once he has a comfortable army size and also comfortable upgrades. As 2-2 for the Terran Bio is very close.
We're going to see Lurkas once again as well for our Zerg Archon, and that's going to be quite cool, because the combination of Corrosive Bio and Zerg, I mean, that's just ridiculous. And everything is insta-dead.
Hopefully see that come into play. They've got great upgrades too, as Zerg upgrading across the board here, as you can see to the bottom right-hand side. +2 attack, the Hydra range coming in, the +2 melee attack, +2 carapace upgrade, some defensive spore callers. Never mind.
I'm not sure what the idea behind that was. I don't think they were supply block this time, and they weren't maxed out either.
Come on, Corrosive Bile hit that medivac. He's trying. No, he got it a little bit, Roddy. He did hit it a little bit.
It is hard. It's something that the Zerg players will get a lot better in over time as well, right? It's just like when we just started playing, it's like, well, a couple of these abilities, they may be powerful, but it's impossible to do it right. When, you know, the combination of Blinding Cloud and Fungal Growth, it's something we looked at, it's like, well, that's great in theory, but nobody's ever going to be able to execute that. Well, look at where we are and how did this work 3
Got to
years
dodge
later.
those corrosive biles. A couple of Marines do get one shot, and Terran's putting the pressure on right now. And all before the upgrades of Zerg complete. 3 lurkers do borrow, and you're going to have to avoid the spikes as they deal at high amounts of damage as well. And the Terran's going to move its position down to...
At least doing a very good
creep.
job in like taking care of all the creeps, something they didn't do at all in Terraform, which was a lot harder with the units they were working with.
Yeah.
You know, also this time intercepting the reinforcements, a couple of Lings were going for a counterattack, and one poor Ling survived.
Got slaughtered, the rest of them.
I would hide in a corner if that happens to me and my friends. You run around.
Everyone dies but you.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'm going to hug the Zelnaga Watchtower and hope nobody sees me.
Just let me survive until the game is over. All right, Terran again. Yeah, Team Millennium going to put some pressure on the Zerg here, and it's cutting up in between the 4th and 5th base. There are lurkers here. A scan goes down, and the Terran Bio taking quite a bit of damage here. There's roaches and Zerglings from the back. They pick up, and evacuation is called from Team Millennium.
That's just so hard to engage into, man.
Yeah.
A couple of Banelings, you know, you have to worry about Widowmines not doing friendly fire as well. The Zerglings run forward, and then you got those lurkers behind it, and of course the Ravagers still using their ability. It actually makes it very, very tricky for bio units to get a good engagement.
It's time for the Liberators to come into play. We do have 3 of them being built back at home here.
These bio units do require some freedom.
They need freedom, Roddy.
All right, 3-3 is on the way for both sides. So when it comes to upgrades, you know, these Archons are pretty damn evenly matched. The Zerg players are desperately trying to secure a 5th base, which kind of sounds ridiculous, right? 5 bases at the 11-minute mark. Well, the clock has changed. This would have been a 17 or 18-minute game in Heart of the Swarm already.
Yeah.
We're actually just counting in real minutes now. But at the same time, you really need it, because you look at the main base and the natural, it's completely mined out.
A lot of SCVs have gone down here by this counter-attack from Team Liquid. A very nice move by them. It'd be good to see the Liberators into play. Of course, the Liberator has a starport unit that's got missiles that does splash damage to air units, so it completely cuts out Corruptors, Mulists, anything along those lines. And there is an upgrade which allows it to go into Defender mode, which is a siege support. So it has a circumference area, which it deals a lot of damage pretty fast. And we'll see if they actually get the upgrade for it. I don't think they have yet.
It's great against lurkers, right? Because lurkers are just sitting there, they're burrowed, and then you can like use your Liberator ability to kind of siege on top of them, and you will be able to take them out in absolute no time. These bio units are going to be so careful, as a couple of Ravagers use their ability as well. Look at the amount of damage. Just 1 or 2 waves from the one lurker survived. It was barely out of range. And probably got a ridiculous amount of kills.
Yeah, it probably got a lot there. And Zerglings come for a counter-attack here. And the Terran has been pushed back. Zergling's going to get into the main base, into the natural, killing a lot of SCVs here. The Liberators just weren't ready with the Defender mode. It's still being researched currently. And they were pretty much useless. They're just paperweights in the sky there for that attack. And it's given the Zerg an advantage.
Yep, and now there are Ultras on the way as well. We still got a bunch of Queens, so these Ultras are going to have excellent life support. We see the Spire going down as well. Maybe we'll see some Broodlords eventually, or just a couple of Corruptors to help out against those Liberators.
These counterattacks have completely ravaged the economy. A little boy Marine Lord just don't have any money left.
And a little bit of multitasking as well. There's one single lurker ravaging that mineral line. There's a lurker in the mix over here as well. Yeah, I mean, a Zerg Archon is playing actually extremely well. They were under a lot of pressure, but they never crumbled.
No, they never crumbled, and it's excellent teamwork here from both of them. A lurker still, 2 of them still dealing damage here. And at the same time, the Zerg army in the middle of the map started to get quite a bit done. There is the Defender mode now activated for the Liberators. Anything that moves in that area gets destroyed. So it's very important not to be in that area when you're around.
Yeah, it's very smart to leave one behind, so it's going to be a little bit harder. A couple of these Lings will get picked off immediately. Not all of them, but, you know, a couple will go down.
Yeah, 2 go down, just slow fire rate, but 1 burst does a lot of damage, and Zergling's great against them in that regard.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of overkill to shoot at Lings. It's a lot better to shoot at high HP units because the Liberator does so much damage.
And Zerglings in the main base are going to be cleaned up eventually. Nice counter-attack from Team Liquid again. Look at the minimap, though. Look at the creep spread. Snoot in action.
I mean, like, it was I even felt this game that Terran Archon did a very good job in making sure that the creep wouldn't be out of control, but in the end it still was. So just a lot of compliments to our Zerg Archon over here.
The Olympic rings of the Liberators setting themselves up here, and this is going to be an interesting fight. The Zerg actually move outside of the rings here, get forward, and now these Liberators in the sky doing absolutely nothing. They have to move and change position. The Terran retreats back to the Planetary Fortress, but is there too much?
Well, if this Planetary Fortress dies, then it's going to be kind of hard to take care of these Ultras, and that's exactly what happens. Lilba and Marine Lord fall under 100 supply, only have 20 SCVs remaining as well. I mean, this is Hotel California for these Ultras, though, because they can't leave.
They can't run in. The Ultras are going to get picked off eventually, but they've dealt a lot of damage here. The last two at the front are going to go down. The Terran now needs to move forward to get rid of the other ones. There's even Lurkers, though, to trap these units, and Scan's going to come into play.
Oh, man. Zerg Archon is out of control there. They're really showing us excellent use of these new units of Zerg, and at the same time still relying on a couple of those old beasts as well, the good old Ultralisk and the Queen's support, of course.
Team Millennium have to secure this base on this left-hand side. They have no money left. That's why they're going into defender mode all around here to protect this area. They have to mine resources.
Yeah, Zerg is kind of broke as well, though. We shouldn't underestimate it. The supply is a little bit deceiving because it's 70 against 132, but there is 69 army supply against 57. So when it comes to army supply, it's quite close. The biggest problem for Terran is they have no workers, but at the same time, Zerg has no bases to actually make use of these workers. Other than that gold base, but one Liberator should easily be able to shut down the North gold base.
Can Lilba and Marine Lord turn this series around? This Legacy of the Void show match here at the European Road to BlizzCon. As they push forward onto creep again.
Relentless with the counterattacks, though. Just Lynx intercepting all these reinforcements over and over again. And once again, our Terran team is even more broke than the Zerg team. So every unit does matter a lot.
Wow, those Lurkers in that position there, absolutely beautiful. Going to be very difficult to get close enough. You can dodge the spikes from the Lurkers.
If you're a boxer, maybe.
If you're a boxer.
As normal citizens, we cannot dodge those spikes, Sean.
No. You can see the Bio taking high amounts of damage from it. They stim forward to get close, but it looks like it is too much. And we are going to have a 2-0 victory from Team Liquid as Marine Lord and Lilbo call GG, and TLO and Snoot take 2-0 in this show match. A great performance, especially on that last map, and a great showcase.
Yeah, definitely. I think the second map was a lot more entertaining than the first map. I really enjoyed it. Seeing the Liberators, seeing the Lurkers do some very serious work as well. Not just in Game 2, even in Game 1. But we saw a little bit more of the Liberator in Game 2, and the Ravager. That's the one I was going for. So that was cool. And I think that Lilba is looking at his Archon mode, ally, Marine Lord, and be like, mate, we should have played Protoss. If I had a Warp Prism, all you had to do is just build a couple of probes and let me do the rest, and everything would have been fine. But no, you wanted to play Terran.
You wanted to play Terran, and we lost because of that. But it's a good showcase for both of these players. Everyone came over here and having a lot of fun in Prague. Lilbo is like, you kept me away from BlizzCon practice to play Terran.
Yes. This is really why I'm not playing Protoss. It's so funny, they didn't even look at each other. I think there is some promo here in this beautiful French relationship.
You can imagine that Lilbo at the half-time there, being 1-0 down, was like, we should probably switch to Protoss.
Yes.
Let me have a go. Marine was like, no.
No, we can turn this around. We'll play Bio and things will get better.
Not this case, but TLO, of course, and Snoot victorious here today.
Out of these four players, TLO definitely played the most Legacy of the Void. Because he was eliminated off WCS a little bit before the others. So, he started switching a little bit before. Had a couple of days with some serious practice. I saw him play 20, 30, 40 games. He was very vocal about how much he was enjoying the game. And you could probably see that a little bit in their strategies as well. That the way, it just felt like they had a better idea of what was working in the new expansion. Then while Marine Lord and Lilba, they were kind of just running with Heart of the Swarm units for the majority of the time, and then eventually sprinkle in, a Liberator. Or
Do you think they should have done something a little bit different when playing Terran there? Some of the new units, perhaps the Cyclone could have come into play when they played Mech originally, or what do you think are some differences that we could have seen? Obviously, you've mentioned that they haven't played that much Legacy of the Void. What do you think we could have seen against Terrans that have played a lot of Legacy of the Void?
Well, I would be lying if I said I was a huge expert when it comes to TVZ and Legacy of the Void, as we still be doing a lot of Heart of the Swarm tournaments. But, the Ghost has been, it's been getting a couple of tweaks here and there, so maybe a couple of Ghosts would have been cool. I think Cyclones are a very cool unit, but they keep getting changed over and over again, so it's kind of hard to really put the Cyclone in one place now. Like, how good is it truly? One moment it's ridiculously strong, and the other one's like, well, I don't really see the use of this unit, and then it's like, okay, they're finding the middle ground. So I don't know. I think the idea of game number 2 was pretty decent. but they just couldn't find an opening because Zerg was playing very well. Maybe a bigger emphasis on a big drop in the main base, because the majority of the defenses of Zerg was at the south side. They've had Lurkers and Ravages there. So yeah, even if there are a couple of Lings and Banelings in the main, I'd say still try to drop it, and then maybe things could have swung in their favor.
And it's great to see the synergy of all the Zerg units joining together as well, because there's a lot of units, there's a lot of combinations that you can do with the spells and abilities. And you know, once we do get deep into Legacy of the Void, as we're not quite there yet with its game released on the 10th of November, is that it's going to be fun to see the top tier Zergs play.
And I think what also could have been used, and we didn't really see, like Liberators are great in the main army, and they're great in controlling space in the middle of the map, but it's also an absolutely phenomenal harassment unit. If you put a Liberator above a mineral line, well, evacuate it immediately, otherwise you lose all the drones. And I was a little bit sad to see them not send at least one Liberator to one of those mining bases, because even the Zerg team was running quite low on resources.
And it's pretty fun to see the game pace as well. It's much faster. The workers really jumping up the speed.
Yes, something that I still have to get used to a lot whenever I play the beta. I've still been playing more Heart of the Swarm than Legacy because of all the tournaments we are doing, but it's a different game, and it really is. Like, if you think you know how to play Heart of the Swarm, there's no guarantee that your builds make any sense at all in Legacy, because everything has changed.
All right, well, it was an awesome show match between these two players, or two teams, should we say, and we're very happy here to have brought you the Legacy of the Void show match. But that is us done for StarCraft 2 here today. We're going to go to a very quick break, and when the show returns, it's time for you in the audience to get ready for the World of Warcraft semi-finals.
Hello guys and welcome back here to the World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon stage. I'm your host Anna Prosser-Robinson, thrilled to be here with you. We've done a lot today so far. We've gone through the group stages of the World of Warcraft Road to BlizzCon, and we actually just finished a show match with Legacy of the Void. Team Liquid showed us some really fine moves in Archon mode, and that was a great time. Now we're getting back into the World of Warcraft Road to BlizzCon, and this is where the stakes get really high. As I said, we finished the group stages, so that means we are in the semifinals. These two teams will face off for a guaranteed spot at BlizzCon to represent Europe at the World Championships there. Now, the team that loses doesn't necessarily get eliminated. They still have a shot at BlizzCon, but they will have to face off in a qualifying match for 3rd and 4th place. So these teams are really ready to go. And on stage with me, I have 3 languages, 1 team, as well as Solari Gaming Blue. We'll see which one comes out victorious. Casters, are you ready to take us there?
Thanks so much, Anna. Yeah, we are absolutely incredibly ready to move on to these semifinals matches. This is when things start to get really real here at the Road to BlizzCon. And every single one of these matches from here on is a deciding match for who's going to be at BlizzCon. We're going to have the 2 semifinals matches up next. Winner of those will go on to the grand finals, but both of the grand finalists are going to BlizzCon. And then after that, we will have the 3rd place match, and the 3rd place team will go to BlizzCon. Of course, there are only 4 teams remaining at this point. 3 of those get to go on to BlizzCon, as we just said. There's a lot on the line for every single one of these teams here on.
It is, and of course, up next we do have the 3 languages, 1 team versus Solari Blue. So that's probably going to be that DK Feral facing off against either a Turbocleave or an LSD3. So they're going to be fast matches, I have a feeling.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these 2 cleaves do against each other. And like we were saying a little bit earlier, there are 4 teams in this top 4. Only one of them is going to be eliminated. So these guys still not completely out of the woods yet. They need to win these games. And one of them is going to be advancing to BlizzCon. One of them is going to be fighting for their lives in the losers bracket. But yeah, like you were saying, I think we'll most likely see a Turbocleave. That's kind of what Solari Gaming Blue is known for. And then, of course, 3 languages. They've been playing that DK Feral Paladin. A little bit of underdogs, but they've made it into the top 4.
Yeah, so let's actually go ahead and talk about Solari Gaming Blue for just a minute, as they are one of the 2 teams. They're actually going to be on the left side of the stage up here. And they were playing that Turbocleave. They were very well known for that Turbocleave, like you were saying. But they also pulled out that LSD3 earlier, and it actually went extremely well for them in the couple of matches that they played. I'm actually really excited to see if that's something that they're going to come back to as they're about to face off against 3 languages, 1 team, or yes, did I say that? I think I said that right.
You did. Yeah.
3 languages, something or other, but apparently I'm very bad at the 1 language that I know today. But yeah, we're going to take a look now at Solari Gaming Blue over here on the left side of the stage. Like we were saying, these guys, very, very well-known players. They've been around for a long time. I really think we can expect a lot of very, very solid play out of these guys.
Yeah, really liked a lot of great plays from their warrior, really well-known warrior on the European ladders. So it's great that he really rounds out that team. And I think every one of their matches so far have just been phenomenal. I'm glad to see that they have made it into the semifinals. They definitely deserve it. And again, whatever team wins this is guaranteed going to BlizzCon. So this is a pretty exciting match for these guys on stage.
Not just BlizzCon, but if they win this match, they're guaranteed top 2. So they're either going to be winning $50,000 or $20,000, which is a significant amount of money. So once again, a lot on the line for these guys, and we'll have to see what they're going to come out of the gates with. Starting off in this game.
The 4th place team will be leaving with, I believe it's $8,000, and the 3rd place team with $10,000. So not a huge prize differential between those 2 in terms of money, but the 3rd place team does get to go to BlizzCon for obviously a chance at a lot more money from there. So there's a big difference between those 2. But like you were saying, once you get into that grand finals match, it's not about BlizzCon anymore at that point. It's about $30,000. That's a big difference between a 1st place and 2nd place.
Yeah, and if you're Solari Gaming Blue, what do you guys think would be more comfortable for them? I know they know exactly what 3 languages is going to run. They're going to be playing that DK Feral Paladin. That's what they've been running all tournament. They only have 3 players on their team. What do you think that Solari Gaming Blue can bring to the table to be a little bit safer against this composition?
Honestly, I feel like Turbocleave is going to be fairly safe in this situation regardless. They just have a lot of survivability. And it's not so much necessarily about when you're up against that DK Feral, it can be really hard to deal with all the rot pressure that they're able to put out, as well as the fact that the DK himself is going to be fairly tanky. So they're not necessarily looking to score a burst kill necessarily. They're more going to be worried about, let's just stay alive as long as we possibly can and eventually win in dampening. So I honestly, personally, if I were to make a guess here, which I will right now, I will go ahead and guess that they're going to go with the Turbo Cleave.
Hey, cleaving is believing. They got to stick with the Turbo Cleave. I think they're going to go for it. I think that they're the most comfortable on that. You can really tell going into those matches. The LSD3 is strong, but I think especially where it's a best of 5 and they have a little bit of wiggle room, that they're just going to go with it.
Yeah, that Warrior is going to provide a lot of appeals to that DK and that Feral. So, yeah, we might even see him bust out the Vigilance again to reduce some of that incoming damage, maybe using Vigilance to counteract the Incarnation, which is really the scary moment that 3 Languages is going to have.
Yeah, definitely. 3 Languages, 1 team. Of course, on the red side of the stage, over on the right, these guys, they've made it this far. At this point, they are the final holdout in the semifinals against the Solari Gaming regime, or whatever you want to call it. Like, there are 3 Solari Gaming teams and 3 Languages, 1 team in the semifinals at this point. They are the one remaining non-Solari Gaming. So I feel like they kind of find themselves in a situation where maybe they feel like everyone else kind of has it out for them at this point. It's going to be exciting to see, actually, if they're really going to be able to pull it out against Solari Gaming Blue here.
Yeah, and after this game, we do have another top 4 match for you. We do have Solari Gaming Red going up against Solari Gaming Yellow. So we can see the other team that will be in the grand finals tomorrow, as well as the other team that's going to be going into that 3rd place consolation match.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and it looks like we are going to get our first match right underway very quickly. First map, again, is going to be on Nagrand Arena. So we're going to get into the action right now. And again, we start with Nagrand Arena, and then from here, the loser picks the next map, and then we go from there.
Yep, Nagrand Arena, just a great, well-balanced map to start everything out on. It's just nice to have a map that doesn't have any real strong leanings in the direction of any one composition. There are obviously comps that will have a slight advantage in a map like Nagrand, but it's not going to be a huge deal either way. So I really like that we're starting on Nagrand Arena for every single matchup, and then after that, we can start getting into the other maps. Of course, what we were saying before the break, now that we're in the best of 5 series, we're going to see a lot more maps actually coming out. We're going to see a lot more variety in terms of the map and a lot more opportunity for counter picks. So as these gates are about to open here, we're about to get underway with this first game between Solari Gaming Blue and 3 Languages, 1 team.
And it is as expected. We do have that DK, Feral, and Paladin going out for 3 Languages, and Solari Blue going to be comfortable on that Turbo Cleave. Both teams looking to just get started right away. The Pounce going out onto Swapsy. It looks like Cervantes is the main target of choice right now, but Botar actually getting hodged up, gets that safeguard, going to be taking a little less damage from that. The Recklessness coming up from Joy Fernando, trying to turn around the pressure. Fritter's actually getting a little bit low, but Cavi able to just throw out those heals from a safe range. Going to be able to top him off, but I mean, the damage is still coming out so hard. Joy Fernando's using his defensive cooldowns there. Swapsy still has his Ascendant, so that's going to be another scary moment. The first Survival Instinct coming out for Fritters. That is the Avenging Wrath coming out from Cray, so he's going to be able to get those heals up. But Cervantes so low down in that execute range. It's going to get smoked by Joy Fernando and Botar there. And Solari Blue just coming out of the game, already up 1-0 in a very quick game.
I liked how the Enhancement Shaman just casually walked away after he just dusted that DK. It's just like, well, that's what I'm doing here. Yeah, that was quite a fast, exciting match. That's what we were expecting out of these teams, and I'm glad that they stuck to it. I'm glad we saw that Turbo Cleave, and it paid off for them definitely, because not only was Cervantes under pressure that whole time, Fritteris just took so much damage, having to burn a lot of defensive cooldowns onto him from the start. Their Holy Paladin was sitting back, did have control over the match at that point, but just the amount of pressure that a Warrior and Enhanced Shaman can push with cooldowns is just crazy.
Well, and that match also really, I think, illustrates very well the difference, between the North American Turbo Cleaves and the European Turbo Cleaves. In North America, they tend to want to play super defensively the entire time, at least for the first few minutes of the match, and then maybe eventually score a kill once they've burned through a bunch of cooldowns. These European turbos, man, they just want to go in there and get a kill right away. They're not interested in waiting around. They will if they have to. they will absolutely push it down into deep, deep dampening if they need to score that win. But if they don't need to, they're more than happy to just say, you know what, let's just dust this one off in a hurry. We'll go in there and grab ourselves that kill, and we'll move on to game 2.
And I could be wrong, but I don't even think Cavi was CC'd at the end. He was just bombing out heals with that Avenging Wrath, and they were still able to land a kill out of that, which is pretty remarkable.
Yep. Yeah, enhanced damage with the damage with Ascendance up it's not as bursty as it used to be in Mist, but it's really strong. It's really consistent. Completely ignores armor, has range, everything, and it's really grown into it. We saw a lot of enhancement buffs going into this season, and they've just been phenomenal at this point.
Yeah, I believe he still had his wolves up at that point too, so that's a lot of pressure coming out. Plus, Joe Fernandez just does a truckload of damage on his own, doesn't even need cooldowns necessarily. He's known for just hitting like a truck. So we will be moving on to this next match here very, very shortly, and we actually have a map pick.
We do, and it's Blade's Edge.
Yeah.
The first one we've seen, and it's 2 cleaves.
Yeah, this is kind of a strange... I actually wonder if they are going to do that troll under the bridge strat here, where they're going to hang out underneath the bridge and try to use those tight, confined spaces down under there. It's actually one thing that I really, really love about Blade's Edge. We were talking about this earlier, what I really love about how teams are playing Blade's Edge nowadays is you can actually go underneath the bridge, and it almost becomes a little bit like Dalaran Sewers once you're down there, just with the amount of ways that you can break line of sight and get away from your opponents. Of course, we do not have anybody that's really able to take advantage of the ability to port up on top of the bridge with either of these compositions, but maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe they're just going to use that underside. Maybe they're just going to stay on the top. I don't know. These guys know better than I do what their strategies are going to be.
These guys are going to be able to use the knockback, though, from Typhoon.
That's going to be the big deciding factor in this match. So we're really going to have to see how well both of these druids, since both Restoration and Feral Druids do have the option of that knockback, and that is going to make a big, big difference for really breaking up that offensive pressure.
I almost wonder if it'd be worth it in this situation for Joe Fernandez to actually go, why can I not think of the name of the... It wouldn't be a cast if I didn't forget the name of an ability. The Warrior Knockback. Siegebreaker, yeah.
You do lose your fear, which is...
Yeah, that's a big deal.
And that fear played a huge moment in the last game because he did get that leap fear, which actually hit so many people. And right out of the gate, they are going to go for Joey Fernandez. Look at that. The damage just coming out right from the start. Just a lot of pressure put out right from immediately. It isn't any cooldowns, it's just straight damage.
Yeah, Joey Fernandez having to use his Enrage Regeneration there, as well as Botar throwing out that NS. He wants to top him off. And that's the great thing about Solari Blue is they use their offensive cooldowns, or they use their defensive cooldowns offensively. They don't want to be the ones on the back foot. They want to have the pressure out. Cervantes getting dangerously low. Once again, he doesn't want to be put into that execute range, or that could just be the game. Could be the same story, but the Icebound Fortitude is going to come out, as well as the Lichborn heals. Going to be able to stabilize himself a little bit, as Cavi was sitting some CC finally out of that. Going to be able to get the cast off and heal up Cervantes, but that was a lot of defensive cooldowns coming out of him.
Yeah, they did manage to knock Swapsy down, which was going to slow down that damage just a little bit, which was very, very important there. But Cervantes could still be in a lot of trouble here. Even though Cavi has all of his defensive cooldowns available, what we saw in that last game, Solari Blue just truckloads of damage out of nowhere. If that happens again, he could be in trouble.
Yeah, you can see that that the Holy Paladin is sitting about halfway up the bridge, so he's constantly going to be susceptible to maybe those hexes, which he did get dispelled out of there. But now we see the offensive cooldowns coming out on Fritteris, as he is going to put a bunch of damage into Joey Fernandez yet again, but you can see bleeds across all over the team.
Now Botar caught that full hex, going to get dispelled by Swapsy right away. That last swap onto Botar actually forced his Barkskin. Fritter still has the Incarnation up for a little bit longer. Cavi still having his bubble as well as his trinket, so having almost all of his defensive cooldowns. Right now, 3 languages doing very, very well in terms of defense. Solari not really able to get out the same pressure they were last game. Cervantes getting a little bit low right now, but Cavi just has so much to deal with this incoming damage if he can get it off. And there it comes the double shockwave once again by Joey Fernandez. Well done by him. He's been landing them all game on the Fritteris and Cervantes. Cavi's mana actually not looking too good. Already down to around 40%. We're still very far away from dampening. So the pressure coming out of Joey as well as Swapsy is just huge.
Yeah, they're actually playing Safeguard this time instead of that Vigilance, needs the extra little mobility. So interesting decision there, as we see Cervantes again is just going to be the target of choice. As you can see, the Holy Paladin is just sitting back, almost having a great time sitting in the middle of the bridge, just bombing those heals over and over with those wings up. The wings have faded at this point, which is going to be some trouble as we see the charge into the fear, which is immediately bubbled because Fritteris is taking so much damage, having to use Survival Instincts plus that save by the Light proc too, so that's 2 important cooldowns that they ate through.
Ooh, and Cervantes actually getting down pretty low there for just a second. Actually procced the Save by the Light. He's going to get healed back up, but from what you were saying about how Cavi's able to just stand back and heal, it kind of doesn't matter. He's chewing through his entire mana bar just trying to keep his team alive. Fritteris now getting extremely low. The execution sentence coming out onto, actually going out onto Cervantes there. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. I expected it to go onto Fritteris. Fritteris does try to get a Cyclone out, lands that onto Joey Fernandez. That's going to slow down the damage just enough for Cavi to be able to top him back off. But honestly, Three Languages, I feel like their hold on this game is starting to kind of slip a little bit. As Cavi's mana gets lower and lower and lower, they are not going to be able to keep this up for much longer.
I think that's going to be the story of the game. Cavi, I mean, like we said, dampening hasn't even started, down to around like 15-20% mana, and Botar still sitting pretty. Solari Blue just in a commanding lead in this game. Cervantes getting dangerously low, has no Save of the Light. The Colossus Smash comes in as well as the double shockwave, but the full clone onto Cavi. This could be dangerous. Fritteris also getting very low. Pops that Nature Vigil. Some of his damage is going to be converted into healing. Save of the Light proccing on him as well as the sack coming up from Cavi. Cavi has actually has his Avenging Wrath up now, so his pots are going to be very strong. The offensive clone though,
that was
coming
a good
out
clone.
of Botar. If they can get something onto Cavi, he could actually be in that execute range, and this could just be the game. Cervantes now getting cloned up, so very well done by Botar. Fritter is still not topped off just yet. Cavi's wings are going to fade very soon, and after that, it's going to be a nightmare for him to heal through this pressure.
Yeah, Fritter is getting super low once again. Could be in a lot of trouble here. He's jumping down, trying to get away, but they actually just go ahead and drop out. Actually, even before Fritter even fell, they were dropping out. They knew, okay, you know what? This is it. We're done here. Let's just get on to game 3. Yeah. We'll just move on. This one's a loss. Okay, we'll take it. Moving on to the next game. Wow, yeah, that was. It really did, I think, come down to Cavi's mana at that point. Like, he was getting so low on mana, he was just not able to keep up those strong heals anymore. And even though the Turbo Cleave, they don't have a ton of CC. Like, obviously they have Cyclone, they have Hex, they have Intimidating Shout, but it's not a ton of like really super spammable CC. But it almost doesn't matter. If you can just make the other healer go out of mana, you don't have to CC them anymore. They can't do anything anyway.
Yeah, I liked that Joey was using the Blitz Glyph also. We saw a couple double stuns with the charge on the Warbringer too, and especially in a map like that when you're in tight and closed location, every time that, you know, they retreat back to the healer, he's able to get that double stun off just for a little bit of more of the interruption and disruption.
Yeah, it's a lot of peeling too. If they ever end up going on to Botar, he's able to easily get them off with the Blitz stun, like you said, as well as the Shockwave, which he was playing that game instead of Stormbolt. And anytime that Cavi didn't have his wings up, he was just, it was not possible for him to heal through the damage. He was just falling further and further behind. When wings would come up, he'd be able to top a little bit, but just constantly under pressure the entire game.
Yeah, and every time he was able to top his team off, he did so at expense of like 30% of his mana bar. It just was so much mana he was having to spend to keep his team alive through that constant damage from Swapsy and Joe Fernandez. So that was a very, very rough game there for Three Languages, one team. And now they're down 2-0. In this situation, like, what do you do? What map do you go to? They can't actually switch to a different composition. This is the only one that they're able to play. So what choice do they have here at this point? What options do they really have?
Well, they got the last map pick and they chose Blade's Edge, so we got to assume that that is what they think is their best map. So going in, they're going to have to play on their second best map, and they're one game away from being eliminated here. I don't know what they're going to do. It's not looking good.
No, and it's going to be whatever the Holy Paladin is going to be better on, because Cleave versus Cleave, other than getting that little advantage on Blade's Edge and maybe the knockoffs from the Feral, there isn't much difference between the two comps in terms of play space and where you want to end up. And it's not like they're going to go on Botar most of the time, so it's not like a Ruins of Lordaeron might not be the greatest pick. You know, maybe Sewers, but even then, that's rough for their targets that they want to hit.
Yeah, they might need to try some sort of all-in strategy on Cavi, but like you said, Joey Fernando playing that Blitz stun as well as Shockwave, he's going to be able to safeguard, going to get the off heals coming in from Botar, so it's going to be very hard for them to actually commit onto that Druid and kill him, but they might need to do some sort of all-in strategy because what they're doing right now isn't working.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Ruins might make sense in this situation, but no, actually it looks like they are going to go on to Dalaran Sewers, which I find really interesting. The reason I was about to say that I think Ruins might make sense here is just because there's less opportunity for the Enhancement Shaman to get out of line of sight and heal himself up if they wanted to go after Swapsy instead of Joe Fernandez. But that said, I kind of like that they've been going on Joe Fernandez instead of Swapsy anyway, so I don't know that it really matters that much. And now here on the Turbo Cleave heaven, like this is where Turbo Cleave wants to be. They love to live down here in the sewers. This is going to be rough for Three Languages, but it's their map pick. We'll see if they can pull it out.
Yeah, and so being down 2-0 right now, and this is this is when they need to mount their comeback. The first 2 games, really, there weren't too many moments when you thought and saw Three Languages momentum. So they really need to make something happen and just ride that momentum for the end. Big thing to note is once you focus a dual wield Frost DK and they have to go Blood, that shuts down so much of your damage because most of it is based on your runic power because of that Frost Strike. So every time you see him shift into Blood, you know that the momentum is not going in their favor.
Yeah, and they're just going to open on him right away, make sure he's in that Blood presence, like you said. The full fear going on to Cavi right away. AMS already coming out from Cervante. Swapsy, Joy Fernando, and Botar having a very strong opener here. The double shockwave coming out as well. Cervante getting dangerously low. The Trinket and Avenging Wrath coming out from Cavi, trying to get out those heals. Going to be able to top him off, but both Fritterus and Cervante still in a little bit of trouble. The Incarnation coming out, the full Fist of Justice onto Botar. Does have full hots as well as that Ironbark on himself, and he's going to completely defuse that at the same time. Fritterus getting very, very low, having to pull back a little bit. It has that Nature's Vigil up, Saved by the Light proc on him. Cavi also has that Avenging Wrath up like he popped earlier, and he's going to get a great value out of that, topping off Fritterus. Botar still has his Barskin as well as Trinket if he needs it, so even if they swap back onto him, he has cooldowns to answer it.
Yeah, that constant multi-target pressure coming out from Solari Blue right now is just so hard for Cavi to actually deal with. Both Fritterus and Cervantes just constantly in fear for their lives, dipping so low. Fritterus now actually getting over here a little bit out of line of sight, just chasing Botar around, but Botar's just hanging out as a bear. He's got no problem with this. Actually now getting caught in caster form in that bash. He's going to go ahead and Trinket that and try to get away once again. But now Fritterus, once again, down to half health. Cervantes down to half health. They are in so much trouble right now.
Yeah, it might be an execute range, actually. So close. If he does get down to that 20% mark, he can just get executed instantly by Joe Fernando, and he will be killed. Colossus Smash is coming out. Cavi doing everything he can, popping that Trinket, but Cervantes still just dangerously low. Fritter's getting caught into that full clone, so well done by Botar. And Cavi still has 1 bop as well as 1 bubble available if he needs it. Botar has Barskin and Ironbark defensively if they need it. And Solari Blue has got to be looking good in this game. Fritter's getting down around 30% HP. Saved by the Light procking onto him again. The double shockwave once again landing, and Solari Blue just going so crazy right now. Cervante getting low with a huge triple fear coming up from Joe Fernando onto the enemy team. Cavi does have to bubble that. He doesn't want to fall further and further behind. The sack going out onto Fritterus, and both Cervante and Fritterus just they just can't be kept up.
Yeah, it's Fritterus again getting really low, and with again that Warbringer stun with the Blitz, and they leave the game immediately. What a commanding victory.
Yeah, and that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Solari Gaming Blue is going to be advancing to that top 2, so they are guaranteed a spot at BlizzCon.
Yeah, they are.
As well as guaranteed at least $20,000.
Yeah, that is a big win for Solari Gaming Blue. We were saying earlier how those guys are some of the most well-known players in the entire world of Warcraft, as it were. So they should be feeling very, very solid about that win. That said, 3 languages, 1 team. They've made it all the way this far, and they are not out of this just yet. They will have the opportunity to face off against the loser of the next semifinal match to try and take that 3rd place spot. They can still make it to BlizzCon.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not out of it next, and they're not out of it yet. And next up, we do have Solari Gaming Red going up against Solari Gaming Yellow to see who the other team is going to be in the finals. And of course, 3 languages is going to be watching this game to see who they have to play. I mean, their tournament life is on the line. They're going to be looking to see who their opponent is.
Now, what would be favorable for 3 languages? Which team?
Who do they want to lose?
Yeah.
That's hard to say.
I think they're both really good teams. So let's see. Solari Gaming Red plays. Let's see. What did they play so far?
Solari. Well, the thing is, Solari Gaming Red
earlier.
Yeah, they've been playing RMD. The thing is, Solari Gaming Red hasn't lost at all in this tournament. They've just been dominating everyone. Kind of the story of the U.S. or the North American scene as well.
Yeah.
Just an RMD coming out, just kind of dismantling all their opponents, and they've been playing really, really well. So you've got to be not wanting to play against that team, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Solari Gaming Yellow was playing the Feralok Shaman or the Jungle Cleave.
Yeah.
So that maybe puts it a little bit more on an even footing
probably.
For 3 languages, 1 team. I don't know, we'll have to find out. But before we move on to that next match, we do have Anna down at the stage for an interview with Joe Fernandez.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Joe Fernandez, of course, again from Solari Blue. And man, you must be feeling great right now. Your team has secured their spot at BlizzCon. How are you guys feeling?
We're really excited and really happy that we've finally made it to BlizzCon. They put up a good fight, but it was unlucky. We really counter-comp them hard, so they can't really do anything when we play as well as we do.
Yeah, there's a lot that means. Not only will you go to BlizzCon and travel and see that awesome event, but you're also going to be representing Europe there. How does that feel?
It feels really good. I hope we can do Europe proud, pretty much. I think we're really looking forward to BlizzCon.
I've heard a lot of the players saying that they want to show the world how the European scene matches up. How do you think the European scene is going to match up at BlizzCon?
Well, we're pretty much going to destroy all the US teams, I think. There's not really any competition for EU teams.
Well, there's a soundbite for you US teams. Watch out for Solari Gaming Blue. Now, you guys aren't finished in this competition. You have won your spot at BlizzCon, but you still have a chance at the top prize and to represent as the European champion. How much of you feels kind of relieved and done right now, and how much of you feels still just as nervous?
Yeah, I mean, we're really glad we qualified, but at the same time, it's a lot of money to win, so we're really looking forward to it, and hopefully we'll win it as well.
Yeah, well, we wish you the best of luck. Congratulations again. Great job. Guys, we'll be back with more World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon right after this.
the O2 Arena in Prague. We are just about to get underway with our second semifinal match here, which is going to be Solari Gaming Red versus Solari Gaming Yellow. This is going to be an awesome match coming up here. I'm actually really excited to see how this matches out because Solari Gaming Red has been playing incredibly well during this series. However, Solari Gaming Yellow, with that Feral Lock Shaman they were playing earlier, they were actually doing extremely well. So this is going to be an interesting one.
It is. I think Solari Gaming Red, if I had to pick one team that we've seen so far, I think they've been playing the best out of anyone. So I think this is really their match to win at this point. You know, coming in on that first seed from Group A, or from Group B, I do believe, you know, not dropping any matches up until this point. So good.
Yeah, they had a rough start. They actually lost their first round of the tournament, or first game of the tournament against Bleach Bones. But after that, I think they've been almost undefeated. They've been playing quite well, playing that RMD setup, going up against Solari Gaming Yellow, though, who is going to be running, I believe, FLS or Jungle Cleave is the two competitions that they can run. And once again, whoever wins this matchup will be advancing to the finals. A lot on the line in this particular game, because if someone wins, or whoever wins this, is going to BlizzCon, as well as guaranteed at least $20,000.
Yeah, and that's a big step up from if they get at least third place, that's only $10,000. So if you win this match, you're at the very least doubling the money that you would have gotten by losing. So definitely a lot on the line here. There is that BlizzCon ticket in it as well, like you said. Of course, if whichever team loses will still have the opportunity to battle it out in that third and fourth place match to see if they can still move on to BlizzCon. It's only a difference of $2,000 in the prize pool between third place and fourth place. But that ticket to BlizzCon is worth quite a bit of money in its own because there is a pretty massive prize pool at BlizzCon this year as well.
Yeah, there is. And of course, Solari Gaming Yellow, like we said, has been playing both Jungle Cleave and that Feral Lock Shaman. So they really need to make something happen. It's going to be tough to defeat that RMD, which is, we can only assume that Solari Gaming is going to be running, or Solari Red.
Yeah, I think it's one of the safer comps you can run in WoW right now, that RMD. Just pretty much strong against everything. I mean, if you can play a Rogue, a Mage, and a Druid together very, very well, they have a lot of damage, a lot of control, and they're all very, very slippery, so it's hard to actually land a kill against them. And if you overextend, they can just turn it around on you instantly and kill you.
Yeah, that said, the FLS or the Jungle Cleave that we were seeing out of Solari Gaming Yellow earlier, they do have a lot of ability to put out a whole lot of pressure in a hurry. And that can be the sort of thing that even in that small amount of time where maybe somebody could get away, you can still put a lot of pressure, force out a lot of defensive cooldowns, and it could be a really good way to go. And there we can see Solari Gaming Yellow on the left side of the stage. That, of course, will be the blue side of the stage. They will be facing off here very shortly against Solari Gaming Red. I'm just really excited to see how this Feral Lock Shaman or this Jungle Cleave actually works out, because it's such an exciting comp to watch, I think, just because basically anything could happen at any point. There can be a lot of sudden burst potential. There can be a lot of sudden like having to get out of line of sight and toss a couple of heals out, even from the Feral Druid. There's a lot of different ways that this could go. I think this is going to be a great match.
I think so too. The Feral Druid, kind of a double-edged sword. Having that Incarnation and that Berserk is a very, very scary cooldown. He's going to be able to put out a lot of damage and a lot of pressure for a long time. The only problem is Feral Druid's also very susceptible to being killed, especially in stuns. Not going to be able to get out that survival instincts, which is that 50% shield wall. So it's going to be scary for him all game. He's got to make sure he's rotating his trinket with his shaman the entire game. And if they mess that up, he could just die very quickly.
Yeah, and that comp can die very quickly. And the big thing about Feral Lock Shaman is it's really hard to stop its pressure once it starts rolling. Like, you really need to make sure you're kicking every UA, you know, during the Dark Soul. Like, you need to make sure that you stay on top of it, make sure your healer doesn't get feared. Because the second that they start to get that edge on you, you're going to see those Feral cooldowns, and it's normally going to spell defeat at that point.
Yep. So we will be getting into this match very soon, but also we have Solari Gaming Red to take a look at. Now, these guys have been playing brilliantly through this entire tournament so far. They've been playing that RMD composition primarily. I believe they do also have God Comp available to them if they so choose, but honestly, RMD has been doing them incredibly well so far. I would expect to see them come out with the RMD again in this match.
Yeah, I think they were saying that they pretty much run RMD against everything, and I know after talking to them backstage, these guys are exceptionally confident going into this matchup. They played against Solari Gaming Yellow many times on live, and they say they have a very good record, so this is looking good for Solari Gaming Red according to them.
Yeah, I mean, RMD it's a very well-rounded comp already. It can do very well against a lot of different compositions. And even in the situations where God Comp might be a little bit more effective, there might be a slight edge to God Comp, just playing what you're more comfortable with, what you're more familiar with, can make all of the difference anyway. Because if you make a mistake playing a comp that you're not as used to, at this level of competition, one mistake means the end of the game for you.
Yeah, and talking to Raikou as well, I know he's a lot more confident in that RMD. He prefers playing with the melee instead of playing that double caster comp. So I think that's part of the reason why they're sticking to RMD. I mean, Raikou, they've been playing it beautifully with as well as Talby Tree. And of course, Pry, all three of them doing an excellent job in this tournament. The Cyclones actually out of Talby Tree have been quite well. That's one of the things we saw from him last BlizzCon as well. He's already been to BlizzCon. He got second last year, so he's looking to win this game, make it to BlizzCon, and go back and show. I mean, all these teams want to prove. A lot of them have been talking about how the European region, in their mind, is the best. So they want to go to BlizzCon. They want to dumpster the US scene, Korean scene, and everyone else, and just really prove that EU is dominant.
Yeah, and honestly, the way these teams have been playing today, I think that it is well within their right to go ahead and say, you know, EU is really, really strong. EU, maybe they are the dominant one at this point. We'll find that out at BlizzCon, but from what they've been playing today, how these teams have been playing, I think there's actually a lot of merit to that. I think it's definitely a very realistic possibility that these teams will make it to BlizzCon, and the US teams might not know what they're going to be up against until they get there.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen so many amazing games so far at this point, and of course we are going to be getting into New Grand Arena for the first map in this match, and of course that is going to be double blind pick going into it, but we kind of have an idea what both teams are going to go. I would expect them to run the Ferrolock Shaman. The jungle might do a little bit better against the RMD, but it kind of looked like they felt more comfortable on that Ferrolock Shaman.
Yeah, they definitely were getting a much better spread pressure, which of course is the advantage of going with the Warlock instead of the Hunter. But I felt like I completely agree. I feel like that spread pressure that they were able to put out with the Ferrolock Shaman, it just played into the strengths of their individual players a lot better, and it was just working so much better for them against the teams they were playing against earlier. So personally, I would definitely expect to see that Ferrolock Shaman, but we will find out here very, very shortly as soon as this match actually gets underway.
Yeah, and of course the winner of this game will be going up against Solari Gaming Blue in the finals, and the loser will be going up against 3 languages in the losers bracket, fighting for their lives, and of course that last ticket to BlizzCon.
Yeah, and you know, even though it's only going to be one team that doesn't make it so far, you know, this match is really going to determine a lot for this team, especially if Solari Gaming Red can just continue their winning streak onto it, be really dominant, just have that confidence going into those finals.
Yeah, and confidence is so important here. Like, going into every single one of these matches feeling like, yeah, we can win this. Yeah, we can win this. Like, just the mental sort of strength that it gives you to have that little bit of extra confidence. It can really make all the difference here, knowing that you feel right about the choices that you're making. You feel right about your timings. You feel right about when you're choosing to use cooldowns, when you're choosing to step back a little bit. It's really, really important, especially because we're on here at this stage in front of a whole live audience and everything. Like, there can be a lot of trouble that you can have if you start getting those sort of tournament jitters, and that confidence is what sets you apart from that.
Yeah, the thing is, this deep into the tournament, I think both these players, or all of these players, both these teams have had the chance and the opportunity to play on stage. It doesn't look like, to me at least, that they've been having any jitters, so they'll both be looking to play their best in this game. Of course, the first game is going to be on Nagrand Arena, and I don't know if this is, we know this is considered one of the most balanced maps, so I don't know if any team is going to get any particular advantage on this map at all.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams might feel more comfortable on Nagrand, but that's just because of that sort of lack of bias against various compositions. There are probably some comps that, I've said this before, there's probably some comps that favor a little bit better on Nagrand Arena, but I wouldn't expect it to be many by any means. So this match is just about to get underway. We are loading into the game, and it will be starting here very, very soon. This first game between Solari Gaming Yellow and Solari Gaming Red.
Yeah, and as it's about to start, looks like again that they actually are going to go with that jungle cleave that we didn't expect. Looks like getting right into the match. Of course, that is going to be the team of Talby is going to be healing that RMD that we thought, and it is going to be the rogue in that middle unit frame that is white right now. But again, they are going to be going against that jungle cleave. So we'll have to see if they can manage to take apart this RMD. And I think it's really Solari Yellow's game to prove themselves if they really want to make it to the finals.
Yeah, don't worry about that white unit frame on the left. Your eyes are not deceiving you. That is not a subtlety priest. Don't worry about that. That's just a little bit of a UI glitch, which we will get sorted out after this game. That's going to be...
Oh yeah, he is playing subtlety.
He is playing subtlety, yeah. So he is not playing combat in this matchup, which is an interesting choice. But Talby getting a little bit of damage right off the start there with the pounce stun, or excuse me, the rake stun opening up onto him. But a ton of CC now actually going out onto Solari Yellow. Solari Red actually getting a pretty good opener here, but they have not yet been able to bait out too much in the way of cooldowns.
Well, they did get the survival instincts out of Fewen, but he's looking to turn it around, has that Nature's Vigil up, as well as that Incarnation pop that wants to get some damage onto Talbichi right now, who preemptively ironbarks himself, uses that dash, trying his best to get away. Fewen getting kited very hard right now by Talbichi, who has managed to escape. At the moment, I mean, Waffle still has his trinket available. They didn't really force too much in the opener at all. Now Berserk coming out from Fewen, separating those cooldowns a little bit, but at the same time, Talby blowing his own cooldowns to survive the NS coming out, as well as the Heart of the Wild. So his HOTS are going to be very empowered, as well as when he's in the bear form, he's going to have extra armor. So for now, he's going to be completely fine. But Fewen taking a lot of damage, down to 50% HP. The full sheep goat went out onto Waffles, finally expired. The DR sheep coming in, he was able to get out a few heals, a Riptide as well as an Earth Sheet onto Fewen. So he's going to be fine for that swap. But this RMD slowly working through these cooldowns.
Yeah, you can see them just chasing that Feral Druid again, that Death from Above doing so much damage, having to trinket in the cheap shot into the kidney, followed by that Spirit Link. So there's one cooldown that they've worked themselves through. As we see, the trap is going to be trinketed by Prague right there. So that's a lot of trinkets going out in that onslaught, just about everyone's.
Yeah, and Waffles just barely got in there in time to be able to drop that Spirit Link. That was super close for Fewen. Now a whole bunch of damage though going out onto Talby. He's going to have to try and get out of there. It looks like he is going to be able to move away, start getting some heals on himself. There's the Displacer Beast getting himself a whole bunch of distance in there, and now they're turning it back around onto Fewen once again. Gets a big heal just before that polymorph lands onto Waffles. Very good timing there for him to be able to get that off. Just a little bit too late on the sheep coming out from Raikou, and Fewen's going to be able to get back over here. Sukin has been spending a whole lot of this time as a sheep though. He's really just not able to get the amount of damage out that he really wants to here.
Yeah, the Shadow Dance is going to be coming up now for Pry, and Fewen as well as Waffles have no trinket available, so this is going to be their opportunity to kill. Talby under a little pressure now, but that is the full deep freeze on Waffles as well as the full sheep. Fewen most likely going to go down here, caught into that cheap shot. The DR kidney shot coming in. Nature's Vigil has been popped, but is it going to be enough? Waffles getting out of that CC. Is he going to be able to get the Spirit Link off? And he does. Getting full clone just after the Spirit Link, just in the nick of time, and Fewen is able to survive that swap.
Yeah, if that Cyclone landed any sooner, he would be completely dead, as we see the Frost Jaw, all that cross CC coming out from the RMD. But it looks like Talby kind of out in the middle, taking some damage, trying to heal himself up, even though that Hunter is going to be just chunking damage into him at that point. You see a bash on to Pride, just trying to stop that offense just a little bit, and it's going to give this jungle cleave a little bit of breathing room for a second.
Talby actually caught with no trinket. Barskin just coming up for him now. His mana is getting worked down very, very hard right now by Fewen, as well as Sukin, doing an incredible amount of damage onto him, just training him down. But at the same time, Fewen, his trinket is coming up now. Incarnation going to be up in 10 seconds. If they can get another swap onto Talby, force that Barskin before the Incarnation comes out, that could be their opportunity to kill.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised at how much mana Waffles still has at this point. He's been working so hard keeping his team alive, and he's actually still just doing completely fine on the mana. Of course, it's the burst potential that could end up scoring the kill here for Solari Red. Fewen having to actually kind of get out of there for just a second. Now trying to move back in, as he does have his Incarnation active and his Berserk, active. Talby, though, getting really, really low. They're going to have to try and run away because he's just taking so much damage. Trying to get that Cyclone out. Does manage to land it onto Waffles, which is going to give his team an opportunity to put a little bit of damage into Fewen here, but there unfortunately is not much in the way of follow-up CC onto Waffles, so Fewen looking like he's going to be just fine once again.
Yeah, Waffles actually has his trinket up too. This is looking very good for Solari Yellow. Talby almost completely tapped on mana. The full bash though going out onto Pry just as a little bit of appeal. Talby still dipping dangerously low to 50% HP. All he has is a life bloom and a rejuve on himself, and he is completely tapped on mana. He can't heal himself. Raikou and Pry doing everything they can to peel, but I don't think it's going to be enough. In bear form, trying to prevent some of that incoming damage, down to 10% HP. The cheap shot coming out onto everyone by Pry, using that Shadow Dance defensively, and Talby's going to go down. Solari Yellow taking first blood in this game.
Wow, and they immediately leave the game, and that means Solari Yellow taking the first round?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm actually I'm actually surprised by that, because the way that game was going early on, it looked like Solari Red was just in a commanding lead for a good 50 to 60% of that match. And then towards the end, it felt like Solari Yellow, they were like, oh, wait, all we have to do is, I don't even know what it was that they changed necessarily, but something happened, and all of a sudden Solari Yellow was just in a commanding presence and keeping up so much pressure constantly that Talby had to himself, keeping himself alive, and then that was it. He had nothing left.
There's one moment in the game where the Shaman was caught into a full sheep, and he had like 1 or 2 seconds to actually get that Spear Link off, and that was the RMD's opportunity to actually win that game. Unfortunately, the clone coming in just a little bit too late, and after that, it just felt like Talby was way too pressured throughout the game to really get out the clones that he needed, and Pry as well as Raikou just had to spend so much time peeling as opposed to going offensive and getting those setups.
Now, do you think Solari Red is going to change it up or just stick with RMD at this point?
I think that was such a close game. I think they're very confident in RMD. You know, they know the strategies they need to do. If they just clean it up just a little bit more, then they could definitely beat this team. So we'll have to see. But Solari Gaming Yellow doing an excellent job that game as well, rotating their defensive cooldowns, which is exactly what you need to do against a comp like RMD.
Yeah, I was really worried for them early on when Feywin had to use both of his survival instincts like almost immediately to keep himself alive. But from then on, it was almost like he didn't need them anymore. Like he was getting very, very dangerously low quite regularly. But the Spirit Links were coming in from Waffles at just in the nick of time, and the big heals coming out from Waffles as well. And Waffles' mana was like completely fine the entire match. He had no issues with mana whatsoever, whereas Talby was having to spam those regrowths like crazy just to keep his teammates alive.
That's kind of what we see is when you're CC'd, you don't spend your mana. Yeah. So the healer that's being CC'd a lot, you know, he's regenerating his mana, not having to spend it. And when he comes out and he's able to throw out a Spirit Link or throw out, you know, a little bit of heals and top off his team, he doesn't actually have to expend too much mana.
Yeah, and of course, the Feral Druid does have a little bit of that off-healing capabilities themselves. They're able to toss out those rejuvenations, which will help a little bit in those situations where the healer is being CC'd quite regularly. So we will be getting into this next match here very, very shortly. Of course, it is Solari Gaming Red's map pick, and it sounds like they've chosen Tiger's Peak.
Yeah, I think this is one of those maps that is going to allow Talby to do a little bit of bobbing and weaving. You know, there's a lot of different pillars for him to choose from, where he can kite and kind of drag Feywin as well as Sukin into bad positions and try to take advantage of that.
Oh, and it looks like we actually have Pry is going to go back to combat. Maybe he's just more comfortable in this setup, you know, playing combat.
And I think combat actually makes a lot more sense on this map for Killing Spree as well, because of the way that the little side platforms actually work. If Waffles or Feywin decide to go up there onto that side, Pry would not have to run around if he has that Killing Spree available. He can actually just jump right up there using that Killing Spree. Obviously, he's not necessarily going to save Killing Spree for that situation, but it is something that he might have available to him. And yeah, maybe he is just more comfortable on combat as well. We'll have to see as this game is now getting underway. Solari Yellow up 1-0 versus Solari Red.
All right, right from the start, they're going to look to get that opening sap, which they've landed just about every time against every team in the tournament so far, as it is going to be, looks like the heals are coming out. Waffles just building up a few heals. Oh, looks like Raikou is going to be immediately rake stunned right out of the stealth, and he trinkets it immediately. Icy Veins popping right away. Looks like they're going to try to turn it back on to the Feral Druid instantly. Look at how much damage he's taking already.
Yeah, he has already had to use his trinket, but that is the Berserk as well as the Incarnation and the Nature's Vigil coming out from Feywin. He's trying to turn around the pressure as well as get that healing from Nature's Vigil, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Waffles throwing out that Spirit Link. He had to use his trinket as well, so now they're caught in a position where Feywin as well as Waffles have no more trinket. The next swap on Feywin could be devastating, and this is already looking like a great start for Solari Red. Talby taking a little bit of damage, throws out that Iron Bark on himself, as well as his Heart of the Wild, which is going to empower his heals and going to make him a little bit more tanky as well. So he's going to be completely fine for now. But once those cooldowns fade, he doesn't really have too much left except a trinket.
Yeah, the blind actually went onto Feywin there for just a second, but it looked like it was broken by Raikou, unfortunately, with an Ice Nova. Feywin now caught into that kidney shot, and then the cheap shot follow-up after that. Another cheap shot coming out, looking like they're trying to turn it back around onto him at this point. They know that they've used pretty much every defensive cooldown. There is still one Spirit Link totem available, but even Ascendance has now come out for Waffles, so Feywin could be in a lot of trouble here if Pry and Raikou can connect onto him. He's doing a lot of kiting at the moment, though, actually doing a great job running around this little platform here and making sure
sure that they can't. But there is the shadow step onto Feywin. Pry is now on top of him. Feywin in bear form, doing his best to survive through this. But can he actually continue? Waffles caught in that Cyclone, does not have a trinket available. Now down this last bit of Cyclone, and the Spirit Link Totem just barely comes out in time, keeping Feywin alive.
And now Waffles finally out of CC, able to throw out that Earth Shield and Riptide onto Feywin. He's going to be fine, but his RMD has so much time to work with here. Feywin not going to have his trinket for a long time, as well as Waffles. They have another 30 seconds, another CC chain to go. That is the full kidney shot onto Feywin, taking so much damage. Waffles not able to get those casts off. I believe he doesn't want to counterspell. Feywin, though, down to 10% HP. DR cheap shot comes out. Feywin's going to go down, and Solari Red tying up the series 1-1.
And that looked a lot more in control by the RMD that time. You saw so many opportunities just for kills on Feywin, simply because both the Shaman and the Hunter were just CC'd during that whole time.
Did you see if Waffles got locked out there at the end? I believe he casted a heal. I thought he faked, but he might have actually got locked out. That's didn't what happened.
Yeah, quite possibly. I felt so bad for him earlier too, because he had like maybe 0.2 seconds left on that polymorph, but he had to trinket it to get that Spirit Link down. He wanted to save his trinket, but he just was not able to. The pressure from Solari Gaming Red was just way too strong, and so that's how eventually Solari Gaming Red was able to win that. They were able to keep their control up, and they were able to keep their pressure up, and control and pressure is the name of the game for RMD. So GG to Solari Gaming Red. That's going to tie us up 1-1, like you said, and we will be moving on to Solari Gaming Yellow's map pick.
Yeah, and the big thing about that game was, like you said, Pry switched over to combat instead of playing that subtlety, and it just looked like the pressure that RMD had went up by double or triple. They just had pressure the entire game, forcing cooldowns left and right with that combat rogue, and yeah, it looked really good.
Yeah, and we saw him use the Shadow Reflection instantly on the Feral Druid once they found him in the opener, and we saw the, of course, Raikou trinketing that Rake stun right at the start, so they really tried to break up that initial bit of damage from the Feral Druid and turned it immediately back on him. And they were able to force the Spirit Link really fast. And that's really important in this matchup. Every Spirit Link gets you that further ahead, and then you know that, all right, even if we have small gaps in our long CC chain on the healer, he's not going to be able to drop Spirit Link and full heal someone, basically. So that was great from that RMD right there. That's what we need to see out of them more if they want to win this. But exciting match so far. Both, I mean, it looked like almost a different team playing in that second map than the first.
Yeah, it really did. There was a very, very notable difference in just how in control they felt that entire time. So at this point, Solari Gaming Yellow, it is their map pick. Do you think they may want to go for a comp swap, though? Do they want to go over to the jungle cleave, or do they just say, well, we won the first game with the FLS, should we just stick with the FLS, maybe go to a map like I don't know, maybe sewers or something, and see if they can do a little bit better there?
Well, Talby Tree is their target of choice, and I think if they bring it to a smaller map like Dalaran or perhaps even Ruins of Lordaeron, which is something we haven't really seen in this tournament too much, it's going to be hard for Talby Tree to actually get away and use his kiting to his advantage, because there's nowhere for him to really go.
And it looks like Dalaran Sewers is where we are going to be going to, as these teams are going to get back in. And because this was so fast, we can only assume that this is going to be...
They're going to be playing the same composition.
Yeah, it'll be the same compositions. I like that choice. Like I was saying, they won the first match. They know that they have it in them to actually take this series, so why not stick with what you know it works and try it on a map that you feel a little bit more comfortable with, down in the sewers where dreams come true or something. I don't know. There was some sort of catchphrase that was trying to happen there. I couldn't quite pull that one out.
It was an old Madden quote. Path to greatness always goes through the sewers. I think that was it. It's just one of those.
Oh, wow. Both these teams looking to go on that path of greatness. First team to win 3 games in this series will be advancing to BlizzCon, as well as guaranteed $20,000. So a lot on the line for these teams today. Both of them playing phenomenally well. We'll have to see if Solari Yellow can deal with the combat rogue of Prague and Solari Red.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. It's that combat rogue that made such a big difference. You know, right out of the gate, he was able to do a lot of damage to that Feral Druid. As we can see, the teams are just waiting for the opener, almost sitting it back just a little bit, as looks like Solkin is sitting and defending his Shaman, just waiting in camo. As it looks like Raikou is just going to toss out those blizzards, trying to find where that Feral Druid is. But the Feral Druid is playing very passively and defensively, just looking for Pry at this point.
Yeah, Pry doesn't want to open up right away because he knows he's going to get pounced by Feywin instantly. Yeah. So just trying to stall it out as long as possible. Raikou actually getting knocked away there. by Sukin, who is caught into that full sheep. The deep freeze on the Waffles, caught into that sheep right away. Feywin under a lot of pressure, trying to get away the best he can, blowing that Incarnation as well as that Berserk, trying to force some cooldowns out of Talby, and he was able to get that bar skin. Feywin actually going to be completely fine, only having to use his trinket and his offensive cooldowns there to survive. So he's still going to have those shot or those walls up as well as
the first one.
Yeah.
And he just used it going in, knowing that when he pushes behind the box, there is going to be some issues damage-wise. But he was kind of okay at that point. So I'm not sure if that was a great use from it. Excellent knockback right there with the binding shot on top of it to stun. And look at the damage Feywin is taking already. He was going for the clone right there as he does get kidneyed on it. And now we see CC out onto Waffles also. This is a lot of damage as the Spirit Link comes out again. Another really early Spirit Link forced.
Yeah, that was his trinket as well. He had to trinket that polymorph to be able to get that Spirit Link down. So once again, like you're saying, this is not looking great for Solario. Now the blind comes out into Waffles, and he will not have a trinket available for that, having just used it. So Feywin could be in a lot of trouble here. He tries to get that Cyclone out, but does not look like he was able to land it. They just need to slow down Solari Red at this point. They need to trip them up somehow. There now the trap going out onto Pry. That's going to help them quite a bit to be able to stay alive through here just a little bit longer. Honestly, that trap may have just saved them.
I think Pry should have been a little bit more patient with his blind there. You know, they kind of ran out of damage, and they weren't really able to capitalize on that blind, where if they had waited to the next deep free sheep into blind, then it would have likely been a kill onto Feywin. Talby, though, taking quite a bit of damage. He does have Barcian and Ironbark if he needs it. The Crows, though, coming out. That is the full sheep, though, onto Waffles, as well as the full kidney shot onto Feywin, taking quite a bit of damage right now. Talby able to escape and capitalize on this moment where Feywin has to play defensive. The clone, though, out onto Sukin as well. Waffles getting deep rows in there. Still no heals out onto Feywin. He does have a Spirit Link totem if he can get out of that CC, but Talby pushes in and gets the full clone. Feywin doing everything he can to survive, but is it going to be enough? The DR clone comes in, and Feywin down to 10% HP. He's going to go down, and Solari Red going to take this game and take this series up to 2-1.
So now at this point, it seems like Solari Red has figured out exactly what they need to do to take down Solari Yellow. They've, in both of these last games, it's been just so clean and cut and dry coming out from Solari Red. Very by the book, very straightforward. So at this point, now I actually really do start to wonder if Solari Yellow should be thinking about maybe pulling out that Jungle Cleave just to try something different. Maybe throw Solari Red back off their game a little bit. Just do something else so that Solari Red is not able to just to come up with whatever it is that they've been able to do in the last couple matches that's earning them these wins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure these teams have played against RMD quite a bit, and there's got to be a reason why they're running jungle into this comp. You know, I think it's probably their best shot in this matchup. So, I mean, they might be able to switch it up and play that FLS, but I mean, yeah, I think they're probably already doing the best thing possible for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, like that first match played out, that's what they need to do. They just need to get the momentum rolling in their favor. You know, it's tough to say, you know, because they just chose a small map, which should have played to a little bit more to their favor. So we'll have to see what map they pick next, you know, because both Tiger's Peak and Sewers are gone. Maybe Ruins next? Like, it's a tough pick.
Yeah, if they're sticking with the Jungle Cleave, then I do think that Ruins would probably make a lot of sense. It's just a great map for Hunters to be able to keep up their pressure as much as possible. And it's also a little bit more difficult to get a great opener out of the RMD on Ruins. Not a lot more difficult, but a little bit more difficult than another map like, say, Tolvaron or something like that, one of the other maps that they still have available. So I do kind of feel like Ruins might make sense here. But that said, I'm not really sure what they can do to beat this team at this point. Solari Red has just been turning around and looking so confident. And of course, this is now 2-1. If Solari Red wins this next match, that's it. They're going to BlizzCon. That will be the end of the series. So Solari Yellow actually has to come back 2 games in a row if they want to be able to move on to the finals.
I actually like Runes of Lordaeron more for this Jungle Cleave than the Dalaran Sewers, especially if they're going to be going on to Talby Tree. When Talby Tree kites away, he's running behind the boxes, and Feywin kind of has to overextend and push out of the boxes on a map like Runes. He's not going to be out of line of sight of his Shaman. He's going to be able to keep getting healed and stick on the Talby Tree.
Yeah. So just to go through the rules again, just real quickly, the way that this is actually working out here. As you guys saw earlier, the first map we played on Nagrand Arena. That's always going to be the first map in this situation. Of course, there is that 4-player roster that you can see as well. In that first map, both teams are blind picking their class comps, but after that, the way that it works out is that the losing team is able to declare which map they want to play on. The winning team will then declare which composition they want to play, and then the losing team, armed with all that knowledge of what map it is, what comp their opposing opposing team is playing, they then get the opportunity to choose their composition as well. Neither team has made use of the class comp change just yet in this series, but it's something that they do have available, like we were talking about earlier, just in case they want to try and mix it up a little bit and see if they can do something else.
I don't know. I think both teams are probably going to stick with their original comp, and we were wrong about this map pick yet again. Of course, Blade's Edge Arena is coming out, second time of the tournament. The knockoffs, like we saw before, would be pretty, because they can run the double knockoffs at this point. I don't know. This is a good pick.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick. Another thing about this map too is if they do decide to target down Feywin, which they most likely do, what's kind of interesting about this map is when Feywin jumps off the bridge and is downstairs, it's going to be hard for Raikou and Talby to follow up their crowd control, so it might free up Waffles a little bit to get out of that CC if Feywin jumps down and sort of baits the enemy team underneath the bridge.
Yep, so this match will be getting underway here very, very shortly. The teams have loaded in to the arena, and just as soon as these doors open, we will be getting this match on the screen for you guys. This is going to be 2-1 in favor of Solari Red. If they win this match, they will be moving on to the finals, and they will be going to BlizzCon, and of course earning at least $20,000 for coming in second place, and then $50,000 if they come in first place. So very, very important match here for both teams, but especially for Solari Red, as they really, really want to pull out that win.
Yeah, and as you can see, again, it's the opener is what you want to watch for, as Prize just playing pretty passive at this point. Don't even see him around at this moment, and it looks like they are just going to run right into that Blizzard because they want to get offensive right from the start. As we see, Pry is still just waiting, as he does get Rake Stun out right there, as he's going to take a bunch of damage right from the start. And there we go. We have a trinket used because of the Sheep was forced too. All that cross crowd control from that RMD coming out already onto the team of Solari Yellow.
And Talby having to use that Heart of the Wild instantly on himself, trying to get out a little bit more healing onto himself, as well as become a little bit more tanky. Talby, though, still dipping dangerously low. Doesn't want to use that Bark Skin and Iron Bark, is being a little bit greedy, but it gets away with it, throws the ENS on himself, and they weren't able to really force anything. That was Feywin's Incarnation as well as Berserk, and they couldn't even force Talby's Bark Skin or Trinket.
Now, Raikou just offensively blocked right there to get out of CC so he could stay on his target, but it's not like he's going to immediately capitalize on that, as it looks like the dots are going to be turned back around on him, as Feywin is about down to half, because we do see some CC onto Waffles yet again, but Sultan lands the full trap onto Talby too, so they need something to follow this up. Let's see if they can. It looks like, there we go, the Maim on top of it also. Raikou getting dangerously low because he did just block a minute ago. I do believe the hypothermia is off, but he had to also use that cold snap.
Yeah, but there is a Spirit Link now coming out from Waffles, just doing his best to keep his team alive. Feywin has not had to use either of his survival instincts just yet, so he does still have that available. But now Feywin actually looking like he's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Wants to move back up here onto the top. Actually now jumping down and chasing after Talby once again. They went after Raikou for just a minute, but they seem to have decided, you know what, no, we're going to stick with Talby. We feel like that's a better kill target for us, and that's just what they're going with here. I kind of liked the idea of switching over to Raikou and trying to mix it up a little bit, just to maybe knock Talby off kilter a little bit, but they're just going to stick after Talby, and at this point actually Sukin getting caught into all those cyclones, not able to keep up the pressure that they really want.
Both Pry and Feywin right now, we're sitting in stealth just trying to find each other because they're both waiting for a good opener, as it looks like Feywin is going to take the worst of it, as he does get kidneyed right there with the binding shot on top of Pry, as he is going to adrenaline rush too, so this is a lot of damage coming out onto him, as he's just going to stick onto the back of that Feral Druid as he chases his Resto Druid around.
And look at him going up and down on this round. Talby kiting up right now, has that Iron Bark on himself. The Crows are out by Sukin. And Sukin actually did a great job defusing that last swap onto Feywin, making sure to get that CC onto Raikou, ended up trapping him up. And what happens with, you're so mobile on this map, it can be hard for Talby to actually get the dispels onto Pry and Raikou when he's trying to get away. And they just get caught in that CC, out of line of sight of dispels. And Talby just gets further and further behind because of that. But Feywin actually having to trinket that kidney shot as well as pop the survival instincts. He should be fine here. Waffles still having his trinket available if he needs it. DR kidney shot coming out from that shadow reflection onto Feywin. So much damage coming in. Waffles might need to trinket and throw out a Spirit Link there.
Ooh,
there it is. And that's the last little bit of cooldown. So they're able to force both walls. The Nature's Vigil now up from Feywin as well. Waffles using that Spirit Link as well as his trinket. So the next swap onto Solari Yellow could be devastating, and Solari Red really wants to win this game. I mean, if they take make this $20,000 on the line, as well as that ticket to BlizzCon. That is the full kidney shot onto Feywind, the full sheep onto Waffles, and this could just be the game. Sukin caught into that full clone, not going to be able to help out his team, but the Incarnation as well as the Berserk coming out, trying to pressure down Tabi a little bit. He still has his Iron Bark available if he needs it, but Feywind's still so low. The full blind going onto Waffles. Feywind trying to survive his tournament life on the line, still going aggressive out onto Tabi. Doing everything he can to counter pressure, but is it going to be enough? Down to around 10% HP. Survival Instincts comes up once again. The bash though onto Waffles. Somehow, some way, Feywind is still alive. Talby's so low as well. Finally catches a huge heal on himself. The kidney shot going out onto Feywind. Waffles out of CC, going to be able to throw out some heals, and somehow Feywind's alive as well as Talby. Both teams just putting out so much pressure.
Yeah, I have no idea how Feywind is still alive at this point. He should have died so many times over. He's actually been doing a great job just dipping in and out of line of sight and making sure that the opposing team is not able, particularly Raikou, is not able to put out the damage onto him that he really wants to. And now Talby, he's spent 80% of his mana bar in the last like 30 seconds. He is running so low on mana now, and this could be repeated the first game, but no, Feywind takes a whole bunch of damage, and Feywind will go down, and that is going to be 3-1, a victory here for Solari Red. They're going to the finals.
Yeah, and they know their opponent, Solari Gaming Blue, is waiting for them up there. Solari Gaming Yellow is going to be going down into that consolation match, fighting for their lives and their BlizzCon ticket. They have one more opportunity, going to play against 3 languages, the next matchup we have for today.
And that was a commanding victory right there. Of course, we did see Feywind kind of hold on just for a little while, you know, longer than we would think, but I'm glad he really went offensive at the end instead of just running, because they did have it rolling onto Talby. Talby was down to like 5% mana there right at the end, so it was a good time to bet it all, basically, and try to stay alive in this tournament.
And another thing that happens when he goes offensive onto Talby like that is he's not going to be able to follow up CC. So although he's going aggressive, it's also semi-defensive, shutting down the CC and making sure no follow-up's going to happen. But unfortunately, it didn't end up mattering.
Yeah, so very well played there by Solari Gaming Red, able to claim that 3-1 victory. They will be moving on to the finals, where they are guaranteed that BlizzCon spot, and they will be battling it out with Solari Gaming Blue, who they've already faced before. So they should be feeling fairly confident because they beat them before going into these grand finals here. They will be battling it out for that $50,000 first place prize. But before we move on any further, we do have Anna down at the stage ready for an interview with Talby.
Hi there, guys. I have Healing Stat here from Solari Gaming Red. You guys have just ensured your spot at BlizzCon. How are you all feeling?
Well, honestly, we're feeling pretty good, actually.
I would guess so.
It's a bit disappointing there's no cardboard Blizzard ticket to BlizzCon, but I guess we're happy anyways.
Well, it's going to be a very Solari BlizzCon now. We have Solari Gaming Blue and Solari Gaming Red now in our finals. How does it feel to be going to BlizzCon with a sister team?
Well, I guess we're just an elite species of teams, but I don't know, this Solari team as well is, they play world class. They gave us some very difficult games, but I don't think I've ever screamed "I'm dead" so many times in one game before, but some of those games were quite intense.
They put up a good fight, huh?
They put up a very good fight. I think we kind of got put off because there was a very long break between our last game against Botar and this game right now, so I mean, I don't want to say we got bored, but like it was kind of hot, like there wasn't so much to do, and I don't think we played so hot the first game or even the first couple of games today, but I mean, with the help of our comp, we saw it through.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about your comp and what worked really well and what didn't work so well in this last series.
So at first we thought, well, RMD should counter jungle. Like I don't think they stand too much of a chance against us, but we thought we would counter them even harder as sub. Like we've wargamed them as sub, we've done well as sub. But Prey hadn't played sub on the stage yet, and we hadn't played it in quite a while, and it became apparent that we weren't doing so much, and we just needed to go combat. And even at the end, like I was screaming, I'm dead, like 10% mana, and then Prey's like, no, red buff killing spree. And then, yeah.
Well, that's awesome, and now you're going to take that momentum into our finals tomorrow. So there's going to be a break, and then we'll see you again tomorrow facing Solari Gaming Blue. How confident are you in that match?
Well, we beat them last time, somehow. We have problems against that team quite often. They're a very good team. I'm glad there's a night's sleep between us and that game.
Well, we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Congratulations again. Guys, we are going to be right back. We're not finished for the day. We still have one deciding match. We're going to see Solari Gaming Yellow one more time. They're going to face off against 3 languages, 1 team, to determine who is 3rd and who is 4th place. That's important because there's 1 ticket to BlizzCon left. 1 more team will get to represent Europe at BlizzCon for the World of Warcraft World Championships. We'll find out who it is next. Hello there, friends, and welcome back. I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson, and I'm so glad you're here with me at the World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon, and we have reached the final match of the night. We just saw the match that decided who will be in the finals. Tomorrow, we will have Solari Gaming Red versus Solari Gaming Blue to find out who will be the European champion. But right now, what's on the line is one more spot, one more chance to go to BlizzCon and compete in the World of Warcraft World Championship. On stage are our challengers already. It is 3 languages, 1 team, and Solari Gaming Yellow. Casters, who's it gonna be?
Thanks so much, Anna. Honestly, I don't know who it's going to be at this point. These two teams, I dare say they're actually fairly evenly matched here coming into this. Of course, Solari Gaming Yellow has been playing brilliantly in these last few series. They actually put up a lot more of a fight than I thought they would in that last matchup between them and Solari Gaming Red. But 3 languages, 1 team has been playing very well as well. Obviously, they've gotten this far, so I'm actually not sure which direction this could go.
Yeah, I mean, 3 languages, 1 team doing a very great job so far. I do like their DK Feral setup. A lot of burst, a lot of on-demand burst from the Feral. We talk about this over and over. That Incarnation Berserk is just such a massive amount of damage. So the team of Solari Yellow just needs to shut that down. You know, having that jungle, they're going to be able to almost mirror the damage of the enemy team. But having that extra little versatility of having the Survival Hunter just gives them that little edge on crowd control.
Yeah, 3 languages, 1 team was one of the underdogs in this tournament. I think most of the teams thought, but here they are playing in this consolation match, playing for 3rd place in that final spot to BlizzCon, as well as I believe $10,000 for this game. So a lot of money, and of course the BlizzCon ticket, which is what these guys are playing for. I'm sure Solari Gaming Yellow wants to join Solari Gaming Red and Blue in that top 3 and represent these guys at BlizzCon.
Yeah, of all the matches that we've seen played today, this is possibly the one that has the most on the line, just because of that 1 remaining BlizzCon ticket. Like you said, the winner of this gets their ticket to BlizzCon, the loser does not. There's only a $2,000 difference in terms of prize pool, $10,000 for winning this match, and $8,000 for the losing team, but that really doesn't matter at this point. We're only really concerned about that final BlizzCon ticket.
And you know, if Solari Yellow wins, that is going to be the 3 primary colors going to BlizzCon.
Oh,
interesting. Look at that, conspiracy. No, but this will be a great matchup. It's going to be fast, though. You really got to keep up with everything because, you know, DK Feral kind of runs out of gas really quickly once the Feral's cooldowns are down. It's just like, all right, let's destroy the Feral.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about 3 languages, 1 team. I really like watching their games. Win or lose, their games are quick, very fast-paced. They either win very quickly or they lose very quickly, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's just a lot of back and forth and just very quick moments of do they use the cooldowns at the exact right time? Do they use the defensives in time? Do they trinket the right thing? When these matches are that quick, if a match could be over in under 2 minutes, you don't get a choice of trinketing later on. It's a matter of the CCs I'm going to be affected by in the next 30 seconds, which is the one that I decide to trinket? Which is the one that's too important that I not sit through? And you've got to trinket that right away as soon as it comes up. You cannot sit through any of that CC. So these are going to be, like you guys are saying, really, really super fast-paced matches. I'm excited for this series. Of course, there we see a team, 3 languages, 1 team. They're the only remaining team that only has 3 players on their roster, and having made it this far with just those 3 players is actually quite a bit of an accomplishment. So I'm actually really looking forward to see if they can actually continue to keep this sort of run up that they've had going, or if Solari Gaming is going to end up taking them out here. Solari Gaming Yellow with that jungle cleave in the last match, not doing quite as well as possibly definitely they had hoped in the last series, but I don't know. We'll see if they can pull out the win here.
I think they played very well. I mean, they put up a very close game against Solari Gaming Red. Yep. They were playing that RMD, and I think a lot of people think jungle isn't very advantaged, or they're kind of the underdogs going into that matchup, and they made the series very, very close. So obviously, these guys are playing very, very well, playing their A game and going up against a team like Solari Gaming Red, which played so well. So they might be feeling pretty good going into this next game.
Yep, so we will be getting into this match here very shortly. Of course, the very first map is always Negrand Arena. That continues here even in the 3rd and 4th place match. It will be a best of 5 series. First team to 3 wins does end up winning and taking that BlizzCon ticket and that $10,000 prize. And both teams, it's a blind pick in terms of compositions. Obviously, 3 languages, 1 team. They really only have the 1 composition that they've been playing. But we may see Jungle Cleave, we may see Feral Lock Shaman out of Solari Gaming Yellow. They've played both of them, and they've done pretty well with both here today. So it's kind of up in the air as to which one they're going to go with.
And it looks like after zoning into the game, we are going to see some Feral Lock Shaman going up against this DK Feral Paladin. So an interesting choice here. Maybe they feel like this comp is a little bit more stable. They're going to be able to survive. They do have the addition of Gateway to sort of get away from that DK, which will be very nice for them.
Yeah, and that's pretty good. And what this means is all they have to do is live through that first few moments of the game, and then once those Warlock dots start rolling, they're just going to eat the enemy team alive. You know, having a Paladin, they're going to kind of struggle to keep up with all the healing. As you know, maybe the double beacon might come out, maybe the save by the light, we'll have to see. But he's going to struggle anytime after the beginning of the game. This Holy Paladin is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and of course, Pyro, as long as he can keep some soul shards in reserve, will have a lot of burst potential with those haunts if he can just pump out a few of those whenever Feywin ends up popping his cooldown. So the game is now underway. We see Cervantes already going into Frost Presence over here, trying to put a little bit of damage out into Feywin here, but Feywin now popping his cooldowns as well. Pyro also popping that Dark Soul. They're just trying to put out a lot of damage, and already, actually, Fritteris and Cervantes both seeming like they're taking tons of damage here. The Save by the Light already proccing on Fritteris, forcing out that Blessing of Protection and the Wings and the Execution sentence from the Cavi.
Yeah, he still does have his Trinket and Bubble available, but those, I mean, he needs these healing cooldowns coming out from Avenging Wrath. Once those fades, his healing isn't going to be enough to heal through this Feral and this Warlock damage, especially because Pyro is basically doing anything he wants. He has the second Demon Soul up right now, just throwing Demon Soul dots on everyone. Incarnation and Berserk, though, coming out from Fritteris, trying to get a little bit of pressure on Waffle. He is able to just gate away, though. He is going to live for now. Fritteris getting dangerously low, down to around 40% HP. Cavi caught into that full fear as well as rooted up. Finally, out of that CC, Survival Instinct's going to be popped by Fritteris right now. He is going to get topped off with a nice clone coming out from Feywin. Waffle taking a little bit of damage. He is able to top himself off, and sort of both teams have stabilized. But Saravante taking a lot of damage right now. Does have that, his offensive cooldown up. It is going to fade, so they're not going to be able to get too much pressure, and this is a scary moment for Cavi. Finally, no more cooldowns for him, doesn't have his wings up for 25 seconds, and his entire team is rotting down.
They did, though, manage to pull out all 3 trinkets from Team Solari Yellow, as well as one of the Spirit Links from Waffly, so there were a few cooldowns traded there. Feywin, of course, only has one of his Survival Instincts available at the moment also, but Fritteris getting really low there for just a second, does catch a nice heal, going to keep him alive for now, but he is out of Survival Instinct. No, excuse me, he does have one Survival Instinct available still, so both Druid is actually tied up on those at the moment, but he's still just taking so much damage, and there's only so much that Cavi can really do to keep him alive. The double Shadow Fury coming out. Do they have any follow-up CC on the Cavi? They're actually going to use the offensive Cyclone onto Fritteris, keep him stuck at low HP. Can they follow up something on the Cavi here? No, he's going to get a couple of nice heals off and bring Fritteris back up again before that maim comes out for just a second. But look at the rock pressure. Look at how all 3 members of 3 languages, 1 team are just dipping lower and lower and lower as this game goes on.
Yes, Save by the Light proccing on Fritteris there. Cavi does have his Avenging Wrath up, decides to pop that, needs to heal through some of this damage. Save by the Light proccing on him as well, having a really hard time getting out that healing. But like I said, he still has his Trinket and his Bubble available if he needs his Saravante getting cloned up low there. Decides to break that with the Desecrated Ground. He wants the Cavi to be able to top him off while he has his Avenging Wrath off. The full Hodge going out on the Waffle. They're trying to pressure him a little bit. Both these healers have a significant amount of mana, despite how much pressure is coming out by both these teams. They're both sitting relatively pretty when it comes to how much mana they have.
All right, Cervantes is going to be about down to half. And one thing to note is Cavi is going to be playing Hand of Purity instead of Clemency, so he's only going to have 1 set of hands for this game. But look at the damage coming out onto Walleye with forcing the second Spirit Link. And that was a really quick turnaround, just using that Pillar of Frost as their offensive burst, plus a double Trinket. So, wow, and look at he's going to go Wow, I thought he was going to die right there, having to use the trinket. Also, his team really needs to help him out because it's so much damage, and that isn't even with the Incarnation Burst.
Yeah, that Hodge into a DR bash there almost cost Waffle his life. He had to trinket that DR bash, and now he doesn't really have any healing. No trinket available. The next Hodge could be disastrous for him if he can't get any healing up on himself. The Nature's Guardian proccing on him as well, so he's not going to have that. Once Cavi's Hodge comes up, which is in a few seconds, it could be very, very dangerous for Waffle if Cervante and Fritters can connect onto him. Finally able to get away, cast a heal on himself. They're trying to turn around the pressure. Pyrocat and Feywin trying to get some counter pressure out, but that is the full Hodge. This could be it for Waffle. Three Languages wants to draw first blood in this matchup. Waffle looking like he's going to survive, but no, the Incarnation comes out. Waffle getting triple stunned up. He's going to go down, and Three Languages, kind of surprisingly, takes this first game against Solari Yellow.
Yeah, and we saw many times during that match, the whole team of Three Languages was just so low on health. But Cavi doing a great job of keeping his team alive throughout that entire beginning of the game.
Yeah, it really, like you said, it was kind of surprising. It felt like for a long time, Three Languages, they were just in so much trouble from all that raw pressure coming out, but eventually they just managed to turn it around, managed to put themselves in a fairly strong position, and they were able to take that first victory. So congratulations to Three Languages one team. They're going to take this 1-0 in this series, this best of 5. That's one step closer to that ticket to BlizzCon.
It is. 10th map already out of this match so far on the Grand Arena. Of course, at this point, it is going to be Solari Yellow's map pick. And since they have been running that Feral Lock Shaman, there's a lot of maps that they can choose, just from the versatility of having that Feral Druid, plus the Warlock can really play on just about any map, and plus gives that gateway advantage to his team. So they can choose to play, a large map such as Tolvaron. That might work out because it is against that DK Feral. They could play something like Blade's Edge, because they do have the Typhoon to knock off. They just have so many different options that they can pick at this point.
Yeah, if they end up playing a smaller map, it's going to be double-edged sword because both teams just trying to put out as much damage as possible. So although they're going to be able to get out the spread pressure, it's going to be easy for Cervante and Fritters to also connect onto their target. So that's something they have to think about and consider when choosing this next map.
Yeah, I definitely feel like maybe the larger map choice would make a whole lot more sense for exactly that reason. Just being able to spread out a little bit more, allow the Warlock to just keep putting up and use his range advantage to be able to keep those dots going on the other team as much as possible. Just get that little bit of an extra advantage in this situation, which may end up working out into a win for them.
Yeah, we'll have to see what their map pick is because, we are down to the wire at this point. It is the last match before the grand finals to determine who actually goes to BlizzCon. So this is huge.
Yeah, this is both these teams' final opportunity. One of them is going to BlizzCon, like we've been saying over and over, and one of them is going home. So a lot on the line for these guys. Every single one of these teams here has played very, very well. This was a great day of games. Obviously, tomorrow we're coming back and we do have the finals for you guys, but this match should be a good one, and this first game was pretty exciting.
Yep. We did just get word that it is going to be Tolvaron Arena that they're going to. So they are going for that larger map, like we were sort of guessing that they might here. And again, I think that's a really good choice. Just give them that little bit of advantage to the Warlock. Even though it's only one member of their team, it does help out quite a bit. And of course, it will help their healer as well to be able to duck back out behind those pillars and make sure that they can stay alive quite a bit longer. So it's going to be interesting to see if the other team is going to be able to come back here and actually be able to work against that and be able to put up Three Languages one team, if they're going to be able to put up all the pressure that they really want to be able to on a larger map like Tolvaron Arena.
Yeah, so there's no comp changes. It's going to be the same comps going into this. I like this pick especially because the Frost Death Knight doesn't have quick ways of getting around. He kind of this slow-moving Terminator, if he connects onto you and he has his cooldowns up, it's going to do a lot of damage. And we saw that a number of times throughout that last match, that it was just the double trinket buff and then plus Pillar of Frost, and just forced so many defensive cooldowns out. And most of the time when you see that much burst come out from a team like this, you're expecting that the Feral Druid had Incarnation up or had his trinket up, but it was just the Death Knight so many times. So having something like Tolvaron at this point, it's going to allow him to kind of play a little bit further back.
Yeah, and that game kind of felt like the enrage timer came up when Friderius had his second Berserk come up. You know, they had a lot of pressure throughout the game, but that just put it over the top. That Incarnation stacked with that Berserk, obviously a ton of damage. So they need to definitely have an eye out for that. Maybe save some cooldowns. But yeah, Waffle under a lot of pressure that game, playing that Restoration Shaman. And we're gonna have to see if Feywin and Pyro can turn around the pressure and make sure Cervante and Friderius have to play a little bit more defensive.
Yep, so the gates have now opened. We are currently 1-0 for 3 languages, 1 team. And wow, actually immediately just moving in there with that Death Grip, trying to put out some damage. Cavi actually hanging out in the open here. Not so worried about the CC possibilities at the moment. He just wants to keep his team alive and stay as far away as possible. Wants to avoid getting hit by Feywin as much as possible. But of course, he walks right directly into him. And now Feywin is going after Cavi for just a second here. But the spread pressure is still coming out for Solariello here. They've got the bleeds going out, and they've got, they're trying at least to keep up those Warlock dots as well. Cervantes is the only member of that team that does not have those active at the moment. So it's going to be a tale of the spread pressure here in this matchup.
The unit frames are a little switched up for 3 languages. Of course, that is going to be the Holy Paladin with the mana in the center. So as it up top, that is going to be lots of damage going out on to the Feral at that point, as he is healed to full. But then we do see it is going to be Cervantes that is at about down to half, as we see, you know, those cooldowns are being used. That Aura Mastery is up by Critier, and he does get stunned on that too. So that's a lot of crowd control going out, as we do see it is going to be the Dark Soul dots come out right all over the enemy team, and that's the thing you need to watch for. Look at the set of dots all over the team.
Yeah, Cavi still having his bubble. He was able to rotate his cooldowns pretty well, dealing with that double Dark Soul as well as the Incarnation coming out of Feywin and Pyro. He is caught into that full maim though right now, taking quite a bit of damage. Cervante as well as Cavi very low at the moment. Friderius and Cavi very low at the moment. Taking so much damage from Feywin, and Pyrocat is able to get out that damage. Waffle Eye still having his Trinket as well as both Spirit Link, so in a much better position than the last game. This bigger map definitely working out for them.
Yeah, it is, as we do see a meme stun coming out on to Crater right there, as he does get Cycloned also, and that is going to be Friderius caught in the Cyclone at that point. They are going to force Cervantes back into Blood Presence, which is really big in this matchup, and look at how healthy the team of Solariello is.
Yeah, they've actually just forced the Divine Shield out from Cavi as well. Of course, Cavi, his unit frame is swapped around at the moment, so that would be, it shows as Cervantes at the moment, but that is Cavi in the center on the left side. And he's doing his best to try and keep his team alive, but having to use every single one of his defensive cooldowns. He's just now got his Avenging Wrath available again. So if Solariello can keep this pressure up, Cavi's finding himself in a tougher and tougher situation as this match goes on. That said, Waffle Eye is taking quite a bit of damage as well. No, excuse me, actually it looks like those unit frames have also gotten mixed up a little bit. That's actually Feywin taking a bunch of damage and having to kite his way around this pillar here, as now Cervantes might be in some trouble, dipping low as well. It's actually like the pressure is just going back and forth at the moment.
It is.
It's hard to really tell who's on top.
Saved by the Light, he switched into to Blood Presence, having to Desecrated Ground also, as we do see it's just going to go back and forth onto the 2 DPS of 3 languages. Of course, we see some healing coming out by Cavi and it looks like his wings, he does have a long time on his wings to come back up. So it is going to be a little while till he's going to have that huge healing pressure coming out, as we see again that you just constantly see the Soulburn Haunt up by Pyro, as that's the thing he really needs to make sure that he has like full uptime on that to keep the pressure out on the team.
Yeah, like you said, his wings aren't coming up for quite some time, another 34 seconds. Meanwhile, Feywin having his Incarnation and Berserk coming on in 15 seconds, so he's going to have around 20 seconds if he times it right to really capitalize on Cavi not having the healing output necessary. Pyro also having that Dark Soul coming up very soon, so that's going to be their opportunity to really force a lot of cooldowns at Cavi, get that bubble and Avenging Wrath out of the way, and then possibly score a kill.
And it looks like Cervantes is back kind of by himself, as he is going to look. Nope, and wow, look, and Friderius taking a bunch of damage. It's actually Cervantes at that point, down to half. But again, the Saved by the Light came back up, and he used Icebound Fortitude and the Execution Sentence. So that was a lot of defensive cooldowns overlapped on top of each other. As we see the Incarnation coming out, see if he can make something happen with it, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage himself. Friderius getting quite low. Wow.
Yeah, Feywin actually took a lot of damage there too. Did catch a big heal though, and he got topped right back off. So this match actually could go either direction here at any point. The Death Grip now coming out. They're trying to put a whole bunch of damage into Waffly, trying to maybe make a swap there as Cervantes has got that anti-magic shell active. Fridorus now onto Waffly as well, doing his best to keep that damage up. However, Waffly going to use that gateway. He's going to get out of there, drop a couple totems. He's going to be able to heal himself back up, no problem, as they're just trying to keep this match going at this point.
Yeah, this is sort of the same story as last game. Once Cavi, Cervante, and Fridorus stabilize, are able to get onto Waffly, pressure him a lot, sort of abuse the fact that he's a shaman. It's hard for him to get away, although he does have that gateway. Once Cervante and Fridorus connect, there's not much he can really do once the Spirit Links are out of the way. That being said, he has both his Spirit Links as well as his Trinket available and ready to go. Cavi also still has his bubble. His wings are coming up in around 23 seconds, so both teams have a lot of cooldowns they can still work through. Dampening has just started. If you look, Cavi still has around 70% mana. Waffly taking quite a bit of damage there, throwing out the first Spirit Link. His mana is not looking good, down to around 30%. So if Cavi, Cervante, and Fridorus can sort of keep the game going on, I mean, they have a big mana advantage going into Dampening.
Yeah, the triple Shadow Fury at that point is going to lead to some damage on to Cervantes at this point, as he is going to have to run away just for a little bit, trying to find a better target to hit, and that is going to be Pyro, that he's going to try to toss a little bit of damage out, and he is going to Trinket immediately, plus the Desecrated Ground from Cervantes too, so that's a few defensive cooldowns used from both teams. That AMS coming up, going to stop a little bit of the damage, as we do see Pyro getting a new pet out, but he's taking a lot of damage right now. That does look like the second link is going to come down. And that is going to be, he's going to have his Earth Shield on himself, and of course that is Waffle getting low.
Yeah, that is his second Spirit Link, and he's got 2 minutes before another one comes up, so he could be in a lot of trouble at this point if they keep making those Death Grips swaps. That said, Fridorus getting very, very low at the moment, does have to catch that Execution sentence to keep himself alive. Pyro looking like he may be the target of choice for the moment. They're putting a bunch of damage into him. He's trying to drop his portal, maybe trying to kite around a little bit, but now he's actually going to have to gateway out of there. He's got that Dark Regen active as well, doing his best to stay alive here, as we're now 10% into Dampening. The healing is going to get harder and harder for both of these healers as this continues to go. Of course, Dampening, if you're not familiar with the mechanic, it does reduce the amount of healing that's done as the match goes on, so that eventually, no matter what, somebody is going to die. And at the moment, it's looking like it might be Pyro. The Death Grip comes out. He's trying to kite away the Chains of Ice as well. He does have his Demon Soul active, but he's getting lower and lower on health. He's got Fridorus right on his back, chasing him this entire time. The Shadow Fury comes out. That could be the only thing that really saves him there. And in fact, they're going to peel off and start going after Waffly instead for just a second there.
That is the Incarnation and Berserk coming out from Feywin, trying to turn around the pressure onto Cervante right now, who's so low. Caveat also taking a lot of damage at the moment. He still has his bubble if he really needs it. Might have to use it. There it is, the pressure coming out. But at this point, Waffly is so low. But it looks like Pyro is going to be the one who goes down in this matchup. I like the split pressure coming out from Cervante as well as Fridorus, making it a nightmare for Waffly to deal with this pressure.
Yeah, so that was, of course, Pyro that went down. Apologies for the slight UI glitch there, making it a little bit difficult to keep track of which character was which. But of course, the nameplates in the center were correct the entire time. But
yeah. One of those puzzles where the name of the word, the name of the color is a different color, and you have to read the colors off. That's kind of like what that was. But again, hats off. That was an amazing match yet again. It's incredible to see just how back and forth this matchup that you would just expect to be extremely straightforward, just pick one target and train it. But then when you throw in those Warlocks, they can constantly have a perfect cushion of setup for the Druid.
Yeah, 3 languages now sitting very pretty, up 2-0 in the series, just 1 game away for qualifying for BlizzCon, as well as winning that $10,000. So they're very comfy right now. On the other hand, Solar Gaming Yellow, just 1 game away from being completely eliminated from the tournament, going to be the only team in the top 4 that doesn't make it to BlizzCon. So a lot's got to be going through these players' heads. Maybe they need to switch up their composition. I am very impressed, though, for the most part, from 3 languages. They came to this tournament with 1 composition. It's a little bit unorthodox, too. And here they are playing very, very well for this 3rd place.
Yeah, and what can they do at this point? Do you think switching to jungle will even help?
Yeah, it's entirely possible. We'll have to see what they end up doing there. I have heard that they will be actually switching a player
Just as
around.
I said that.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to find out what swap. See what
they have
swap
to do
would actually
something.
be.
I mean,
yeah, they have to.
It kind of was back and forth throughout that whole game, but really, 3 languages just overall doing such a great job in these match. And, the Feral Lock Shaman, it gave them a lot of opportunities, but we saw a lot of early Spirit Links in those matches too, which really played it in the favor of 3 languages. So Solari Yellow switching to maybe jungle, maybe that'll be the answer that they need, having that hunter. I don't know.
Might be just a desperation move. I mean, as FLS, it looked really strong for them once they had Berserk and Incarnation up. But once Dark Soul faded and once Berserk faded and Incarnation, I mean, their spread pressure just went way, way down. It just felt like they were on the back foot all game. And it was really hard for them to deal with the pressure coming out from this Feral and this DK. So switching it up to jungle, something I think is very smart. I mean, they're already down 0-2. Something has to change. Those games weren't looking that great for them.
And of course, this will be their map pick as well, which they would have already declared at this point if they're now making this comp swap. Where do you think they're going with this? Maybe Ruins of Lordaeron? That kind of seems like the most straightforward one to me, but are there any other maps that you think might really give them an advantage here?
I'm not sure. It depends on how they're going to play it. I'm not exactly familiar with how a jungle would play against the Feral DK Paladin. I think it's unlikely they'll go on the Paladin, so they might want to actually choose a bigger map, make it hard for that Death Knight and that Feral to connect. They are going to have that Survival Hunter to help kite the Death Knight, of course.
Maybe like a Tiger's Peak?
Yeah, Tiger's Peak.
I don't know if that's
Tolveron.
That would be an interesting choice for them.
Yeah, they have just played on Tolveron.
Maybe even Blade's Edge with the Knock Trap could be nice.
Yeah, that could be interesting as well. There are certainly a lot of options available to them. I kind of feel like the Ruins might work out the best for them, but I do like the Tiger's Peak choice as well. I think that there's a lot of possibility there for them. We'll have to see what choice they end up making. Of course, it's only going to come down to what map they feel the most comfortable on going into this. And we will be finding that out here very shortly once we can get into this next game.
Yeah, it's kind of dangerous. They can't really pick Sewers, I don't think, because it's going to put them right into range of the DK and Feral the entire game. Plus that extra knockoff with the Typhoon from the Feral. So yeah, maybe a Tiger's Peak, maybe a Blade's Edge.
I think Blade's Edge could be cool. I mean, he's going to have Typhoon as well as the explosive trap, so a lot of knocks, they can abuse that, especially on the Death Knight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the knocks on the Death Knight would actually be amazing there. So yeah, that Blade's Edge choice might be really good as well. We'll find out here very shortly, of course, as they are switching around to one of their players. It is going to take a little bit of time to actually move all the peripherals around and everything and make sure everything gets swapped out properly. So we will be just a couple of minutes while that gets sorted out, but not going to be too much longer, and we will get into what could potentially be the final game of this series.
Yeah, they're really going to have to come back. They're going to have to win 3 in a row, and that's huge. And not only that, since it is best of 5, we're going to be seeing just about every map pick 2 by the time that we've finished this series if they do come back. And that is a tough situation to be in down 0-2, because let's say this swap to jungle, I can only assume that this is what's going to happen, to this jungle cleave pays off for them. Even though they know that 3 languages can only play that one comp, do you think they'll even be that confident, even with just taking 1 round off of them?
I'm not sure, but one thing that is nice is if Cavi, Cervante, and Fruiterus do lose, they don't have to think about what comp they want to run. They're just like, we got 1 comp, we'll stick to our guns. That's all we can really do. There's no second guessing themselves. They've come with 1 comp to this tournament, playing it extremely well. And I mean, they're up 2-0 in the series, just 1 game away from qualifying for BlizzCon. And I know a lot of teams here consider these guys kind of underdogs, so them coming out and proving that they really can play.
Well, and also, since they are down 0-2 at this point, they have to win 3 games in a row. I actually feel like switching up the composition at this point makes a whole lot of sense, because they've already lost twice with their current composition. They can try again with the current one, but I don't know that that's really, that's kind of a gamble, whereas they could go with the swap over to jungle, and if the jungle is what wins here, then that actually gives them a much stronger advantage, knowing that that the opposing team only has that 1 composition available. That does give them a lot more of an advantage going through to actually get that 3-0 victories, because at that point they're kind of stuck in it. Of course, we do have a little bit of money on the line here: $10,000 for 3rd place, $8,000 for 4th place, and tomorrow we will have the grand finals where we will find out who's winning that $50,000 first place prize and who's only getting that $20,000 second place prize. Of course, the top 3 teams, including the winner of this series, will get those tickets to BlizzCon as well, where they will be competing over a prize pool of $250,000. Yeah. That's a lot more money on the line as well over there. But even still, $50,000 for first place, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it's also funny to say only $20,000 because that's still a lot of money for coming out for a weekend playing a little bit of World of Warcraft. And I mean, in addition to $20,000, they do also get that ticket to BlizzCon, like you said, where they can go and compete for the honor of winning a BlizzCon championship and a little bit more money.
And that's why this third and fourth place, even though there's only separated by $2,000, it is that ticket too that is so important. That's why there's probably that small of a gap in between. But this third and fourth place, you know, we had to play it out because we are inviting 3 teams from EU to BlizzCon. So exciting matches so far. I'm glad that we've made it all the way to this point this weekend, to where we are finally getting down to those final games. And this is so exciting for these teams because, you know, the second that they win this match, you know, they can go home and they can immediately start practicing for BlizzCon because they already know, I believe, the Korean teams, the Taiwanese qualifiers, or is this weekend, the Taiwanese regionals.
Yep.
So they'll be able to find out what comps they're playing against there. The North American regionals are all locked in too, so you kind of know what to practice against at this point.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the North American teams and teams from all around the world are watching this too to see what 3 teams are going to come out from Europe. A lot of the European players feel, I mean, and North American players, just a lot of players in general feel like EU is the strongest region right now. I think it has the most activity and a lot of good players coming out here today playing some amazing games, so they might be right.
Yeah, and of course there is the one other prize that we haven't really talked about that every team that made it out here this weekend gets, and that's the ability to spend an awesome weekend in Prague.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a great city. We got the opportunity to walk around a little bit yesterday and see some of the sights. It's just a beautiful city. It's full of history. It's been absolutely amazing having the opportunity to be out here and see this city. It's been fantastic. And hanging out here at the O2 Arena, casting these tournaments as well, has been absolutely amazing. Of course, we now have the Group A up on your screen that we can go through how that actually went down. We saw the 3 languages 1 team, which is now currently up on our stage playing for their tournament life, as well as Solari Gaming Yellow actually were both the teams that came out of here. So these 2 teams actually came out of Group A, and now they're having to face off against each other to try and continue on to BlizzCon. So bit of a Group A story there to both of these teams coming out of that group.
Yeah, and even though they won 2-0 against, or if 3 languages won 2-0 against Solari Yellow, you know, the games have been a lot closer, it seems like, in this matchup. And of course, on your screen is going to be the Group B, as you can see how we grabbed both Team Solari Gaming Red, who, look, I mean, they only lost like 1 map here and there all the way so far.
Yeah, they put up excellent games all throughout the tournament. I mean, they lost 1 game against Blue Bones and 1 game against Solari Gaming Blue, but all of those games were very, very close, and now they are sitting pretty, waiting in the finals to play against Solari Gaming Blue again, and they've already beat them. They beat them 2-1, so they got to be feeling good going into this next game.
And so
this is different.
We've just been informed of a little bit of a wrench in our predictions here. They did go to Tiger's Peak, as we were expecting, but they're actually going Turbo Cleave, which I was not even aware that they had available as a composition. So that actually changes a lot, I think, in terms of how this could go out. Instead of we were expecting a Jungle Cleave, which is, of course, a much burstier team, whereas the Turbo Cleave, yeah, they do have a lot of really strong bursts, but they also have a lot of sustain as well. It changes a lot.
Yeah, we did see 3 languages actually lose against Solari Gaming Blue, who did play Turbo, and Joey Fernandez was saying he thinks Turbo is a complete counter to their composition. So we'll have to see, even though it's a counter, sometimes busting out the 2nd string and 3rd string alt doesn't really pay off, but this is kind of a last-ditch effort, coming out from Solari Gaming Yellow. We'll have to see if they can play these classes as well as maybe Solari Gaming Blue.
Yeah, we're going to follow the Warrior out, and he is going to be playing ARMS too, not playing that Fury Turbo, which we've seen a couple times in the past, and not too many other interesting talent choices so far. Pretty much standard for both, but let's see how this Warrior is going to handle this, because, you know, like you're saying, what if this is the 3rd string alt? What if it's the 4th string alt?
Well,
like,
and it's interesting.
It's really going to have to prove.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at who is playing which class on that team as well. Feywin actually he was the Feral Druid, now he's playing Restoration Druid, and Pyro, the Warlock, playing the Enhancement Shaman, and I'm actually not sure which player the Warrior is. I'm not sure which name that matches up to, but Feywin already
taking a lot of damage, having to get over here up on this platform, trying to heal himself back up. He does still have all of his cooldowns except for Bark Skin available, so he should be totally fine. But now Pyro may be in a lot of trouble here on the Enhancement Shaman, having to pop that Shamanistic Rage. He does have the Iron Bark active as well. That's a lot of cooldowns onto Pyro just to keep him alive through this opening burst from Cervantes and Fritteris.
I mean, Fritteris hasn't even used his Incarnation or Berserk yet, and Pyro is going to be in a lot of trouble having no Shamanistic Rage and no Iron Bark available for him. So when he finally pops that, and there it is, this could be the end of the game. Just so much pressure coming out from 3 languages, taking out Solari Yellow easily. They're not going to be going down to these alts today, and they are going to be advancing to BlizzCon.
Wow, and congratulations to 3 languages. It's just too strong, that Pillar of Frost on the Frost DK with that double trinket plus the Incarnation onto that Enhancement Shaman. And we saw a couple early cooldowns used from the Resto Druid, but not able to keep up with that damage.
But of course, Solari Yellow, they had to try at that point. They had to try something, and I do think, like we were saying earlier, that the Turbo Cleave going into that was a good idea. If it's not a composition or not classes that they're quite as comfortable playing with, it obviously didn't work out for them nearly as well as they'd hoped, I imagine. So that does mean that 3 languages, 1 team is actually going to break the Solari gaming streak and be the only non-Solari gaming team to actually advance to BlizzCon from the EU regionals.
Yeah, and what an exciting match yet again. 3-0 for 3 languages. Pretty much a sweep, which is great to see. You know, a dominating team coming in like that, sticking to their guns with their favorite comp, not trying to switch anything, just they know the game plan. They've played against all these comps that anyone was going to throw at them this weekend, and that kind of unorthodox DK Feral that we really haven't seen in the tournament scene very often lately, it's just made its way to BlizzCon.
Yep, very exciting games coming out from Prague today. We do have your 3 European teams that are going to be representing Europe at BlizzCon, Solari Gaming Red, Solari Gaming Blue, as well as 3 languages. Very beautiful to see. Tomorrow we'll be coming back to see who actually wins the entire tournament, who's going to be winning that $50,000 cash prize.
Yep. We will have Anna down at the stage with an interview here very shortly, but first, before we sign off for the evening, make sure that you tune in tomorrow. There's going to be an awesome finals tomorrow. I'm really, really looking forward to that. It is a little bit of a repeat from a match we saw earlier, but with a day of rest in you, with time to think over some new strategies, some new ways to approach it. Maybe they can come up with something different. But before we sign off for the evening, I just wanted to say it's been an amazing, amazing evening being here, casting all these games. You guys have anything you want to throw out there before we sign off?
Just great games. Excited to be here. You know, European regionals are always fun to attend because of how different everyone plays compared to the North American regionals that we normally attend right before this.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to everyone that tuned in today. Thank you to my co-casters and all the great European teams. It was a pleasure getting to watch you guys today.
Awesome. So on behalf of myself, I'm Josh Allen, a.k.a. Lore. Joining me at the desk here today has been Elliot Venksel, a.k.a. Van Ruki, and Jared Colson, a.k.a. V-Hell. On behalf of all 3 of us here, I want to say thanks everybody for tuning in. Let's head down to Anna at the stage for an interview with Cervantes.
Thanks, guys. Great work today. I am indeed here with Cervantes from 3 languages, 1 team. You guys have just secured your spot at BlizzCon. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, actually. Yeah, we didn't expect to make it that far, but we did.
Why didn't you expect to make it this far?
Because we're playing double Milik Leave with Holy Pala, which is not the best in the game, you know? It's tier 2 setup.
Yeah, well, we had the Solari Gaming kind of monopoly. It was you and all Solari Gaming teams, so you broke up that monopoly. Did you feel confident against Solari Gaming Yellow?
Like the other one, the RMD?
When you played just now against Solari Gaming Yellow, did you think you would beat them?
Yeah, we actually felt really confident because we already played against them and we 2-0'd them, but they were playing jungle, so we were kind of worried about how it's going to be against FLS. But it was actually good, so yeah.
What does going to BlizzCon as a representative of Europe mean to you?
It's really big dream coming true, you know? Yeah.
Is the rest of your team excited to go to the US and attend BlizzCon?
Yeah, everyone's so excited, actually, yeah.
Great. Well, tomorrow we have the finals, Solari Gaming Red versus Solari Gaming Blue. You guys just get to relax and watch that. Do you have a prediction of which one you think will win?
I think Swapsy's team is going to win for sure, but yeah, it's going to be so chill to watch on the stage here. It's really nice, yeah.
And you'll have to scope them out as your competition because now you're going to BlizzCon as a representative. You're alongside them, but also in competition to them. Do you feel confident that your team has what it takes to win at BlizzCon?
I'm not sure about that, but we will do our best, yeah, obviously. And yeah, it's going to be nice to see like what they're doing, maybe practice new setup, because we're not playing the best setup right now. But yeah, we'll see what we're going to do.
Well, we're excited to see what you're going to do as well. Congratulations one more time to 3 languages, 1 team. Guys, that is it for our broadcast tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. It has been such a pleasure to share the World of Warcraft European Road to BlizzCon with you. I'm Anna Prosser Robinson, and I am looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. The action's not over yet. Tune in at noon local time, 12 p.m. CEST. We're going to be back on stream with our finals, Solari Gaming Red versus Solari Gaming Blue. And in the meantime, don't forget, you can chat with us on social media by using the hashtag RTB2015 and hashtag WowEsports. That said, get some rest, get your hype train rolling for tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Good night, guys.